Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me, my favorite child, Reese2753.
Oh, I'm adopted. Awesome. Sorry, Chloe and Eli.
That's it, because nobody else is here. So yeah, they'll be here. No rush on their part or anything like that. So welcome. So it's nice to see you all 4 or 5 of you. So it's gonna be an interesting stream tonight. Why is it me or does it feel really dark in my? Why does it feel so dark in here?
I think it looks alright.
I guess my eyes are just getting bad. All right. Anyway, so let us cut straight to the chase because we want to have plenty of time to discuss One Punch Man. So if you guys would like to support the Open Chest Anime Podcast, I definitely hear an echo, and I hate to break it to you, but I know it's coming from you, Reese. Sorry. If you guys would like to support the Open Chest, pushing it all the way into my ear,
pushing the mic all the way to the other corner of my desk.
There you go. Okay, so if you guys would like to support the Open Chest Anime Podcast, you can do that with. Obviously, you can do that with just sharing and watching and liking and commenting. These are all good things, but financial.
You can have us in the background during your FAP session for while we're here.
Wait.
As short as it may be, the extra watch time counts.
Only if you're watching us on our Pornhub stream. All right. So anyway, you guys can support us through Patreon here. We are at $19 per month, which is pretty awesome. But because I'm restreaming to all these different places, we need to double that number at some point so that we at least have our expenses for the show paid for. If you guys would like to support the Anime Collector channel, watching it is good. I put out that Die Hard video, so that's the thing. Even though, again, it's like 2 minutes and you saw it during the Kino's Journey Watch Club. Anyway, you guys can support me there. There's also Stealth Weeb, fantastic shirt store that I own. I have more designs for One Punch Man that I have not gotten to yet because I saw them today when I finished up the show. Also, in Vic Mignogna news. Oh, wow, Otakuso. Canadian. Oh, this is going to be fun to calculate. Why would I want to support this podcast?
Why do you want to support the podcast?
I mean, that is a good question. Hopefully we can answer that question with the entertainment we provide you tonight. Thank you for that $2.79 Canadian, which is about half a penny US. I think that's how it goes out to. Which is a joke I'll never get tired of doing, even though everybody else is quite tired of it. Now, in the Vic Mignogna news, there is none. But something interesting happened with Ron Toye. And by interesting, I mean he didn't beat somebody with the remote. Hey, Green Line's here.
Hey, hi. How's everybody doing?
Doing all right.
And
so,
I sure hope people don't, have us up while they're fapping, because, kids occasionally will pop in the stream. And,
Oh, yeah, no, please.
That's not good.
In fact, that is the number one deterrent to us actually doing the Pornhub stream is I can't have my daughter, break in to the room and be on Pornhub. That would not be good.
Right.
Father,
that would
Father
not be
of
good.
the Year awards. Yeah.
Father of the Year award, everybody. Okay,
Legendary Anime JP Fan 2 says, best otaku community. Well, thank you for that. I think you're talking about us. Also, Christopher Barker, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm here. The necromorphs are coming to devour you all. Dead Space reference. Never played Dead Space, but it looked cool. So real quick, I want to get through this little interesting development here. So Ron Toye has returned to the Tuttle Group. He is again licensed to conduct business as a mortgage loan originator in Texas and an officer.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so apparently the Ron Toye team, Mid-America Mortgage Inc., right? So he's updated his cover photo. And in the About section of the Tuttle Group, you've got the Ron Toye team. So there you go. Apparently he's been let back in. after whatever happened that caused him to not be there. And then they were saying here, Ron said, Christian, you are not allowed on here. I contacted the authorities and I am going to look into pressing charges for harassment. Apparently that's the person who got the info.
All right.
Yeah.
Was it Monica or Jamie who said the same kind of thing?
That was Monica who said it. Thanks for the tweet. I've screenshot it and sent it to my attorney in law enforcement and Homeland Security or whatever she said. Like this, the Ron Toye team sounds ominously comedic. You'd get the same effect with the Jeffrey Dahmer team or the John team.
No.
All right. So, that's good to know that I'm live. That's cool. Okay, Reese, maybe you can handle letting people in. Oh, dear God, you're persistent.
They just keep on coming, man. Just get to be popular.
All right. So, in coronavirus news, I found something not interesting. Anno and Higuchi's Shin Ultraman film postponed due to COVID-19. Before I jump into the interesting thing, I thought it would be. Are you freaking kidding me? Where did my highlights go? I mean, I know what I highlighted, so I could just read it, but I'm getting real tired of this shit. So Shin Ultraman is said to have the same impact on the original Ultra series as Shin Godzilla did on updating the original Godzilla film for the modern era. With the team behind Shin Godzilla in the same roles, including director Shinji Higuchi, writer Hideaki Anno, and composer. Great job. There's a composter working on Shin Ultraman.
No wonder it's shit.
So composer Shiro Sugisu working on the project. Daryl Harding, you should be. I got to be honest with you. I read a lot of articles today. I didn't read more because it's been a long. I had to take my car in yesterday, drop it off. Boy, I really should have started with this. I can't believe I didn't. So, working the job I'm doing has been interesting. Boy, I got stories. I have got stories for you guys. So our truck for the trash can cleaning, the state of California has put this thing up where diesel engines, diesel engines have to, depending on what year the vehicle's from, you had to change something in your engine to burn off deposits like soot and stuff after it's been driving for a certain number of miles or something like that, right? So every other day or so, we have this green light come on the dashboard and the car just starts, it looks like the car is on fire. And occasionally you'll see it, like when you're driving in California on the freeway, you'll see a semi-truck coming the other direction, and you just see this cloud of smoke emitting from it, and all the cars behind it are just like, if they could cough, they would be, like they're just enveloped in this cloud, right? So anyway, I'm driving the other truck that we have on the day when this occurred, because we had a big enough route that it required us to take out both trucks. And the other guy is driving the one that has this light function on it, right? Where the light goes on and it burns off the fumes or whatever. And the light went red, which is like a sign that says, hey, stop driving right now, right? Like this is you have to stop, like effectively. The check engine light goes on, you stop getting power to the vehicle and everything. Luckily, it came on right as he was done with his route, and he actually got it back to the yard and everything. But we took it to the mechanic, and this motherfucking mechanic has been jerking us around so hard. Where the last time we took it in, we took it in recently because we were driving, and then something happened with the brake. And then every time we went to brake, it was really grindy. So needless to say, bad things happened to it. It was a very expensive repair. And we take it in there. And the thing is, we have to plan our service very meticulously because we've only got 2 trucks. we are wanting to get a third because you need to at least have one more than you use. So, because when one goes down, you got to be able to keep running the ship, right? So we've been like the company has been growing at a rate where we can't quite get that other truck, and there aren't any. Like we have to locate one from another state basically in order to get one. But we also we have to grow the routes beyond what we're capable of doing with just one truck in order to get the third truck, right? So we're already at the point where I have to go out by myself 3-4 times a month. And so we're using 2 trucks on that day, right? So anyway, when we have the brakes go down, it's like the first thing you look at is, oh shit, when is the next day we need to have both trucks out, right? So we go to the freaking mechanic on the day when it's like, dude, it has been days and we needed this done. And we went to you guys, even though we like the other guys better because they don't rip us off, because you were able to jump on it right away. And so we go in there and I'm watching, and there's this guy there who's a real piece of work. And he says, okay, I'm just going to take the truck out for a test drive, to make sure the brakes work. And we're like, all right, that should take 15 minutes. And I see this guy behind their shop just gun it in this truck that probably weighs like 10 tons and then slam on the brakes driving into his own shop. And my boss is like, well, I guess, if you're going to test it, might as well do it in front of your own shop, right? Instead of taking him onto the road or whatever. How's it going, Dan?
What's up?
So then we wait. He leaves and takes it for the for a test drive, and the guy's gone for like an hour, right? And my boss told me, I know exactly what this asshole's doing. He's driving over to our other mechanic to go show off, right? That we got the business back, bitch, right? Kind of stuff. And I'm based on the time it took him. It's almost certain that that's what he did, right? But anyway, this other mechanic is great. But long story short, we've got the truck back. So I needed to drive my boss picked me up. We drove down there. He drove his car back to the yard, and I'm driving the truck back to the yard, right? One of the things that they told us that they did when we got there and asked them to do the brakes, they said, by the way, a couple of your lights were out, so we went ahead and swapped them. Like, okay, great. My boss answered the phone. He's like, I guarantee you, they just charged me $200 for a couple of like $10 light bulbs or whatever, So I'm driving
out in the first place.
Well, one of them definitely was just one of them. We knew that for sure, and that was one of the things we were going to have them do. But I'm driving back to the yard, and what basically happened is my boss is arguing with these guys because they're giving him a bunch of excuses. Basically, it's like the mechanic bullshit. Where they're trying to take advantage of you. And it's a sales pitch that probably works on most people, but my boss knows at least a little bit about cars and especially these vehicles, so it doesn't work on him. And you just watch the guy get more and more frustrated, and he starts bad-mouthing workmanship that he forgot he did, like a year prior and stuff. So anyway, we had all this shit going on. So I see that he's talking to the owners and stuff, and it's like, hey, do you want me to take the truck back to the yard while you're talking so I can start filling it up with water? Because I see that they're talking about like the transmission needs to be replaced, gonna be like 10 grand and all that. So I'm thinking, look, if I can at least get it out of there, then I can start getting it filled up with water. We'll spend less time. I'll be on the clock less time, and then he doesn't have to pay me as much because he's paying me hourly, right? She's like, yeah, go ahead and get out of here. So I leave, and to my surprise, my boss is right behind me. I guess the conversation that I was expecting to last like another 15 minutes was over, right? So I get on the freaking freeway, and I'm driving, and I hear what sounds like, first of all, I'm on the toll road, too. I hear what sounds like a fucking cannonball come through the front of the vehicle, and then like on the passenger side, there's the what do you call that? The glove box. And then underneath the glove box, there's just like a cheap paneling that just basically covers up the fact that really there's nothing there except for hard metal that's just the exterior of the car, right? It doesn't look that good, but but it's also like an old shitty Isuzu truck. It's not really supposed to look like it's supposed to work for you kind of thing. And it sounds like a fucking cannonball has entered the vehicle and then bounced around in there at like 60 miles an hour, right? And I'm like, what the fuck is that noise? So I call my boss and I don't get a hold of him. And then he calls me back like, 2 minutes later. And I'm like, hey, did I run over something just now? Like 2 minutes ago? And he's like, I saw something fly off the side of the freeway. I have no idea what it was. And I'm like, that was so weird. I tried to explain to him what I heard and everything. We get off the freeway, we pull up to the yard. He pulls up next to me. He's like, well, I know what you hit or what you think you hit. I come out of the car and the front headlight isn't there. It fell out. Yeah. All that's there is the plug, right? Now, this is the best part. So one of the things that they did along with the brakes and everything was that red light that came on. They had to work on that. That's like the primary reason. I'm actually confusing it and conflating. The brakes and the red light were two separate things. The brakes was a previous time we went there, but it was a recent thing, right? Anyway, so the red light was the main thing that they were doing. So my boss says, like, look, we have to keep driving it until that burns off to make sure that it actually is like fixed. And then they told me that if we keep driving it and it burns everything off, the check engine light will go away and then it should be back to running like it's supposed to, right? So we get back on the freeway. This time my boss is driving, which I wanted him to be driving because I wanted him to get a feel for the car in case there's anything that I wasn't tuned into, so he would know if something was wrong. We could get it fixed before it becomes a problem, right? So he's driving it, and I'm trying to explain to him as we get back on the toll road what I heard. And as I'm explaining it, fucking happens again. And he's like, is that what it sounded like? And I'm like, yes, actually. So he pulls off to the side of the road. The other headlight fell out. And it was dangling by the cable, right? So, yeah, that was quite the interesting day.
Is there any way you could, like, take them not to court, but, like, to file something of any kind?
Well,
like
it's funny.
Or, like...
Well, what was really funny is that on this, it's actually the turn signal that fell out, but it's a big light, right? And the turn signal on the right side, like it worked, but the plastic covering was broken. It looked like, like a typical cartoon rendering of a shattered window, right? So it's a big chunky hole in it, right? And my boss is like, hey, at least the one that fell out is the broken one, right? And he calls the guys, and it's like we had literally just left a very heated conversation about how they're ripping us off, so to speak. Let me rephrase that. It wasn't a heated conversation, but you could tell that they were very upset at the fact that we knew they were ripping us off, right? Because effectively what it is that they upcharge for parts and they upcharge for labor, right? And so they get their parts from this corporation or this company, right? Because they're a corporation, they get them for 15% off. But because we're a corporation, we figured out we could also just make an account there and get them for the same price and then bring them in and say, hey, I want you to put this part into the machine or whatever, right? Into the car. And so what they do is if they can't rip you off with the price of the part, they double or whatever to compensate the cost of the labor, right? So if you save, if the part would have cost $1,000 to get it through them, but you get it for $700, they're charging you an extra $500 in labor just to make up their loss and everything. And they're trying to explain to us, running a business. Do you know how much all this stuff costs? And it's like, look, yeah, we know running a business. Because you're talking to a business owner right now. We know that shit. And if you can't do it, just fucking say so. We'll go to somebody else. Because that other guy that we're pretty sure you drove the truck over to just to brag, yeah, he lets us bring parts all the time. He doesn't rip us off, and his cost of labor is lower. So if you're going to play this game, so we basically have this difficult conversation. So my boss calls him up and he's like, yeah, you guys didn't put the light back in, so it's somewhere off the toll road. And he's like, oh. Well, I guess we owe you a light, and then as my boss is trying to get the second one goes out, he goes, yeah, you owe us two, so anyway, so that was a fun time, right? And I bring my car in to the other place. This was yesterday. And I had my brother-in-law drive down. I left early. I left probably like 5 minutes or so before him. Or what he was explaining would be 5 minutes. It was probably 20, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. I left early because I thought I might have to talk to them for a while, whatever. They closed at 2 yesterday, so I had to get there. I was literally getting there to put my car there. They're not even going to look at it till tomorrow morning because they weren't open today. But I want to get this done quick because I've only got a couple days off at the end of the month here before I go back to work on Thursday, right? So I get down there. Everything's fine. I call my brother-in-law, and he's still on the 405. He hasn't got off on the exit yet. The exit is Bake Parkway, right? So I'm telling him, okay, so when you get here, it makes you make a U-turn and then backtrack to get to this place because there's no way to turn into it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk towards the light so that you don't have to make a U-turn. And then I say to myself, actually, no, I guess technically you're still going to have to make a U-turn because in order to go back to the freeway, you got to make a U-turn. That's what I'm thinking. So he's thinking that I'm talking about going towards where he's going to make the U-turn so that he'll just pick me up there and not have to stop at the place, right? So basically, I just walk that direction. He's still on the 405. I've got some time. I call him again once I get down there, and I basically let him know, hey, I'm going to keep walking, right? Let me know when you get off the 405, and then I'm keeping track on my phone of how many streets there are between where he's getting off the freeway and where I am. And I'll just say, hey, I'm on the corner of the 4 streetlights in or whatever, right? And so he never calls me back after that. And then I've got my phone, and my phone's doing this thing. This is also what happened with what I thought was happening with the tax thing, is that my phone does this thing where it one time in Arizona, I got telemarketer calls several times every single day. And eventually my phone popped up with this thing that allowed me to opt into it that would automatically send those to voicemail, right? And it was like a I don't remember exactly what the thing said, but it was something that the iPhone was doing or whatever. So I opted in, and it's great. I don't ever get telemarketer calls anymore, but I miss every call from a business ever because it goes straight to voicemail. So I've got my phone in my hand because I'm waiting for my brother-in-law to call me, and I see that I got a missed call. And then I happen to have the business card of the place that I took my car to. So I look at it and I'm like, oh, that's their number. So I call it back and I say, hey, you just called me? And they say, yeah, your brother-in-law was here. His phone is dead. And he's looking for you. And I'm thinking that's weird because my brother-in-law drives a RAV4, which is it's a little itty bitty car that looks like you should be able to grab it with your fingers and pull it back and it goes zzz. It looks like a toy, right? So I can't believe that I missed it. Like, how on earth did I not see it, right? Because I was on the side of the street where he would be coming this way. Also, how did he not see me, right? Because I'm walking around carrying my son's car seat. I thought that would be pretty obvious, right? So anyway, so I'm like, oh crap, I'm like 5 blocks away from the mechanic, and I tell the mechanic guy, like, well, I'm actually at like Geronimo or whatever the street was. I'll be at the corner there. He's like, okay, if he comes back, I'll let him know that you're at the corner of Bake and Geronimo, right? I'm like, okay, cool, right? And then I get to Geronimo like fully because I could see it. I wasn't there yet. I get there fully. And by the way, my phone at this point is now at 1% battery. So I look at my phone and I look at how long it took me to get there. It's like they close at 2, and it's currently 1 o'clock. And I had been walking for a half hour. So I thought to myself, okay, well, here's the thing. I can drive, or I mean, I can wait for him to drive and find me for a half hour. And then I got to basically book it back there because I got to get back there to get my keys before they close so I can just leave and I'll just drop the car for another day, whatever, because I'm not going to get stuck there all day because, how else am I going to get a hold of him, right? So anyway, I decide that's not a good idea. So I call them back and say, hey, just so you know, I'm heading back now because you guys close at 2 and I don't want to have that scenario happen where I don't have a way to get home and I have no way to contact him and my phone is dying as well as his. And then eventually, long story short, I find him and I go home, right? But he was telling me like, yeah, I really contemplated driving all the way home to charge my phone to call you. I'm like, and he said that when he got to the mechanic and they called me, because it went straight to voicemail, he's like, oh, his phone must be dead too, right? Which it almost was. Anyway, so yeah, it's been an interesting couple days. Anyway, what's up with you guys? Dan, you're back from the park.
And dinner.
All right. Green Line, how's it going?
It's going. I also had dinner. Did you get a haircut?
I sure did. Do I look better? Do I look slightly better?
Yeah.
It's funny. I look like decently good in the mirror, but I gotta tell you, the angle of the freaking webcam is so bad for doing me any favors. I always look at myself in the mirror after the show. I'm like, damn, I don't look nearly as bad as I do on camera. You know? Like honestly, if I guess I would have to lower my. No, it's not gonna work. I was gonna lift it up, but I was gonna lift it up, but I've got the microphone on it. Also, further falling into their trap, I do have another G Fuel. This is the third or fourth I've consumed. This one is the Crash. Not brought to you by G Fuel. Although I've always said that I would never take a sponsorship from a company I wouldn't already suggest. G Fuel, if you're listening, please sponsor the podcast and give me free drinks so I don't buy the overly
So
expensive ones.
is Crash what happens like an hour after you finish it? Or,
Well, they were out of Sonic. They were out of that delicious peach flavor. So I'm going for.
Wait, how is
I'm going for Wumpa Fruit.
You never played Crash? That's what they.
No, I know, but I'm like, what is the real ingredient though? Not a significant source of anything. Here's the ingredient: carbonated water. You know what? That's good that it's carbonated water and not sugar is the first ingredient.
That's probably just the second ingredient.
Down there.
Well, the ingredients are ranked by greatest quantity. So carbonated water is first, malic acid, sodium gluconate. That sounds like an alternate way of saying sugar.
Yep.
Natural and artificial flavors, vitamin and amino acid blend, L-theanine, niacin, vitamin B6, vitamin B12, citric acid, caffeine. Wow, not a lot of here. Potassium. Wait. Extract. Turmeric. Oh, interesting. Green tea. Okay, hold on. Here's all the actual flavors. Potassium. Sucralose. Acerifame. Potassium. Okay, green coffee bean extract. Green tea extract. Turmeric extract. Tart cherry. Blueberry, broccoli, and kale. Jesus, I wish the Sonic flavor was available.
Well, what does it taste like?
Kind of tastes like juice. Like the other one was so peachy that it was like getting punched. You know, like it was like you go to take a bite of a peach and a fist just comes out of it and hits you in the face. Right?
Would you recommend it, G Fuel?
No,
I've never had it.
I think the Sonic one with the peach flavor was I went back the next day and got another one of those just because I was craving that ridiculous peach punch. I do not have any desire to taste this again. Okay. I wouldn't recommend this one. Anyway. Okay. Would you
recommend G Fuel overall though? Because I've been curious.
Well, I'll say this. 7-Eleven has Bang energy drinks, 2 for $4. I'm paying extra and not getting a deal on the G Fuel. So from a financial standpoint, Bang is where it's at.
Okay.
I will say that I did buy the Sonic one at least 2 or 3 times because it was flavorful enough. So if you go to 7-Eleven and see the Sonic G Fuel, the peach flavor one, might as well pick it up and just try it. Like I think it's called Peach Rings because it's the rings from Sonic or whatever. Mm-hmm. Decently good flavor from what I really was expecting less than nothing from it, and I actually enjoyed the flavor all the way through the can. This tastes kind of watered down, which considering what I read here, that all the flavors are at the very end of the ingredients list, and carbonated water is the first thing, I guess it kind of makes sense. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend this one.
Cool.
All right, so now that we've got the show running a little bit, I want to address some comments. Place your bets on who wins the fight, Kong or Godzilla. Okay,
Kong.
so I know that Reese commented on my behalf and said it's going to be Kong or a draw.
Weren't you saying earlier, AC, that that America has this issue with Godzilla and they have to make Kong win the fight? Like earlier, like
in the original King Kong versus Godzilla, there were two endings to the movie, and the American one is the one where Kong wins.
I see. So Kong's probably gonna win.
Well, no, I don't think that's going to happen. I think what's going to happen. I think that what's going to happen is I think that the Godzilla that we see in the trailer is actually Mecha Godzilla, and at some point King Kong is going to rip the face off, and it's going to be a fucking robot, a la the old, just imagine any old
That would be
shitty.
dope.
Yeah, I legitimately think that that's what they're going to do, and then I think real Godzilla and King Kong are going to team up to take on Mecha Godzilla. I think that's what they're going to do.
Okay.
So I think it's a trick, and it's kind of like Alien versus Predator. No matter who wins, we lose, and it's like the audience sure lost, but I think it's gonna be like that.
Yeah.
How that movie is being promoted, it's just it's like Kong is on humanity's side kind of thing. It's like Kong can be controlled by this one person who's fighting for humanity or whatever.
Well,
I mean,
going back to what Dan was saying. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I was going to say, my only issue is the last couple movies have really built up Godzilla as the hero.
Mm-hmm.
So now just to flip and if he loses or something, or he falls from grace or something, it's just like, what the fuck? What was the last couple movies for? I know that's why it's probably Mecha Godzilla. Yeah. I know.
Well, exactly. That's why
I'm just saying,
theory.
if that isn't what they pull, and the two don't work together or something like that, and it's just Godzilla just gets flat out beaten. I mean, that's just a slap in the face, in my opinion, anyways.
Yeah.
That's what
Especially from what they've been trying to build up in the last couple movies.
Wow. So real quick, I gotta address this shade I'm getting hit here. But Targus says I look like a taxi driver that can't speak English. Ouch. I'm assuming you're talking about me.
Oh no!
Unless you're talking about Dan's lolly drinking the Smirnoff.
I love Dan.
I'd run the hell out of a taxi driven by that thing.
Yeah,
I can't decide if it's a drunk American or just a Russian lolly.
Oh, it's a Russian lolly. It's
I
from
thought so.
The character, anyways, is from what's that? Girls in Panzer. Yeah, she's the leader of the Russian team.
Yeah.
Did you see Greenline's private chat, AC?
I did. I just checked it. I already answered it.
Oh, too little, too late. I've already asked the question publicly.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. He says he's talking about me. So the question is, what language would I speak? And do you think this greater because of the fact that my shirt is making me look way buffer than I probably am? So real quick, Christopher Barker said, no, not that part. Yes, the headlights are legitimately both gone. And what happened, it looks like, is that when you stick them in, you have to kind of guide it in around there's a part that sticks out and it goes in the hole and it kind of clips in. Looks like they either didn't do their due diligence when removing it, or they just jammed that shit in when they were putting it back.
So how the hell did it go? How the hell did it survive that 1 hour test drive?
Oh no, that was like I said, I realized as I was telling the story that I mixed up because we were there twice recently. The 1 hour test drive was actually for the brakes, and then I forgot that I remembered as I was telling the story that this was the second time we went in, and that was for the red light. It wasn't the brakes. That was from a previous. That was a week prior. I forgot because we had to take it back in so recently from when we last did it. That it was because of that emergency light that came on that said hey, you got to deal with this right now, or the car will blow up or whatever kind of thing. Anyway, I was only there for parts of the conversation because the boss man was talking to the guy who's actually driving it. So anyway, he also said finished High Rise Invasion, fun show. That's good to hear. I'm looking forward to watching it. Also got a new PS3 controller. Reasons why I couldn't find the controller because the console was up at the shed, cleaned out the memory. The only game is Force Unleashed. Well, Is it a good game? PS3 controller. Let's see. So that means, I mean, Uncharted was for PS3, so that would be a good one to reinstall. But is Force Unleashed the one with the guy that was in Dexter as the fake serial killer before it turns out to be the other guy that turns out to be Dexter's brother?
I'm not sure. I never watched Dexter, but I do know Sam Whitworth. He was in let's see, what was
He's
he
bald,
in?
right?
He
has like a closely shaved head. The Force Unleashed guy. He's
it was a shaved head. It was what can I recommend that he was in that I can't think of off the top of my head? You'd know when you saw him. Like
I just pulled up an image.
He does the current voice of Darth Maul. He's the voice actor for Darth Maul currently.
All right, I just pulled up an image of Force Unleashed. This is Force Unleashed 2, but it's the guy. I recognize him. Yeah, he's in the first season of Dexter. This character shows up, or this actor, not the character. That'd be funny.
Wouldn't that? Wow, what an interesting crossover we got.
Is the one who played Brian or whatever?
No, before Brian shows up, there's another guy who takes credit for the murders of the ice truck killer. That is faking, and he's got like a dead body underneath his motorhome or something, and he's trying to build up a bigger legacy than he actually has or whatever by taking credit for the ice truck killings. Right. Anyways, that guy.
I vaguely remember that. I burned through all of Dexter like 8 years ago.
Yep, I watched it on my little ass phone on Netflix, and I loved it. So, Sam Witwer, is that his name?
Yeah, Sam Witwer.
There you go. Oh yeah. Starkiller, that's his name. Force Unleashed was Starkiller, voiced by Sam Witwer. Yeah. So, while I've got you here, Christopher Barker, I've been rolling around an idea of perhaps middle of this coming week, not a podcast, but just a live stream where we talk about the Snyder Cut and perhaps the DC
EU.
EU?
Yeah.
What is the E? Extended. Okay. I was thinking about European Union. Wait a minute. I was like, hold on. Yeah, so I was thinking about getting HBO Max trial or whatever, like just pay for a month and just literally in the description of the video will be in like how do you join the call. You can watch it in the chat, just comment with it, or literally anybody can join the call. We could talk about it.
I would not put that in description unless you want to take it off as soon as it's done.
Oh, so people don't just hang out in the.
Yeah.
I suppose. I mean, I think we can delete them. The hangout things afterward. I just don't. I think there is a way to delete them. Because I wouldn't want to be held responsible if somebody was like.
Yeah.
Sexting underage people through. I don't know what they would do, but that would get me in trouble. Yeah. So anyway, let's. I think that would be an interesting an idea. If anybody's interested in talking about the Snyder Cut or Justice League or whatever, so I'm planning to maybe watch Dawn of Justice tomorrow, and then Justice League Snyder Cut after that. I probably won't watch the original cut just because I won't have enough time. But let me know if you guys in the audience here are interested in just shooting the shit and talking on maybe Wednesday night or so, maybe Wednesday day. I don't know how I'll do this actually because I go back to work on Thursday. But yeah, just let me know what you guys think. I just thought that would be something worth throwing out there because I only have the end of this month where I've got that gap of time because we finished our routes for the first 4 weeks of the month. Anyway. Christopher Barker says, in Green Line 743, Mechagodzilla is in the film. So they confirmed that. I mean, I know we can kind of see something that looks like him in one part, but I wasn't sure if they confirmed it yet.
Has it released yet, or?
I don't know. I don't think so.
When does it come out?
I feel like I would have seen something when I do the articles. So anyway, so the composters. Anyway, moving on. All right, I want to know this. I'm dying to know. Why is the Japanese wig industry flourishing in the pandemic when other businesses are struggling? Sales not of party wigs or cosplay wigs, but everyday wigs, especially for men, are booming right now. Since the pandemic started around this time last year, many businesses have been struggling to make ends meet. In addition to many being forced to close or limit their hours last year, with the change of lifestyle that came from, quote, stay home or, quote, no crowd recommendations, the demand for many products and services has also tanked. For example, since so many people have been working from home, no one has had to shop for business and professional attire, leading major Japanese suit retailer Aoki to suffer a loss of 11.4 billion yen or 104 million US dollars between April and December last year. Just between April and December. Dress shoe maker Regal Corporation has also seen a loss of 2.6 billion yen and is resorting to laying off 100 people. So things are not easy even for businesses that were highly successful before the pandemic. But one surprising industry is flourishing in the midst of the pandemic. Oh, I get it. I just figured out why. Do you guys have any speculation?
No.
So I legitimately, I only read the first half before, but I realized why. So shoes are definitely going to go down because now you're on Zoom calls. So naturally, if you're presenting yourself directly to colleagues in your company, you're buying a wig, right? That's got to be what this is. So one surprising industry is flourishing in the midst of the pandemic, the wig industry. Despite closing for a period during the state of emergency and opening for limited hours afterwards, wig company Art Nature in particular saw a boost in sales starting in October of last year. In fact, demand for men's wigs, October of last year? Shit. That's like so far into the pandemic still. In October of last year, in fact, demand for men's wigs was 275.4% of what it was in October of 2019. Overall sales of men's custom wigs between October and February soared to 145.3% of the same period a year before, which is quite impressive given the state of the rest of the economy. But why are wigs so desirable during the pandemic when we are all forced to stay at home anyway? According to an Art Nature representative, it's because of video. Damn it, I knew it. Fuck, this isn't interesting anymore. Quote, we haven't directly asked our customers, but we believe that for men in their 40s and 50s, video conferencing has made them more aware of their hair. So many have taken to buying wigs. So you think it's because they're looking at themselves they're looking at themselves in one of these, and they're like, "Fuck, I look horrible next to all these other people." Yeah. It's not like I'm living that. Anyway. In essence, Art Nature thinks that Japanese men are getting more chances to see the state of their hair on screen and are, as a result, becoming more self-conscious about it, which is why they're buying so many wigs. Some Japanese netizens agreed with this hypothesis, saying, quote, thanks to the pandemic, there are a lot more opportunities to look at yourself. You can't avoid it. The people who are buying the wigs have probably been able to look at their heads a lot more closely and realized they're balding. That's true. When I see myself on the screen, I tend to become more conscious of how I look. It's interesting because I don't really feel that way. But then again, I'm looking at the articles more than I'm looking at us most of the time. Art Nature also believes that having few opportunities to go out is also making people want to doll themselves up when they do. Quote, I'll say this, that warehouse I worked for, never in the history of mankind would I have ever expected that business would have thrived. But we saw the most profitable quarter when the pandemic started in the entire history of the company. So much so that people who worked during that quarter got a bonus. Oh shit, I just overfilled my drink. People who worked during that quarter, it's everywhere, got a bonus of $1 for every hour that they worked. Naturally, as the guy who worked more hours of overtime than anybody else during that entire quarter, I made more money than anybody else in that bonus. And I'm pretty sure that's not an inaccurate statement. I'm actually pretty sure that I made more money than anybody else during that bonus, even though I got it after I had already had to quit. Get out of here, bud. That might be kung fu you to death. All right. Well, there you go.
After I did.
I want to talk to the StreamYard guys about potentially making it, like, I want to ask them and see if it would be doable if more than one person in the call has control for it to have a cooldown when you click something. So if two people click the same thing within 1 second, it'll only count as one click. Wouldn't that be an interesting way to fix this? Because then we would both think that we did it, and it would just be, look, it's done. We wouldn't have to worry about it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I want to talk to them about that. The guy who makes StreamYard is a pretty reasonable guy. I think he'd be willing to go for that. Look at me. I'm so healthy. Don't carve my mouth.
I was gonna put a hashtag banner up, but I refrained.
Okay.
The world will never know.
Am I supposed to go look at what they are? Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. God damn it. Chew faster. Right. What prompted me to do that was the fact that bug was flying around, and I wanted to make sure I finished those off before I found out he was in there. All right.
All right. I will take care of it.
Thank you. Okay. Our nature also believes that having few opportunities, so people are more likely to want to doll themselves up when they do. You can hide your face with masks, but you can't hide your hair. I mean,
wear another mask.
In a job.
Isn't that what they want us to do?
So we believe that many customers are also paying extra attention to their hair on the rare occasion they get to go out. Yeah, so speaking about the you can hide your face, I got to tell you, a couple of the girls that worked at the warehouse I worked at, which, believe it or not, there were a lot of them there, especially the Hispanic ones who wore like the big, bold red lipstick and stuff. Occasionally, I'd be talking to them face to face, like supervisor to whatever you call them, colleague or whatever. And at one point, they would take their mask off to drink some water, and I would have like face blindness because I didn't recognize them. I had the weirdest thing because this girl that I talked to all the time, very nice girl. She's actually the one who trained me in how to pick. I talked to her all the time. Very sweet girl. And then I saw her without the lipstick on, and I legitimately, my brain was like, it was like the file of what she looked like. I just had this like communication error, and it ruined the rest of my day. Like, I couldn't stop thinking about, like, I can't remember what she looks like now. Anyway, all right, I've wasted enough time. Whatever the reason for the mysterious increase in demand, we can at least be glad that one industry is doing okay when many businesses and other industries have closed or declared bankruptcy in the last year. It serves as a solid reminder that if there's a particular product or service you like, it's worth supporting before it's gone. Well, that's the truth. Meanwhile, I remind you to buy Media Blaster titles for no reason at all. They're still in business, right? Okay. Part of this was to stall for Dan to get here, but now he's here, so I can talk to him about some stuff. First, the Olympic torch flame went out twice on the first day of the relay, filling commenters with dread. Reese, did you read this? Was there anything interesting other
no,
than
I just thought, I mean, I didn't think it was necessary to read it, just like, haha.
Yeah. So, naturally, Japan is just cursed when it comes to the Olympics, and they probably should just stop the Olympics altogether. Who cares anymore? Also, Japan complains over U.S. military's use of the term East Asia. Before we get into this, though, I forgot already that I had spoken with Random 11 about the fact that I'm supposed to be addressing comments more often. Comes out on March 30th. So Godzilla comes out on March 30th.
Okay.
Salesman says, "Y'all laughed at me. Y'all laughed at me. Well, suckers, who's laughing now?" eCaster says, "Ooh, bad haircuts." Also, check out the first 8 volumes of Dragon Ball Super manga. How are they? Are they better than the show? Because did you know that we have just crossed the 3rd year anniversary since Dragon Ball Super ended? Can you believe that? It's ironic. I actually didn't mess my hand by spilling the thing, but I did wipe away what I spilled just by moving my pants over it. So there you go. Take overtime, yeah. Well, the place I worked for had unlimited overtime during peak, and then overtime just went away, and life was amazing because I only worked 3 days out of the week, and I was editing the Broly video for all 4 other days, and also doing the podcast and whatnot. And then overtime just randomly came back and never left because COVID. For some reason, we were considered essential workers. And we never closed down the warehouse, despite the fact that plenty of people had COVID. And at one point, they even pulled the fire alarm without warning the managers that there was a drill that day so they could smuggle people out and stuff. Great place to work. It was a riot. AC does the whole stream with food in his mouth. Yeah, I mean... Is this a challenge? Are you? If you donate super chats, I will eat a grape every time. I'd have to prepare
for every
that
dollar you donate, I will eat 1 whole grape.
I'd honestly rather go like for every dollar you donate, I will fast that many days because I definitely don't need to be eating more at my age. All right, so anyway. So Japan's complaining over the U.S. military's use of the term East Asia. So to give you a quick rundown, Japan and Korea don't get along, despite appearances. It's kind of like a marriage that you stay together for the kids, except the kids are the rest of the world, right? So in a press conference or whatever, America referred to the East Sea, and Japan's like, "What the fuck? That's the Sea of Japan, bitch." And Korea's like, yes. That's basically what's going on here. Dan, how long do you think it'll be until full-scale Asian war? That's a good amount of time. He's muted.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Well, I'm glad I waited for Dan to be here to cover this article.
Both of them are gone.
That's all right. Okay, so I don't think Maddox 01 has launched yet. Okay, this is interesting. I'll address these in order real quick. It looks like Resurrection F is filler at first glance. Haven't gotten around to reading it yet. So are you coming into Super blind? Like you haven't watched it, you're reading the manga, but you haven't actually watched the show yet? Because Resurrection F definitely is filler, but it's the worst kind of filler where they brought Frieza back to sell more toys. So I'm sorry that you're entering into... I'm sorry that you've made the financial purchase of 8 volumes of the Dragon Ball Super manga, perhaps with thoughts that it would be good, because it's not. Well, actually, I don't know. The manga might be better than the show, but the show sucks. Legendary Anime JP Fan 2 says, "You want to know I'm Korean." So that's interesting. Good to know. It's not true yet. So it's not true that that Korea is pleased with the term East Sea. They had another term that I didn't recall it off the top of my head, so I didn't quite reach for it, but I think they call it waters off the east coast of the Korean Peninsula is what they were saying. So I don't know. I just know that Japan. So they've got the what are they? The Takashima Islands. Yeah, the Takashima. Look at me remembering stuff I read. Yeah. So within this sea are the Takashima Islands. That's what Japan calls them. Maybe you can correct my pronunciation because I don't speak Korean. Korea calls them the Dokdo items. Is it Dokdo? I don't know. Yeah, so these are there's some tension here. Look, as an outsider looking in, it seems to me like things are going to boil over. And I feel like China is kind of over there giggling and like poking the bear with a stick, trying to get it to attack. Maybe bear wasn't a good. Maybe I can't think of another thing that would apply to Korea and Japan differently. But attack the other bear, I guess, and try to mop up what's left in between. It seems very much like there's some tension brewing there, as I've covered a lot of these articles about these rising tensions. Plus, we've got this bullshit. The Japanese consternation highlights the challenges for the new Biden administration. They spelled Harris wrong. Which was vowed to rebuild relations with its allies in Asia. I don't know. I thought that Trump left the presidency with us on decently good terms. I think stuff started to kind of fall apart just right towards the end, but I don't know. Thought we weren't doing that bad. It's kind of sad to hear that. Anyway, you can let me know. Let's see. What did he say? It's true Japan and Korea don't get along, but history repeat again. Japan did extremely terrible things to Koreans and America. I know Korean and American wants to get along. Yes. So, and I think that that's what. See, this is the issue. Korea and Japan are allies of America. So we are now tiptoeing in an ever more aggressive situation. We're sort of tiptoeing around what's going on, and it's like. It kind of doesn't matter. Like I said, it's the mom and dad thing, the divorce. You're going to set one of them off, regardless. Like there are no phrases that you can use that the other side's not going to bitch about. You know what I mean? So, all right, and here we go. The island belongs to Korea. China is annoying like communists. Well, that's something we can agree on. China is annoying like communists. One might say they are. Also, Christopher Barker says, I've seen the super anime, haven't read the manga, and checked out the manga from my library. Okay, there you go. So you're going into this with minimal damage if they suck. Good for you. Yeah, so like I said, all my stuff stands up. I really think that they added they brought Frieza back solely to sell more toys because previously that was the villain that sold the most toys. It was specifically his final form. So they're like, let's make it gold. Sell the exact same toy, now gold, and make more money. Also, I want to say one of my favorite ironies about Dragon Ball Z is that the Android arc starts with Trunks killing Cyborg Frieza, right?
Yeah, I never really thought about that. And if they wanted to give him another form, why not just go with his older brother's form? Like, let him just make that form canonical. It never really, his form is now gold. Oh, you're genius.
Did they ever make toys for Cyborg Frieza?
What about him?
Did they ever make toys for Cyborg Frieza?
Toys? Yes. I know there's at least one that came over here. I never bought it, but I always wanted it. The reason I didn't buy it, though, is because it had the opposable... It had the posable arms.
What did you hit?
I hit the lampshade of the other lamp. It's actually it's not that same lamp. Okay, it's that lamp. I thought there were two of these. There's like 5 lamps in here. You can't see all of them. Actually, wait. you can see that one, right? That's in the corner in the reflection. Yeah. So there's the lamps that are nearest to me, you guys can't see. Anyway. All right. So
it'd be funny if they did make one that was held together with magnets.
Or Velcro.
So you could break it in half. No, just the one slice in it.
Yeah, split it in half, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So third edition's an essay on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So third editions, if you guys recall previously, these are the books. This is a Kickstarter, by the way. It has not gone live yet. Come on here. Are you serious? Okay, that's why that doesn't work.
You got them,
sixth
right?
grade. There we go. I did. I don't want them. I wanted them when my job had me sitting in the car a whole bunch and I got to read books and I was like loving life and the podcast was going well. Yeah. So this is the one I bought previously. They did a stretch goal to include the JoJo book. They did not hit it, so now they are doing the JoJo book. Okay. It hasn't gone live yet. I clicked this as remind me or notify me when it goes live or whatever. I might back it just for the sake of making my bundle that I'm selling eventually worth more. But I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, so do you guys want to say anything about this? I don't think Maddox 01 has launched, right?
I don't know.
What's the one? The girl from the other side? Yes, I want to check out where it's at. It's at 38% or 380%? 380%? That sounds more like it. This is how well I prepared for this podcast. That I had all this stuff ready. 600%. Oh no, that's where it's trending. Oof. Yeah, so it's at like 380% right now.
They should have just gone for a series.
I mean, where are them stretch goals?
I didn't see any when it first went up.
Yeah, but now that they see how much money they have, they might start thinking like, well, I mean, if you get us to 600%, I guess we'll do a second episode. Yeah.
Wipe out some of those early stretch. Like the next stretch goal is like, what was that, 104,000? Next stretch goal is at like 150,000 or some stupid thing.
Usually, TV series requires the flow to become efficient from original drawings to movies. Okay. Colorings and photo shooting, as the process involves many staff members. However, in The Girl from the Other Side, we will put in more effort and time than we would in the usual workflow, devoting more effort into photo shoot process to present the original work's fairy tale-like worldview. Okay, so they've got these comparisons here. Okay, I'm going to call bullshit on this. No way are you trying to pass this off as, yeah, it looks shitty, like when we made Attack on Titan. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Looks weird. This doesn't. There's no shading whatsoever. They're doing that thing where they're like, for the Batman the Animated Series Blu-ray, look how much better it looks than this really shitty compressed thing that we put together to make it look better.
Yeah.
That it doesn't actually reflect what it looked like on TV. Anyway. All right. Well, yeah. There you go. So, so the Maddox 01 Kickstarter, I don't think is going to start until they finish shipping out the last one, because I think Robert J. Woodhead smartly is thinking, well, I don't want people to I don't want fucking Amanda Wynn Lee to open her fat trap and say that we're starting the next Kickstarter just to fund the previous one that we hadn't shipped out yet or whatever, like a certain manga Kickstarter company that still hasn't shipped out. Kodomo Noji-kan or whatever. Anyway, okay. Why not have Trunks kill Cooler instead of Frieza? Oh, you mean when he came back as Cyborg Frieza? Because Cooler, I don't know that movie came out.
I don't think it did come out yet. It came out.
It must have. It must have, because they had the Garlic Jr. shit going on. So they had some time, and Trunks and all them don't show up in the Cooler movie. I don't think even Vegeta's in it. Oh, no, Metal Cooler he is. And Vegeta's Super Saiyan in Metal Cooler. But the original Cooler, I think it's like shortly after Frieza, the Frieza saga, like right as that ends. I think that was the year that they pumped that one out. So anyway, Cooler's not canon, obviously. I'm sure you know that, Christopher Barker. And that's partially the reason why it's a
Kid Gohan in it.
I loved his form though.
Yeah.
Like not being.
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
Like why is his form so freaking dope? It's just.
I like
that's
all.
why
of
I think they should have gone with that.
Yeah, I like all of the movie characters, honestly. Just
right.
as good.
No, I just mean like.
Oh, you
right?
saying,
like correct?
okay.
Like yeah. Like.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I like all the movie designs, but that's partially because they feel more true to the style of Dragon Ball Z than the Super stuff coming out now, at least. I think Janemba is one of the best looking characters, and he's not even a Akira Toriyama design. So I'm really pleased with what they've done with it, and they always will have a special place in my heart and everything. eCapture says, everybody I know that likes DBZ was salty. They didn't pick Cooler's form over Golden Frieza. Yeah, for sure. Super's low effort color swap, just freaking horrible. Yeah, totally agree. Especially when it comes to Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, where it's like, wow, red and blue hair. Wow.
Yeah.
Imagine we could have gone Super Saiyan 4 here, but we decided to retcon that.
Cooler's Revenge came out July 20th of 1991, and the episode that Trunks slices Frieza in half came out in December of 1991. So, yeah. Cooler's Revenge did happen while Frieza was, being resurrected or like rebuilt or whatever.
Yeah, he hadn't. Yeah, because I think that Cooler. It's called Cooler's Revenge, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he comes in response to Frieza being killed by Goku.
Right.
Right. Before we even learned that Frieza was picked up and cyberized or whatever.
Right.
Right. And then also, I like GT more than Super, despite its many flaws, but at least GT tried where Super seems lazy as fuck. Yeah, totally. I'll say this. I felt the same way. And then I rewatched GT, and as an adult, I was like, wow, this is some hot garbage. There's if you could cut GT down into literally 4 episodes worth of content that's actually good. And it's 60 something, right? 64?
Yep, 64.
Yeah. And the rest of that shit is not good. I hate to say that because I legitimately do think it's look. There's more content in Super that is watchable than there is in GT. But yeah, the problem with Super is that the story sucks. Like the thing that Super has going for it is that it's funny, right? But it also is bastardizing Dragon Ball Z by making it a joke instead of serious,
The only arc I liked, and this is my personal opinion, was the Goku Black arc, and that was about it. So
I didn't like Goku Black okay. Tonight on our watch club, we're talking about One Punch Man, and one of the tweets I put out today about it was they got Christopher Sabat to voice Pink Piccolo character. They got Bryce Papenbrook to voice the Naked Titan with the audio effect of Eren Yeager's Titan form. And they got Lex Lang, the voice of Goemon Ishikawa, to voice Fancy Flash, the ninja samurai guy. Flashy Flash, thank you. So I was blown away that they actually went to the trouble of doing that. And one of the things in Super that was really cool that they did is they had a character called Copy Vegeta. Do you remember him?
Oh yeah, that's right. They got
one?
his old voice actor.
They got his original Ocean Group voice actor, Brian Drummond, I think his name is. They got him to voice that version of Vegeta as a throwback, right? And it was like that, and then there's the mecha guy, the robot guy, that Mageda, I think his name is, where they literally use text to talk as his voice, right? So they did some clever, fun things with that I would consider like an Easter egg or whatever.
Yeah.
But when it came to Goku Black, this is the thing that I didn't like. So Vegeta loses to Copy Vegeta, and Goku defeats Copy Vegeta, right? That's sort of what happens in the story, is that Goku ends up having to show up to defeat Copy Vegeta. So what would have been really cool, because you're always wondering, like, well, who's stronger, Goku or Vegeta? I thought it would have been great if you had Vegeta defeat Goku Black.
Right.
Number one.
You know, Dragon Ball franchise has enjoyed shitting on Frieza for the better part of, like, I feel like a decade, even more so.
Shitting on Vegeta, yeah, no, for sure. But also when it came to the behind the scenes stuff, they wanted Peter Kalamis, the original voice of Goku, to voice Goku Black.
I'm sure. And then
fucking Sean Schemmel threw a fit and wouldn't let them do that. And that would have been goddamn perfect. But see, the thing is that this is what happens behind the scenes that is so fucked up about voice acting and the gatekeeping power that Chris Sabat has, is that when you become a character in a franchise like Dragon Ball, you don't just voice them for that role. You voice that character in every video game that comes out, the 30 or so fucking Budokais that come out in the next 10 years. You voice that character over and over and over and over again. And that is a paycheck that just keeps coming in, right? So they didn't want to let, because Copy Vegeta is probably not in any of the video games. Maybe like when they do Dragon Ball Kakarot or whatever for like the Super line, if they even get that far, maybe they'll bring him back. There's our copyright claim for the night. But yeah, they didn't bring Peter Kalamis in because of Sean Schemmel, and it's like it just looks obvious, like Schemmel was trying to get more cash, more future roles.
I do appreciate the consistency. But when it comes to shit like that, it's just like, well, first of all, he shouldn't have a say in it regardless. The producers and whatnot.
Yeah. Well,
should be the ones to say.
That Sabat was the one who got to make those claims, I believe.
Right.
That was the thing, and that's also where it's kind of shitty. But so anyway, I think that personally, I didn't really like Goku Black. And this is the thing that really irritated me the most about Super. The storylines of Super, and I said this in my first impressions of Dragon Ball Super Broly. The storylines of Super, I'm going to further articulate on it here because I didn't actually say it full form there. The storyline in Super is, okay, so Dragon Ball Z ended at this time, then GT came out and nobody cares, and then in this big gap of time, what is the audience been saying? So in the fandom community, there's been a lot of like fan fictions written about future Trunks having a love interest. There's which is not Pan, thank God. There's that. There's Goku becomes a bad guy, a la Dragon Ball AF, which was that April Fool's thing. But it was actually from something else that I forget the name of it. Dragon Ball. There's a continuation thing, but anyway, there was that storyline that was like something that was in the public consciousness because of Dragon Ball AF, and there's a bunch of things, but basically they just lazily wrote those things in, and none of them were better than when the fandom had come up with them, which is saying something. Which is definitely saying something, because when the fandom comes up with something, it's usually cringe garbage, right? You get the First Lieutenant Mary Sue shit, right? So when Goku Black shows up, and it's like he's less interesting than what they had come up with for the original Dragon Ball AF like meme or whatever that came out, where he was like, Goku's reached Super Saiyan 5, he's evil now. all this stuff. It's like, okay, I could get behind that. That'd be an interesting show to watch because you're finally going to be forced to use characters besides Goku, right, as the defenders of Earth. So you get to get the other cast members to sort of raise their level and start fighting, more and not be a joke or whatever. But anyway, yeah. So and then of course the reason I can't get over the Goku Black arc, not to just devote this entire segment to "You're wrong, Green Line." Goku Black is the worst arc, but after Trunks has the cringiest way of defeating Zamasu Goku Black. Yeah. Don't they destroy his entire universe for the time travel? Like they Thanos snap him out of existence after he wins, right? Like, don't give me any of that. Like, what a terrible writing that they did. And then, of course, the thing I will never forget, as petty as it is, future Trunks with blue hair. Get out of here with that shit. Get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
I love it when Bulma's like, I'm like in my head, I was trying to make it canon. I was trying so hard. Because I'm thinking like, okay, Bulma had purple hair in the Dragon Ball movies. But in the show, for the original Dragon Ball, she had blue hair, right? But I'm thinking like maybe did she have purple hair when she was younger? Maybe it changes from purple to blue. So I'm working on my head. How old would Trunks have to get? Then it turns to blue. Okay, I'm dealing with this. I'm vibing with it. And then literally, like I'm literally just trying to make myself okay with this thing I'm not okay with.
Right.
And then the very first thing Bulma says when young baby Trunks or whatever is flying up and looking in the time machine. He goes, "Does he have blue hair?" And I'm like, "No!" And then, of course, they reanimate the scenes from the future of Trunks, where Gohan has one arm, but he's got blue hair in all the shots. And I'm like, "Fuck them!" Like, what the hell?
On that.
Anyway. Oh, I hate it. That's literally that is the transgression for which I will not forgive. It's so petty and stupid.
No, I mean, there's some things that I don't like are petty and stupid too, so I don't blame you.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So, who doesn't want a Frieza figure? I want one. I mean, that's fine, but wouldn't you want to have a figure of Frieza that already exists because Frieza's an established character, but then also have the opportunity of a different character that might be as cool or cooler than Frieza, right?
Hey, I just thought of something.
Good.
Oh, if you don't mind, we briefly talked about how cool the villains are in the movies, and it's like, yeah, they brought one into canon, Broly, because of how freaking cool he is. Like, or in comparison to like.
No, see, but the question is, did they? Did they though? Because Dragon Ball Super, like I said, Dragon Ball Super ended 3 years ago, and the Super manga has gone on to a completely different arc. So it's like, are they gonna reanimate the Broly movie as an arc and like fully canonize it, or what? Because it doesn't make any sense how they're going to make this work. I don't even know if they're... How is Super not come back? Granted, it's hot garbage, but it made money. How have they not brought it back? I can't believe it.
Like YouTubers and stuff talk about it, like the Dragon Ball ones, and they're just like, yeah, when's Super coming back? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. You'd think they would.
Yeah.
It's like, how long has it been?
It's
3
funny.
Fucking years?
You'll watch a video from one of those guys, and it's from like last week. Right, and they're talking about Dragon Ball coming back, and then one of the recommended videos related to it is like from 3 years ago, and they're still talking about when Dragon Ball comes back. It's like, damn man, you haven't lost any hope. Like, I kind of appreciate your enthusiasm for the series.
Well, I have no room to talk because I swore that the Bleach anime would never come back, and look at where that got me. Like,
what came back though was Burn the Witch, which is just like something that...
Well, Burn the Witch, is like a little side thing, but the Bleach anime, the final arc of it's supposed to be animated here pretty soon.
Oh, really? Oh,
supposedly, yeah. Like,
better get on that then. I guess I should watch it. I have not even gotten to the part where they get Rukia out of the Soul Society. Like,
really?
That is good. It's dragging on so long. What I used to do is I used to watch, like, what I would do is when I was a good person who actually cared about his health, I got on the treadmill with an iPad and not AirPods, just headphones, that's the word, and I would listen to an episode or two of an anime that I owned that was also on Netflix in order to power through some series that I otherwise wouldn't have picked up. I watched Gargantia of the Vertios Planet that way, which was a pretty decent watch. And then I started watching Bleach that way. And I actually stopped using the treadmill.
Oh, no.
It's one of those things, like, you know, like the thought
it's an
of
alright show.
It's got the...
Yeah, it's
Look,
got the
I enjoyed the shit where they fought... what was his name? Not Gigantor. What was his name? Elegante or I forget his name.
The Menos Grande?
Yes, Menos Grande with Chad. I enjoyed that bit. I didn't dislike the show except for freaking Ururu's face, his stupid little hair coming down that goes over. That was so ugly and stupid. I hate it.
Oh, you would hate that. You would. Oh, no. I don't blame you, though. It's kind of weird.
So bad. Anyway. All right. So Christopher Berg says, Goku Black is where I mostly dropped off. I thought Universe 6 was lazy in ideas. Here's a multiverse. We're doing the DC thing. Lame. Yeah. So I said this in the Broly video, and I'm probably going to clip this and make it its own standalone video because that's how desperate I am for keeping the channel relevant. I talked about how in the Universe 6 tournament, they totally should have killed Monaka. Like, honestly, if they had literally hyped up Monaka as stronger than Goku, and then Goku steps down and lets Hit fight Monaka, and then Hit goes to punch Monaka, and he just One Punch Man obliterates him, right? And then freaking Hit loses the tournament because he killed his opponent, and that's how Universe 7 wins. Would have been the funniest thing in the history of the show. I would have laughed. I would have like literally given it a full star rating higher on my my anime planet for that moment, because that would have just been so funny. Goku can never lose in Super. Also, he's retarded as a character. Yes, but he actually does lose repeatedly.
He does. I watched a video where someone pointed out how often he loses and needs help.
Yeah. What was that, Greenland?
Oh, sorry about that. It's I watched a video a few weeks back listing off how many times Goku's lost and like how much he needed help.
Well, the thing is that specifically in Super, he never wins until the very end. Like, literally, think about it. The first arc is Battle of Gods. He loses to Beerus. The second arc is Resurrection F. He loses to Frieza, and the only reason he actually wins in the end is because they turn back time to save his ass. Then after that, Universe 6, he loses to Hit. Then after that, Goku Black, fucking Trunks defeats Goku Black, right? Then after that, like, they lose every single time. Every single time until the what do you call the final arc? The tournament for that one? But you get
Tournament of Power.
Tournament of Power. And doesn't Goku also lose that? Isn't it Android 17 or somebody who ends up like sweeping in at the last second? I don't even remember how it ends now. Anyway, yeah, so he loses. They lose every single time, which is a nice change of pace for the show, but it's also like I hate that they're failing upwards. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
You know? Anyway. Have I played the Raging Blast games? If so, thoughts? I have not. I have played Dragon Ball Z Tenkaichi Budokai or whatever it's called 3 for PlayStation 2. I think that is the full extent of Dragon Ball games I have played. Oh no, I've played Dragon Ball Hyper Dimension. Oh, and I have GT Final Bout. So I have played more. They're just really old as shit. So I haven't played Raging Blast. Dragon Ball Super is lazy fan fiction garbage. Yes. That, to sum up my point, yes. Respect the continuity. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen fan. That's a disservice almost to fan fiction because I've seen better fan fiction already.
All right. So at least in GT, Frieza stayed dead. Yeah, I'll give you that. How's my idea? Or here's my idea. There is no Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan 4 is the final form. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call it the final form, but I definitely think it's a form that should exist in universe. There's just Super Saiyan with just blue hair, not that red hair crap. Actually, Super Saiyan 4 is Super Saiyan 5. Oh, so you're saying Super Saiyan Blue would be Super Saiyan 4, and then Super Saiyan 5 would be Super Saiyan 4, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like a 4.5 or something.
Yeah, well, he's basically saying that you would make what they call Super Saiyan 4 into what you would now call Super Saiyan 5, so you could put the blue-haired ones in between.
So what about the?
No, he's saying get rid of red hair. He's saying get rid of it altogether. So the thing about Super Saiyan, we'll get off this topic real soon, but the thing about Super Saiyan God that I hate the most is that it's not so much Super Saiyan God. The thing that really irks me about Super Saiyan 4 is that I think it looks fucking awesome. It's got that glam rock stuff. I talked about this in the video. Yeah, I know it's a little too glam rock for people, but friggin' hell, I think it looks fucking dope. Especially when they fuse into Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, and he's got the red hair and stuff. Totally on board with that. What I'm not on board with is the fact that their hair color is based on their actual base hair color. Because when Trunks goes Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball Heroes, is the ugliest shit I've ever seen in my life. Completely ruins the idea of Super Saiyan 4 for me. I hate that big ass purple hair mane. Terrible. And power scaling in Super is beyond fucked. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I hate the power scaling in Super. It's just it was getting bad enough in D, but then Super just takes it to a whole nother nosedive, and it's just like, really?
Yeah.
Oh, this is just.
All right. Surprised FDM hasn't graced us with his presence yet. Okay, so let's get into some quick. I can power through some of these real quick.
Did you go through pickups already while I was gone?
Oh shit! I sure didn't.
Or do you want to wait till FDM shows up?
Nah, it doesn't matter. I've got a pickup. I've got 3, but technically only 2 pickups. So number 1 pickup. Oh, maybe I should go full swing.
Yeah.
So my first pickup, Dynasty in Super 3D and quadraphonic sound. You might remember this was a Kickstarter that we covered where they restored it, and it comes with 3D glasses. I'm not really keen on watching this, and it's if it wasn't shrink wrapped already, I probably would watch it. Just put it on the background, check it out, maybe throw on the 3D glasses. It comes in I think there's a disc. I think there's 2 discs. There's the anaglyphic 3D, which is the cyan and the red glasses that this supposedly comes with, and then there's actually stereoscopic 3D as well. Which, because it wasn't shot in 3D, is probably not that good because you fake all that shit. I might even know people who did this at Stereo D. Let's see if Stereo D is labeled. Super Touch 3D is written on here, so they must have used a different stereo conversion house. Anyway, so there's that. And then I also have here, Reese, do you remember The Aftermath?
No.
Let me give you a hint. Does anybody recognize that?
Oh yeah. Oh okay. Yeah.
I kind of recognize that. Oh gosh,
uses footage from Angel's Egg.
Okay, yeah. That's
Angel's Egg, yeah. And also, apparently, this Blu-ray case is shattered, and I didn't notice.
Oh dang.
That's not good.
So there you go. There's that. Yeah. So it uses footage from Angel's Egg. And I got this one for dirt cheap, hence the not caring about it, I guess, the person who sent it to me. I literally bought this version of it because there's pictures of Angel's Egg on the back, and I thought it would be more thematic to share it with you that way. But I also bought the better transfer one from Arrow Video, also dirt cheap, thank God. And that's
the one I recognize.
Yeah, this is a better transfer because we covered this on podcast 48, I believe.
Yeah.
So, and it has an alternate cover inside.
Reversible cover.
Yeah, it has a reversible cover. So I thought it was cool to just have the Angel's Egg. Oh, when did you get the Zap Pack?
I had it.
We've had it. Is it gross?
No.
Did you know? Did you guys ever try the Little Caesars Zap Pack?
No.
Herbs and spices.
That.
By the way, did you ever notice?
I don't think I've ever been to a Little Caesars.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, shame.
Hey,
I actually really enjoy it.
Oh, dude, their pretzel crust is to die for. So see his robe or his toga? See how it has that G pattern?
Yeah.
So this must be an old design, I guess, because if you look at it now, it says LC over and over again for like Little Caesars.
In that same kind, that's really. I remember seeing a post about that and thinking, yeah, that's pretty clever.
Yeah. So I guess this must be a really old design or whatever, where it's like a G instead.
Old stock? Is there an expiration date on?
Well, my wife said that this has been here for a while, so let's find out. Where would I even see it?
It'd be on the bottom of it if there was one, probably.
I don't see one. Manufactured for Little Caesars in Detroit, Michigan. I'm a little bit concerned that they're not. Apparently, these herbs never go bad. That's never killed anyone before.
Anybody else have any pickups?
Yeah, anybody else got any pickups? Because I'm actually.
I would, but if we were doing this tomorrow, but I don't currently as of today.
I have. I'm literally copying what you said, AC. I have 2, but technically 3. But I'm only going to show 2. Okay. But you did show 3 anyway. Never mind. I got that mixed up.
This is to you, Christopher Barker. Something in my mouth the whole podcast.
Somebody clip that.
Let's cover that up. So this is my pickups. I got Kaiji Complete Series on Blu-ray and My Hero Academia Manga Volume 27. So,
nice.
Kaiji's like the release date is like the 20th of April or something. So, and these were the only things in that particular order. And I was hoping that they would partial ship another order that has stuff from March, but one of the books from Young Press got pushed from March to May, and so I'm thinking I'm probably gonna have to wait till fucking May to get that order shipped out. So that kind of sucks. But the other thing I got it on Wednesday, and I'll show it next week hopefully. Once I get the rest of them, because it's not the first thing in the series. It's like this, so it's weird. I'm gonna show everything at once.
Real quick. Christopher Barker says, "Wait, Trunks and Fighters is what? Not Fighters. Dragon Ball Heroes. This show that's like a crappy fan fiction that's somehow way better than Super." Random 11 is here. Hey, the link is in the Discord if you want to join. You're welcome. No pressure. Anyway, anybody else have pickups, or shall I jump into our
well, I don't have any. I don't have a pickup necessarily, but while you were going on and on and on, I ordered the Megazone 23 premium thing.
Well, there you go.
Oh, is that available
for backer? Yeah, the Slacker backer or whatever it is.
Nice. Okay, I need to pick that up because I missed out on the pre-order.
Yeah.
Or the Kickstarter.
When you go to the Megazone 23, the Kickstarter page, there's like a link there that'll take you to the Anime Ego website where you can pre-order.
All right. So, jumping through this quickly. Honey Lemon Soda live action film releases full trailer. Blah, blah, blah. Who cares about this? It is a manga getting a live action adaptation. Moving on. Tokyo Revengers also getting a live action. Did any of you guys watch Tokyo Revengers?
Nope.
And is it worth seeing?
I have not.
Never heard of it.
When I look at this, could be a sports anime. Could be a boy band. Could be Yakuza with like young Yakuza with attitude. Don't know. Contemporary music themed manga Musicophilia gets live action film. Can't wait to watch somebody in live action fuck that instrument. Because that's what Musicophilia is, right?
Looks like a sitar.
Yeah. Or a shamisen or whatever. What are they? Wait, no, zither?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe if FDM were here, he could tell us. Also, Ghost of Tsushima is getting a live-action Hollywood movie from the director of John Wick.
Chad Stahelski.
Nice. High expectations for that one. Looking forward to it.
Hopefully it doesn't push back John Wick 4 any farther.
Also, when is The Matrix 4 coming out?
It was supposed to come out, like, at one time, John Wick 4 and Matrix 4 were supposed to come out the same weekend, but then Akira stepped in and said, fuck you guys. And took over the weekend, basically, and, like, Warner Brothers pushed those back or whatever, or something. I'm probably remembering something wrong.
What you're saying I recall it. I do recall you talking about this before. I think Matrix 4 is going to come out on HBO Max. Maybe I should.
Yeah.
Maybe I should double check those timings just in case I don't want to cancel my subscription right away. Anyway, all right, getting into the actual discussions soon. Real quick. So I'm a Spider, So What goes on a 1-week break. So episode 13 is going to air on April 9th.
Which is nothing new because shows that are 2 quarters that carry over season usually have that 1-week break for the season break.
Oh, is that where we're at? The mid thing?
We're in the end of the season. We're like spring season is starting with April. So
that explains why there's so much goddamn anime news in this podcast. Mars Red premieres March 29th on Funimation, 1 week earlier than Japan.
Yep.
Interesting.
It's rare for the English release of an anime to precede its Japanese release, but that appears to be the case according to Funimation. However, this week head start is only relevant for the first episode, and English-speaking fans will need to wait 2 whole. Well, excuse me.
So what the fuck's the point, really?
2 whole weeks for episode 2, putting them on the same pacing as their Japanese counterparts.
I wonder if it's because Funimation was on the production committee for that one.
Could be. Netflix also, Netflix is also going to produce a live-action film and anime sequel to Keanu Reeves' BRZRKR.
Cool. I backed that.
Was it a comic?
Yeah,
cool.
there was on Kickstarter. They had like a comic. They're doing it weird. It's like they're releasing it like in standard like comic floppy form.
Mm-hmm.
I think
but also graphic novel.
Yeah. Okay. So they had a Kickstarter for the collected graphic novel versions. You could get like special edition versions of them on Kickstarter, and that's what I got. I got one of them. But then they're releasing like currently, I think the first issue is out, I think, of like the just regular floppy, whatever regular comics you would get from a comic store.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So they're doing it weird. So the people that did the Kickstarter, they're actually getting their product like last, but it's like the collected hardcover version or something like that. I don't know. I don't know why I backed it. I just did because a lot of comic professionals were complaining about it, so that's why I backed it.
That's as good a reason as any.
Yeah.
I value these. I also support things out of spite. A man of culture. Okay, real quick.
So according to IMDb, Matrix 4 comes out December 22nd.
Damn, that's a long way away. Definitely not going to pirate that one or anything. I'll probably see it in theaters, actually. I bet you, calling it now, gonna suck ass. I bet you anything. Matrix 4 is going to be to Matrix 1 through 3 what Scarlett Johansson's Ghost in the Shell was to the Mamoru Oshii film.
Yeah.
Okay. Christopher Barker says, okay, so I placed on hold at my library, Super Manga Volume 9 through 11, because they don't have the last 3. Wait, Trunks has long red hair. What the fuck? LMAO. So no, he has long purple hair. It is worse than you know. It looks ridiculous in Dragon Ball Heroes. The thing I do like about Dragon Ball Heroes, though, is that apparently Android 20 becomes a cute anime girl. Let me pull this up. The Android 20? Android 19. No, it is Android 20. That's Dr. Zero. Right? 18 is
Krillin's wife.
Yeah, 18 is Krillin's wife. 17 is her brother. 16 is the red raccoon-looking guy. Android 20. Here we go. She's friggin' adorable.
Is that the glasses professor one? Or oh, I don't remember this one. Nico?
It's from Dragon Ball. It's not from the show one. It's from the game. So it's like cutscenes in the game or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll pull up, just since I got you here, I'll pull up Super Saiyan 4 Trunks and just show you how trash it looks. The cool thing about Dragon Ball Heroes is that Super Saiyan 4 Goku fights Super Saiyan Blue Goku.
Who wins?
Well, it's it's one of those like stop them before they destroy the entire galaxy.
Uh-huh.
Oh god, it's such trash. Oh, cringe trash. Okay, well, that's fan art. I think this is. Yeah, no, this is fan art too. Shit. Oh god, no, yeah, that's right. He does have red hair in Heroes. Oh god. Okay, so real quick. This is what I was talking about. I was talking about this monstrosity.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Why did they make his fur purple too?
That
would be hilarious. That would have been hilarious.
Cringe how bad this concept is. Just give him black hair. Nobody would have questioned it. But yeah, he has this hideous ass red hair in Heroes for some reason. One of the alt dimension versions of him or whatever. Oh, Super Saiyan 4 Tarble. Or no, that's Kaba, isn't it? Oh god, cringe. All right, moving on from that. Thanks for ruining my night. All right. Yeah, so cool. That'll be interesting to see live action BRZRKR. So, what's the story of BRZRKR? Obviously, he's immortal. He's got like actual bullet holes all the way through him in all these different places and stuff. Not to mention the knife in his heart and all the arrows.
I don't know. I don't really. It's like a action comic story with Keanu Reeves' likeness.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what. It'll be interesting to see what Netflix does to a anime adaptation of a comic book that who types didn't like. See what Netflix does to that. Are they more interested in making money or more interested in woke points? So the new Tonikawa Over the Moon for You OVA trailer reveals August 18th release. So I think one of you guys brought up Tonikawa. Wasn't it you, Greenline?
I think it was FDM. Who isn't here yet?
Man, that's a paddling. It's coming out this season, so I don't think any episodes are out yet.
What is it? BRZRKR?
No. See, Random 11 made it so clear that
Tokyo Revengers.
Tokyo Revengers. Wait, no.
For the next comment.
Really? Don't I own Tokyo Revengers? Maybe I'm mistaken. What do I have then? Tokyo Ravens. Is that an anime? That must be what I have.
That's an anime.
Okay.
Yeah.
But from what I've read, the manga Revengers is about time travel and Tokyo gangs. Oh, you telling me it's not sports and pop idols? That sounds way more interesting. Who cares about Matrix 4? It's going to be ass. Yeah, definitely. BRZRKR anime and live action sounds like a cash grab. Yeah, probably.
More than likely.
You know what else sounds like a cash grab? A Terminator anime. Yep, almost certainly. I know there's a female Majin Buu looking character. Yes, her name is that's from Fighters, right? Her name is Android 21, or as what's his name called her, Majin Thought. You remember Majin Thought from what was that terrible I Stand With Vic YouTuber that everybody even in I Stand With Vic hated? Perfection. Oh God, that guy was cringe. There you go.
Yeah.
Here's Majin Thought. I'm gonna regret clicking that button. Okay. Oh no, she's actually wearing clothes. Thank goodness.
Well, don't keep scrolling down.
I'm not scrolling. It did that. Oh Jesus!
Is your stage shift on? Is your stage search on?
Never. You know what I got to search for this podcast? Boy, she got some deep pants here. Go down to her knees like MC Hammer. Anyway, there you go.
I'm noticing the bulge for some reason in there, like down at her knees.
Well, I'm not gonna comment on that. All right. So the official Hololive YouTube channel breaks 1 million subscribers. So this is actually kind of interesting to me because this channel doesn't actually post anything other than like announcements. So while this isn't the first million sub milestone for the company, that distinction belongs to HoloN's Gargura. It's a momentous occasion for Cover Corp, who manages all the company's virtual idols. So they got the gold play button, which looks like ass compared to the old ones, and I hate that I didn't get one back when they looked cool and not like crap. Whatever. So the official YouTube channel doesn't host streams or archives like those of the talents. Instead, the official channel is the place for announcements, some music videos, and most notably, a weekly 3D animated series. The series features short episodes with fast-paced talking and humor, with each episode wrapping up at around 2 minutes. Most episodes feature slapstick or absurdist comedy, while also making use of the idol's fantastical backstories. So, there you go. They made it to 1 million subs. Now, saw this right before the podcast. Amanda Winley said, "Holy shit! I just realized the NDA we signed for the Netflix Evangelion has expired." Okay. Why did she have to sign an NDA for the Netflix Evangelion? She's not in it, right? They replaced her, didn't they? Yeah. Didn't we have a whole discussion about how when she said, "I just spoke to the person who's whatever," and it's they're in good hands, and we're like, oh
yeah, she was probably contractually.
Yeah, does that mean she's in it?
That.
Right. That's remember because she was like, first. What'd she say? First Rally, then Ray. It's like everything that I've worked on is being erased. You mean just you? Anyway.
Oh, she might have had to sign an NDA because she was aware of what was going
on. Well,
it
was because it was the entire whole old cast had to say it because they couldn't. They had to sign it so they wouldn't say that they would not in it in the new.
Well, they probably had to. They probably paid them just to keep their mouths shut.
Yeah.
Which is why Amanda Winley was like, "Oh, it's in perfectly capable hands," you know.
Yeah. Right.
Although, actually, now that I think about it,
she sent that tweet while walking to the bank.
Yeah, seriously. While taking a photo of her check and depositing it mobile. She said, "I've been waiting for 2 years to say this. You know the crappy, awful script they used? They tried to make us use the exact same script 25 years ago. Matt stood up to them and told them, one, that the script was ridiculous and to step off. Great proofreading. We're using a script that actually makes sense. If only Netflix had the balls to do that, I think the performances of the new crew would have been even more stellar."
And why do I doubt that?
Yeah, is there a 2? Why would you say 1? Great job. It was after this tweet that the lawyers got a hold of her and she stopped and didn't put out the number 2. And just in case anybody thought I was making it up when I said that she has a YouTube channel for pot smoking moms, Anime Has Been, Ray Ayanami, Rally Vincent, Yukiko. Wait, sorry, I said Rally before. I meant Galley from Alita. Yukiko, Magi, Magnolia, Art, blah, blah, blah. Check out my YouTube shows, A Mom's Guide to Cannabis and Queer Kid Roundup. Oh, God. Oh my God. Is she actually forcing one of her kids to be queer? Like, Probably. Is she doing that?
More than likely. Does she have kids?
Yeah, she's got 2 kids, and I'm pretty sure one of them is like a teenage boy. And I don't know if I think the other one's younger. Oh, jeez. Every time I read anything from her, I just get more depressed. Yikes. The current redub uses the same script from the original dub, or that the current redub uses a script which was declined for use in the original dub? Yes.
Number 2.
Obvious. Gainax sent us a script to use 25 years ago. We said no. Netflix used that exact same script. Yeah, here we go. Why did they make them so people wouldn't know they were replacing us? I don't understand. You could literally she's leaving off the part where she got paid. Because if Netflix showed up and said, hey, you were in that anime 25 years ago? Yeah, sign this thing. We can't let anybody know. I'd have been like, fuck off. What's in it for me? You know?
Yeah. What are you going to do? Like, what would they have over? What would they have over?
One of you, Atakuso, are you there? I'm going to send you this link in the chat. Say, how much did they pay you? Because I don't think you mind if you get blocked. I honestly kind of don't mind either. But yeah, just go there. Ask how much they paid her for her silence. How much did they pay you to say nice things about whose hands it was in? Actually, we should find that tweet and like quote tweet it to her and say, how much did they pay you to say this? How was it even enforced? Some lingering element of your original contract, or did you at least get something out of it? They let us audition after someone told us they were recasting. While we were there, they made us sign NDAs. Then they didn't even have the decency to let us know we weren't cast. Oh, that's funny. Sounds shady. Is this common practice or just a Netflix company prerogative? This is the first time I've heard it when it comes to recast both in Netflix shows. That's funny.
Do I smell cancel culture coming after Netflix now?
What would be hilarious?
Hey, you know the ringleader, Amanda Wynn Lee, who tried to tank Gunsmith Cat's Kickstarter.
What would be hilarious if G-Kids pulled a Sentai Filmworks
and redubbed it?
They probably
will. They probably will. I'm not even joking. They probably will. Oh, okay.
Wait, redub it how?
Well, so G-Kids, so Sentai is releasing Baki.
Without the Netflix.
Without the Netflix dub. So he's saying, wouldn't it be interesting if G-Kids, who's releasing Eva on Blu-ray, redubbed it without using the Netflix dub and instead got the cast back?
Okay.
Right? And let them basically do what they did before, you know?
Yeah.
That would be interesting. It's too bad Funimation didn't get the license, though, because they did the...
No, that'd be hilarious if G-Kids
for the
used
fourth
Funimation's
movie.
cast.
Are you talking about the fourth movie?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay, my bad. I'm so...
No. Sorry, we're talking about the Blu-ray for the original series.
Okay.
Yeah. So...
I thought so.
Yeah. But I'm saying we had previously, when this was going on, it was kind of hush-hush who they were casting. We were saying, wouldn't it be great if they got the movie cast for the Netflix redub and used them? So now it's like we have another opportunity for that to happen in the G-Kids release, assuming the G-Kids has to do their own dub because Netflix is being weird.
Yeah.
Which also, if they did that, they would have... I mean, it'd be stupid of them not to, because if they did that and advertised that, and that's like the Netflix dub would not be present on the set whatsoever, everyone and their grandmother would buy that set. It would make it back like day one.
Wow.
Can't they just use the ADV dub, or is that like they can't get the rights to that for some reason?
You know what? I bet Sentai would give it to them. Acer Holdings or Section 23, whatever their parent company is. I bet they would give it to them for the proper price. You know. So I love that. I love that this person said this. Says the same person who, in a manga manga entertainment commentary track, helped to reinforce the rumor that Gainax, quote, ran out of paint. Unless you provide a source, I don't think we should trust someone who said to a minor that they should experience rape. Right. From Ghost Shell Zen. This is regarding the Vic stuff here.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Give that guy a like, AC.
Like, that woman, I swear. Like, I want to... The worst part is, I haven't even watched Evangelion yet, so I'm curious to hear her voice in Evangelion. Let
me tell you, Ray has almost no lines.
Okay.
Okay. But the thing is that that the dub is horrendously bad because it's very overacted. Okay. But the voice actors who voice in it aren't bad voice actors, and so from what I've seen there's some clips where in the rebuild films they're retelling the story of Eva as movies, and there's a couple of scenes from the show that are almost shot for shot in the movie, except that they're the composition has changed. The same turn of events is occurring, but it's changed slightly, updated
to about like 3/4 of the way through the second one.
Yeah, so I've seen some comparisons, and the thing is that the person delivering Shinji's lines is still Spike Spencer.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the same guy, but he's not delivering them as over the top. So that's kind of what we're saying here, is that it would be interesting to get an adult dub, like one where people treated it like it was a show for adults, but with the same actors that we already have a nostalgic fawning over. It's kind of like what they did with Dragon Ball Kai. If you took, the characters the voice actors from Dragon Ball Z, but then Dragon Ball Kai comes out like, well, now you have a chance to rewrite the script and make it less wonky and shitty.
we got a second shot to make greatness.
To make it good, yeah. Unfortunately, they put Monica-ryou in it, so it's not great. So Amanda,
who did Monica play?
Bulma and Kai.
No, you're talking about Dragon Ball Z. Yeah.
Why didn't they get Tiffany Vollmer back for that? Was she like?
So again, I'll say that Chris Sabat has the gatekeeping power for the games, right? So Bulma has lines in the games. He's doing a solid to Monica-ryou, right? So similarly, they got rid of Android 18 and replaced her for Dragon Ball Kai.
Right, but then they brought her back for Super.
Thank fucking God. Oh, also, they made Colleen Klinkenbeard be young Gohan instead of
Stephanie
Nadolny.
Yeah.
So who is both her, Tiffany Vollmer, as far as I understand, they're still around. They can still do those voices. They still go to Kamehacon and whatnot. But yeah, they it seemed like he was trying to create it was nepotism. He was giving his friends rather than catering to the fans, he was giving his friends in the industry a long-standing paycheck favor, right?
Right.
Hey,
okay.
Whenever a new Dragon Ball game comes out and they need to voice young Gohan, oh, what do you know? Dragon Ball Kakarot or whatever it's called, that comes out. Oh, we got a bunch of lines for young Gohan. I'm pretty sure they hired Colleen Klinkenbeard, or at least that was the plan, right?
Right.
To give them, because they're using Bulma, they're using Monica-ryou, Anyway, all right. So this is real quick. Amanda Pottymouth Lee, the person that raped upon another girl, is back at it, calling Vic Mignogna a rapist, attacking I Stand With Vic, and claiming all allegations are true because Jamie Marchi is a close friend. How are these C-class VAs still getting away with it? So this was
that's from 2 years ago.
Yeah. Monica-ryou has been a friend for over 20 years. You will never find a kinder person on the planet. X to doubt. The thought that anyone tried to pull shit on her enrages me. Go fuck yourselves. I Stand With Vic apologist. Denying the experiences of countless women makes you an asshole in my book. Emmy says, unless those countless women can actually prove anything happened, the accusations are baseless. You poor stupid girl. I hope when it happens to you, and it will if it hasn't already, that you can find the kindness and compassion that you lack towards the victims right now. This is the wishing rape or whatever on that.
Yeah.
Well, at least be a little unbiased. Holy shit. Unbiased. Kiss my ass. Some of these women are my friends. Some. Fuck the jerk and fuck his well. I'm done. I'll remind you, this is the woman who said, some people are asking me for an apology, so here it is. I am so fucking sorry. I'm so fucking sorry for trying to help the fans. I'll never do it again. Maybe you can kiss my ass. No one owes you anything.
For a woman that's almost 50, like goddamn.
At least 50. Jeez.
No, she's I looked it up. She's 48.
Wow. That's depressing. Anyway, yeah. So there you go. I'm not gonna stay on this much longer. The thing is that this person says, having worked at Funimation during the work on Eva 3.0, though I did not work on it myself, nothing about the story surprises me. Referring to this stuff, or this stuff technically. Because what happened with that one we've talked about is just a quick recap. They did a dub that was so on the nose that the audience freaking ate it up, and it was really funny. But apparently a Gainax employee or whatever the rights owner, what are they called? Kara? They were in the room and they saw everybody laughing at scenes that were supposed to be serious between Shinji and Kaoru, but because it was super gay and they made it super gay in the dub.
We don't know what was funny. Like they could have been laughing at the freaking airship being called Willig.
There you go. Yeah. So anyway, yes, you are the only person that likes literal translations. Anyway, so Justin Savakis had quote tweeted this, noting a specific person. My AirPod just died. Hold on. Justin Savakis had noticed a specific person that he knew was involved in the Netflix dub. What did both of my AirPods just die?
Testing 1 2.
No, it's good. I'm at 99%. It's good. I had to charge the case today, and I thought maybe it didn't actually charge, but it's good. Anyway, so he was saying that somebody that was involved in the Netflix one was also involved in the ADV one, and he was surprised that it didn't, like they weren't able to pull off the same thing or whatever. Anyway, moving on. All right. Sony's procurement of Crunchyroll could be impeded by antitrust probe. So real quick, I'll just power through this and then we can talk about it. Those disgusted by the censorship-happy Sony's impending acquisition of Crunchyroll might have at least a very small glimmer of hope, as an antitrust probe might have the potential of stopping the deal completely. Announced last year, Sony is set to acquire Crunchyroll for over $1 billion. Sony already owns similar anime platform Funimation, though this deal is now going through an antitrust review by the Department of Justice in the United States. It has been suggested that this probe could impede the deal by several months and possibly even prevent it from going through at all, though it depends on what the Justice Department concludes about it. Sony, I love this. Sony is reasoning that Netflix and HiDive, only a few examples of potential competition, are highly capable, and that the deal wouldn't give Sony, quote, unfair market dominance. I love this. You just know that Sony's like jerking themselves off like, yeah, we're getting Crunchyroll. No one's going to be able to touch us. Netflix ain't shit. Amazon strike, that ain't shit. HiDive ain't shit. And then when they're in front of the courtroom, they're like, no, we take this competition very seriously. They're very capable, right? And then we've got this. Sony has also requested that anime not be considered differently in comparison to other adult-targeted animation, suggesting shows like The Simpsons and services like Disney Plus would also serve as competitors. Tell me, do you think that putting anime-specific streaming services in line with Disney Plus sounds like a reasonable. That doesn't seem reasonable to me. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Hey, Random 11. I booted you for the stream when I went to meant to do this thing.
Oh,
hello.
How's it going, buddy?
You booted me from the stream. What?
He meant to make you full screen, and instead accidentally took you out of the call.
Because the remove button is right below the solo layout button.
I see. Well, I'm in now, and I think this is a load of crock shit, and Sony should fuck off.
You see, look, so you're saying that their explanation about like Netflix and High Dive and The Simpsons is like total horseshit?
Yeah, Sony's a piece of shit company, and everything should be used against them to stop them from buying Crunchyroll. They should not get Crunchyroll. The fact that they're comparing anime in general to cartoons is ridiculous. And for them to have a monopoly on, a majority stake, like 80% monopoly on anime in general is super terrible.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at what's happening with Sony PlayStation division and how they're censoring everything. No, I don't want that.
Yeah.
Totally agree. Unfortunately, I don't think the Department of Justice is going to do anything. I think it's very funny that the Department of Justice has been completely asleep at the wheel when it comes to antitrust all these years. But then when fucking Sony's like, all right, we've got Funimation, let's get Crunchyroll, they're like, blowing the whistle on them. It's not. I do think that that's quite funny. And here's my favorite outcome of this. I'm gonna meme this into reality with the podcast magic. The Department of Justice says, no, I'm sorry. You can't have Funimation Crunchyroll. So Sony says, hey, Gen, yeah, do you want to buy Funimation back for pennies on the dollar? Sold. I think that's what's going to happen.
That'd be nice.
That'd be real nice. We can't have both. We might as well just get out of this business.
Do you think Sony would then buy Crunchyroll selling Funimation?
Yes, that's what I'm suggesting. I think that because they bought Funimation for $145 million, and they're trying to buy Crunchyroll for $1 billion. So Crunchyroll is clearly more valuable to them because they're willing to waste that kind of money on it. And freaking High Guardian Spice will never get released unless a woke company is the parent again. So clearly, we need Sony if we're ever going to see that monstrosity. So I think that that's a very likely outcome. If the Department of Justice actually impedes them from buying Crunchyroll, I think that they would drop Funimation in a heartbeat in order to buy Crunchyroll. And I think that that's very possible. So anyway, continuing here because we got just like two more paragraphs real quick, just for the completionist's sake. The deal is being regarded so highly due to many believing Sony's acquisition of Crunchyroll would give them access to what is deemed by many as the two largest streaming services in the West. Two largest anime streaming services in the West, yes.
Yeah.
The move of purchasing Crunchyroll might potentially aid Sony in regarding to the trust of the Japanese market they have been spurning lately when it comes to their games division. There you go. Somebody else was saying that Japan hasn't been too pleased with them since they relocated their headquarters to California from Japan. Warner needs to sell Crunchyroll in order to pay off their like $100 billion debt or whatever they had. Anyway, so that's interesting. Let's see what the chat has to say.
I really hope it goes through, but it won't. Like you, I'm like, it'll totally not happen, unfortunately.
You mean the antitrust blocking it?
Yeah.
I want to see it happen just as a fuck you to Sony.
It'd be like, who are we going to sell the streaming rights to? Funimation or Crunchyroll? Who's cheaper? And then Sony's just sitting back. Okay, how much can
I think it would be funny because Sony didn't own Funimation for very long before that company went into the toilet. So let's see what they can do to Crunchyroll.
It was already in the toilet, though.
That's true.
Weren't they getting sued by a couple different people?
I know
when Sony bought them.
I'm
assuming those
last I
lawsuits
heard, they got sued because their website wasn't catering to the blind.
Yeah, that was more recently.
That's funny. Yeah, that's funny.
But do you think that Sony is willing to pay $1 billion for Crunchyroll only because they already own Funimation and can corner the market?
Yeah.
Like, would Crunchyroll be worth that much if they didn't own it?
So Warner put it at 1.5 billion, is what Time Warner was putting it at for their estimation, because they like, what do? They have an appraiser or some shit come in and value it. I don't think Crunchyroll's worth $1 billion. I think it's absurd to think that just because you get the user base, that you're actually going to be profiting that much more off of the distributor versus the company that's actually reversioning it. Funimation turns their properties into cash cows, right? And I'll go back to at Anime Expo one year, they had a fucking rock climbing wall that they slapped Attack on Titan's logo at the very top, like that somehow mattered. I feel like that specific event was somebody at Funimation who hadn't seen the show, and all they did was read the synopsis, and it said something about a wall in Titans. And like, all right, let's rent a rock climbing wall. We got to get this shit done. But for the most part, Funimation really markets that shit to a degree that it is way more successful than it ever would have been had another company just released a DVD of it, you know? And I don't think that Crunchyroll is utilizing, let me put it this way. If Funimation bought Crunchyroll, if that was the acquisition, I think that would be very different than Sony buying Funimation and then also Crunchyroll. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I don't think that that it's going to have any like positive. I think they're just going to try to milk it. You know what I mean? I don't think that Crunchyroll is worth $1 billion. I do think Sony is willing to pay more than it's worth because they own Funimation, to answer your question. But I do think it's probably worth at least $800 million or something like that. Like, it's probably worth more than Funimation, just again because I can kind of see it with the user base and everything. But if you lose the goodwill with your customers, which Crunchyroll has tried really hard to do with that bullshit regarding High Guardian Spice, I do think that it's not it's probably not worth as much as it could be if they handled their brand a little better. You know what I mean? Anyway, I want to address some of these chats because I feel like I'm doing such a great job. In fact, Hunter's here. That's how good I feel about how well I've maintained my promise to you that I would address the chats more often. I'll take Majin Buu thought over Twitch thoughts any day because Twitch thoughts are worse. I mean,
she is cuter.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's just because Perfection decided to call her Majin Thought doesn't mean she isn't attractive, I guess. I mean, she did have those hideous MC Hammer pants. Anyway, I've been deep diving in the Hololive stuff. Well, good for you. Deep hole. I hope you find the bottom. From what I have experienced of VTubers, it's been a barrel of laughs and joy. Although they all said the N-word when I was going into it. No hope for humanity. What's up?
You mean nuns?
Yes, nuns, the N-word. No hope for humanity regarding the Evangelion thing. You know what? I'm glad you guys brought that up about that because I actually feel like that set might... I wasn't planning to buy it from G-Kids, but if they redub it and give us the dub we wanted from the Netflix recast, I will absolutely buy that. Crap.
Yeah, see, that's my point. Everybody in the grandmother will buy that shit.
So the Grand Minister, not Zeno, is the real ruler of the Dragon Ball multiverse, according to CBR, comic book Revolution or that's a YouTube channel, right, or something like that. So are you telling me that they got it wrong, or that that's their theory? Because I remember when the Supreme Kai was the Grand Ruler, and then we retconned that.
And then they retconned it a bunch. I hated that.
Yeah, they retconned that to give Sarah Weidenheft a character to voice. Obviously, that's not how that works. But
no, I find
what's the worst thing Sony will do to Crunchyroll?
Like,
the worst thing they'll do is they'll censor anime. Like,
yeah,
they're doing with video
I was
games.
going to give the joke answer. The worst thing they'll do is they'll just throw gasoline on the fire. You know, they're going to get High Guardian Spice season 2 greenlit. Yeah, no, they're going to censor. That would, I agree. They'd censor anime.
Oh, you don't like those cleavage lines? Let's just erase those cleavage lines.
It's not even so
much
much
like 4
that.
kids.
I think what would even be worse than them censoring anime, because at least with anime that they are streaming that they censor, we could still buy the physical release. I think worse is that Crunchyroll and Funimation are both on production committees in Japan.
No, yeah,
Sony effectively.
I assume the censoring will be at the core, just like with video games. When they censor a video game, they go to they don't say, oh well, okay, you know, on our platform it's going to be different. They do on the covers. They're okay on our cover, you know, cover that little bit up for the cover. But for the actual game, as far as I know, they go to the actual game devs and say, if you want it on our platform, you have to make this edit. And then they'll make the edit across the board.
Across the board. Yeah.
So,
and what's kind of happening is that it's almost the same sort of censorship tactic, the self-censoring that occurs in communist China. It's the threat of the leverage that they have over you, which is, what? You want to put cleavage and thigh gaps on the Sony PlayStation? Bitch, do you know how many PlayStations are in the homes of young children? You know, it's like, or whatever guilt thing they do, and they're like, all right, guys, make her fat. Don't give her the thigh gap. You know, whatever. I don't know. Effing Anime Addict says, okay, isn't this so similar to Disney buying Fox? Are you being... So, I think when Disney bought Fox, they also had the antitrust probe, but there was enough competition outside of Disney owning Fox that they were greenlit.
They also did have to sell off some stuff.
Did they?
Yeah.
Was it ESPN or whatever? Or Fox Sports? The Fox
big
Sports
loss. You know, like, that shit,
I don't know
that
about
shit
ESPN.
we were going to cancel anyway.
No, Disney owns ESPN. Yeah. They had to sell off the Fox Sports because then it would have been
Fox Sports. Oh, okay, I got you.
Okay.
Okay, wouldn't that be funny? It's like, all right, you guys can get Crunchyroll, but you got to get rid of that other anime streaming service. Like, well, Thanos snapped Funimation out of existence. That'd be quite funny, actually. All right, so eCashro says, I think what's worth that much for Sony is more so in the leverage and connections they can gain by poaching them from Crunchyroll rather than the anime itself.
Well, they're not buying
much
anime, right?
So I wonder if he's saying that because Sony owns Funimation, if they own both properties, it would be easier for them to get shows that would have previously been exclusive to Crunchyroll that they can get more universal rights to in order to put out on home video or whatever. I don't know. What else did he want to say? He said, also, if they're able to monetize it within their PlayStation network, it keeps the streaming in their ecosystem, which turns the PlayStation into an anime machine too. That's an interesting concept, actually, because the PlayStation Store was about to remove the ability to rent and buy movies because of streaming. So if Sony is trying to get in on that streaming game hardcore, that could be the reason why why they're doing that. Or it seems like that's actually backwards. Like they would want to remain, like they wouldn't want to end it if they're now going to just put anime and stuff on there. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's an interesting idea. So yeah, effing Anime Addict confirms Disney had to sell Fox Sports because of ESPN. I mean, I don't know what ESPN stands for, but I have heard of it compared to Fox Sports, which when I hear, I think
you don't know what ESPN is?
I know what it is. I just don't know what it stands for. I'm just saying, like,
entertainment
sports.
Yeah.
I don't know. Porn network.
What does the P stand for?
Porn, right? Sports porn. Play network?
Entertainment and Sports Programming Network.
Programming network, okay. It's not a very clever acronym or initial. PlayStation transforms into the anime machine. Because they own ESPN, right? We addressed that. Disneyfy anime. Oh god. Is Zone of the Enders a good anime? There's two of them. There's Idolo and there's the other one. One of them, the dub, is hysterical. There's an old guy who has a cranky way of talking that is a treat. It's an absolute treat. So yes, watch it. Watch it dubbed. D-Flex one. Anime is going to lose what makes it unique. One might argue that's already happened. What I meant is that they'll have access to the production committees as well as the licensing. Yeah, so that's the leverage. That's the leverage there, is that when you're on the production committees, this is what I was talking about before, you have that way of saying, like, whoa, why are we seeing her panties in this shot? You know, or whatever they're going to do. Don't you know that children exist? You know.
Don't you know that panties is a legal underwear?
I just want to see. It's like the panty shot happens, and it's like 5 frames. It was like, why was that mosaic? Like, you know,
yeah,
that potentially gives them huge.
What if she's wearing a bikini at the pool? Sony's
like, wait a minute, whoa! None of these characters are wearing the hijab. You know. Yeah, no, I agree. Huge control over upcoming productions. So
having a greater influence on the anime directly is the big threat.
Yeah.
But so as far as licensing goes, the contracts are generally not that long, like 5-10 years maybe for a contract. So that $1 billion, I can't imagine is valuing the actual licensing very highly, right? Because it's going to expire.
Yeah. So I think that the reason for purchasing Crunchyroll is so that you own the machine that churns out profit, right? They're expecting to earn that back, and by owning both Funimation and Crunchyroll and having these otherwise competing entities, although I think it would be very smart to just combine them into one thing, right? I don't think you should call it Funimation. I think you should continue to call it Crunchyroll because that, I think, is where the brand is. More people know the name Crunchyroll than Funimation worldwide. And that's the other thing, is that Crunchyroll is worldwide, whereas Funimation is less so. But I think that the purpose isn't so much about worrying about this license or that license as the main concern, so much as it is forcing people into your ecosystem to spend money there, right? And if you combine them together and you say, okay, well, Crunchyroll used to have this show subbed and Funimation had it dubbed, now you can get it in one place. Your accounts are migrating over, and we're collecting the billing cycle. Price probably go up maybe $1 or so, and Sony is gonna clean house with how much money they'd eventually make over that long enough period of time to pay off the $1 billion investment. You know what I mean? They're looking at this long term in the future, and also being in those committee roles, they stand to create franchises that they will continue to reap the benefits for going forward. And I think that's part of Funimation's endgame, is that they have some of the big anime, like Dragon Ball Z is their bread and butter. My Hero Academia is something they're pushing hard. Attack on Titan is something huge. They've got Fairy Tail. They've got all these major hitters that they can really take the fact that it's super popular and a big franchise that everybody likes or whatever, and they can manipulate that and merchandise that and do all of these things. I think that Funimation is looking for ways that they can not only have a show where they could already kind of do that with, but also own a portion of the existence of that entity to begin with by being part of the production committee and working their way into, not only can we milk this show, but we don't have to ask permission to milk it because we own that shit. That's kind of what I think. I think that's where Funimation's sort of tiptoeing towards.
And they don't have to renew licenses.
Exactly. It's like, look, we're gonna foot the bill for this show to get animated, but we have perpetual streaming license and it's exclusive to us. So stuff like that. Like after it broadcasts on MXT or whatever in Japan, exclusive to Funimation from now on, only way to watch it, kind of thing. Which I think is partially what Netflix wants to do, which is why, of course, it sucks. And I try not to get attached to Netflix things because I don't see them necessarily always getting a physical release. I think right now the market is still strong enough for collecting that they're letting Eva go. Especially, honestly, I think that they fucked up so hard with Eva by not fighting for a good script that they are recouping. They're probably recouping the big loss because Funimation would have spent whatever they could have to get that license, and the fact that Netflix got it said that Netflix had more money to throw at it, and Netflix probably lost money on it, which is why they're sub-licensing it out to G Kids or whatever to let them release it. Same thing with Baki, they're trying to, if they can sub-license and recoup loss, they will, especially if they can hold on to it and say, well, look, the exclusive Netflix job, the one that's in 5.1, you got to go to Netflix for that. But if you want to watch the shitty 2.0 one that Sentai's making, because probably wouldn't let them do a 5.1 one, because of course that's the draw going to Netflix.
Well, I think that's Funimation's standard practice is for 2.0.
I think Funimation does 5.1.
Funimation makes their own 5.1 track for it.
Yeah.
But Sentai doesn't want to spend the money for that kind of thing.
Sure, I agree, but I think that there may even be more to it than that. That if Netflix is in the position to sub-license anime so that it can be released physically, that they're probably holding on to some aspect of it because Baki's not dumping off the platform as soon as Sentai announced that they got it, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like they're going to release it and same day it's gone, as far as I noticed, right? So that's what I'm saying is that there's probably some exclusivity there in the 5.1 track only being available on Netflix. They might actually be doing that.
One quick thing about Netflix. Stranger Things did get a DVD release.
It did.
For season
Blu-ray
3?
release.
Or for I know season 1 got at least.
Season 1 and 2
Stranger Things is different. Stranger Things is different because not only did they get a DVD release, but you go to fucking Target and they've got goddamn pajama pants. Okay? Stranger Things is a Netflix original. Like original Netflix. It's an IP that they own the full rights to. This is exactly what I was talking about with Funimation and probably tiptoeing towards that. We want to make an anime that is the next big thing, and we own it, right?
Right.
So I think that that's what's going on here with Stranger Things is that Netflix owned that, and the show proved to be extremely popular. So popular, in fact, that even people who didn't have Netflix, who are shopping at Target, who see, oh, Stranger Things, I want to check that out, right? Pick it up for $12.99 or whatever it costs for season 1. They pop that shit into their Blu-ray player, and every episode is boom, Netflix. That was a terrible.
Is that really what it, like every single fucking episode they had that stupid Netflix?
Yeah, I would. That it is on Netflix.
No. Well, yeah, that's.
I would imagine on disc it's an advertisement for Netflix.
Maybe.
You liked this? Well, come check out Netflix. Netflix.
I would think that it would only, like Funimation has their little Funimation logo at the start of every episode on the streaming, but they only have the logo thing at the start of the disc.
Well, on Netflix, when you watch the show, at least on Netflix, I'm pretty sure the Netflix bump happens. It's extremely short. It's not.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
I have the Blu-rays. I'll check later and I'll let you know.
For Stranger Things?
But you get my point. Is that their way of viewing it is that it it is a advertisement that brings more people to the streaming platform.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. You put out season 1 of Stranger Things on Blu-ray or DVD or whatever. Some mom in the Midwest is shopping at Target or Walmart, and she sees it's like, oh, Stranger Things, and buys that because somebody at work is talking about it or whatever. She watches it. Oh my God, Jeffrey, it's the greatest thing in the world. And then you're hooked on it. And then when season 2 starts popping up in your consciousness, you see it on Facebook, you see it on Twitter. People are talking about season 2 is coming next week. It's like, oh, I can't wait to watch it. What do you mean, Walmart? What do you mean you don't have it? Well, get your freaking Netflix streaming subscription, right? These are the techniques that are used by companies to try to cater to get you into their ecosystem. Right? Again, the shirts, the socks, the pajama bottoms, all of these things with Stranger Things, it's a different thing than Baki. They're not going to put Baki pajama bottoms in Walmart. You know,
that'd be hilarious if they did it with like a mosquito.
You know, I buy that shit so fast. You know,
and you gotta have the long sleeve T-shirt pajama tops.
Yeah,
it's like just completely jacked.
Yeah. Anyway, let me address some of the chats here real quick. Let's see. Where was I? I think it was. You guys watch Bartender yet? Not yet, but I did buy it. It will probably be a watch club at some point.
Write that shit down then.
Here's my list of here's my list of watch clubs potentials.
Which, while Random 11 and Greenline 743 are here, we should do a private stream among the grandfathers and hosts to iron out future watch.
I'll just read it out real quick, just so you guys have an idea of what I've got here. Golden Kamuy, Full Metal Panic. This would be like all the way through Invisible Victory or whatever it's called. That time I got Reincarnated as a Slime, Violet Evergarden, Paranoia Agent, Parasite, Great Teacher Onizuka, Megalobox, Kaiji / Tonikawa, and Bartender. Those are the ones I've written so far. We will definitely work our way through the whole list at some point, but those are the ones that are currently on it. Okay. Soini will say something stupid like, anime is for the kiddies because they're cartoons. Well, they've already made the argument that that's not what it is because they're saying that The Simpsons is a comparable
The Simpsons is like brain dead comedy kind of stuff. Yeah, at least now. It was good at one time.
There was a time when it wasn't churned out on a weekly basis and not good. Okay, good to get clarification on the licensing thing. I didn't know too much on that specifically. I don't remember what I said a lot of stuff, so I'm glad I cleared it up for you, but I don't recall.
I think they were talking about when I said that generally licenses will expire. So they're not really buying those. But maybe I was wrong.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. Sorry, when you talk, anybody, not just you, it does the little thing that shows that sound is coming out of your thing. Unless I have this on, and then it wasn't showing it. Why is it showing? Okay, you can stop jerking it.
I'm banging it.
I got you.
I was saying I'm banging my desk. She was like, that's kind of worse.
I'm banging my desk. Yeah, like freaking Girl and Shimonetta in the opening. Okay. 2021 may be the year anime dies. I don't think it'll be 2021. I think
this year's had a lot. I think this year's had a lot better anime than last year. So
yeah,
I more anime than last year. Holy fuck!
Yeah. The new company named Funny Crunchmation Roll. Oh God, no. No, if you just used our podcast magic to make that a thing, I'll never forgive you. Too bad the following seasons of Stranger Things don't have physical releases. Those following seasons must suck. LOL.
Season 2 does, I'm pretty sure, but season 3 does not.
I'm not 100% on this, but I also see that as a means to force you to get a Netflix subscription. Right. Only put out the first season of our super addictive great show, you know? Or Funny Crunch. Funimation roll. How's that different?
Funny Roll was pretty much
I think
the go-to name for when Funimation and Crunchyroll had their partnership.
Oh, really?
So just Funny Roll.
Season 1 and Season 2 both have Blu-ray releases. Season 4 is not out yet. So
Yep.
I can see them waiting for Season 4 to release, and then they'll put out Season 3 on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
That way, anyone that is behind can catch up with the Blu-ray, and then they'll be incentivized to buy a Netflix subscription at that time.
Yeah,
To
an opportune
catch
time
up.
to have the
Yeah,
trailer.
it'd be like
on disc.
watching Game of Thrones, and it's like, yeah, it's just effectively you hold it back. That's what HBO kind of does the same thing, but HBO is much more kind to the physical collector, at least. So D-Flex1 says, recommend me a giant robot show between Dan Kuga, New Getter Robo, Voltus 5, and Great Mazinger. I'm going to recommend Voltus 5. And you should check out the Italian opening on Netflix, on YouTube, Jesus. Which was I checking? And Danny says hi. All right.
Everybody.
So yeah, I think we've run our course on the current topic. Unless anybody else is holding something back they want to say before I move on to theater news. I mean, you're welcome if anything pops in. You can feel free to chime in again later. But I want to move on if we're at a good stopping point.
Move on.
Okay, cool. Be nice if FDM showed up.
Oh God.
What?
I think
Okay, so Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 film has earned 4.9 billion yen in 14 days. This is the part of the podcast where I'm supposed to have watched the previous podcast or at least reread that article to find out what those numbers were. That was really impressive, so I didn't have to read it, but I didn't. So I'm going to just say that it's probably more than the third Rebuild movie made in its entirety, because that's what I was going to look up, but I didn't. Detective Conan, the Scarlet Bullet film, to have 498 theaters, the largest number in the franchise. I found this interesting because these movies keep ranking number one every time they come out. They get into the number one spot for a while. I was kind of surprised that, I know that Japan doesn't have as many theaters as the US, but it seems weird that it's having to work its way up to what seemingly is kind of just an arbitrary number for me because I don't know how many theaters they have total, but whatever. Moving on. Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop anime film to finally release in July 2022. It's got an interesting art style to it. I can make some of those shirts. There you go. Continuing. My Hero Academia World Heroes Mission anime film goes plus ultra in the first poster. And the first trailer was released recently for August 6th release in Japan, right? That's what we're looking at here?
Yes.
So this is the poster. So we're going fast and furious, I guess, with...
I saw the trailer, and apparently Deku is framed for mass murder.
Wow.
Shame it's framed and not real, because that would take a really good, interesting plot divergence.
Yeah, that might actually make me forgive the last movie's ending. So I want to ask you guys a quick question. What if All Might gave One for All to Saitama? Would it end with him?
Saitama would win.
No, I'm saying because Saitama's bald. So, how would he pass it on?
Well, he's still got eyebrows.
He would have him drink his blood or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think it works?
He wouldn't have him drink his. Do
you think it works if he clips off a fingernail clipping into somebody's mouth?
Probably.
But he's got eyebrows.
Grind it up and put it on a pizza or something.
Here, eat some eyelashes.
Here, darling, open your mouth.
What the hell the fuck is that?
You want ultimate power? How badly?
When you said that, did it sound like robotic to you, or was that just?
It's not robotic. He's got some sort of background. I think you're muting and unmuting or something. Green line. No, you've got some sort of like it's not robotic. It just sounds like there's like a white noise coming in. It's all right. It's don't worry about it. It sounded funny because of the way you said that with an accent. It almost sounded like you turned on a TV and we heard the noise from the TV say that. It sounds fine. Don't worry about it. Jujutsu Kaisen Zero movie officially announced. So I guess is the movie a
prequel?
Prequel.
There's a prequel volume.
Okay.
And this is going to cover that entire volume.
Would it be worth it to watch the series first or the movie
I would
first?
recommend yes, because from what I have seen, the character introduced in this volume is relevant in the coming arcs.
Okay.
I would still recommend watching.
I meant watching the series up to the point it's at, and then watching the movie, or just jump in at the movie.
Watch the series. I mean, this was
I don't know why I have such a hard on for this idea of seeing prequel movies before jumping into the thing, even though it never works and is always a bad idea. Because
there's references in the movie that references stuff that you should know.
That you should have already known. Yeah. All right, so let's see.
Which is why I will never, ever, ever, ever recommend watching Fate Zero before watching anything else Fate.
Too late.
I did that.
Christopher Park says, wow, Stranger Things Season 2 did get a Blu-ray release. I thought it didn't. Random 11 you addressed this. Yes, it did at a VHS-style collector's edition.
Both seasons did.
So is FDM banging it like Cough was? Oh,
that's me.
That's you. Yeah, just like the first season. Reese was. Yeah, Reese. Eat his hair.
Yes.
What's the detail so far on Neon Genesis having on Blu-ray release? I don't think we have any details.
We don't have any details other than G-Kids has it.
Other than that G-Kids has it. Yeah, nothing yet. Okay. All right. So, speeding through these next two. Demo or Demo, I have no idea how they want to pronounce it, reveals full name in new trailer for CGN. Wow. Demo the movie. That is such a long name. Okay.
God.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's called Demo the Movie. Sakura no Ota, I still hear the sound of your piano. So I gotta say, for a 3D or CG movie, has okay. I can kind of see that this is definitely CG, but it has a kind of unique style to it that kind of betrays the idea that it's CG.
It's like cel shaded 3D.
Well, yeah, it is cel shaded 3D, but it just like something about it. At least in this quick still image and this, it doesn't really look at first glance like it's 3D. Obviously, once you see it move, it probably like betrays it right away. But anyway, continuing. In this corner of the world, the director confirms a new anime film sent in Kyoto 1,000 years ago. Oh dear. Oh yeah, his company Contrail. So did In This Corner and other corners of the world ever actually get a release?
Yeah, the director's cut or whatever.
Yeah, it never came out over here, right?
No, we just had the
lazy guys.
Who released that? Shout Factory or?
Yeah, it was Shout. All right. So when I said there was a lot of anime news, I wasn't kidding.
Oh wow! Like we can't even see the top. We can hardly see the top and bottom of this thing.
Yeah, can I be honest with you? I skipped maybe a third of them, so there was actually more.
And we're not even we're almost 3 hours into the podcast.
Yeah, well, these are just going to be these are going to be this is a thing. You know, it's not going to be
headline. Okay.
Yeah, they're not going to be that big of a deal.
Well, I've been
keeping you can blame me.
I've been keeping pretty much on top of timestamping except for that time my dad called me on the phone.
Okay. Well, that's right. We'll
By the way, I am sorry if you do get a copyright strike for that one.
Oh, I don't. First of all, it would be a claim, and it would be something I would contest and win. Yeah. Please argue in court that ringtone that lasted for a half second is challenging your competitive market share of that song. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So redo of Healer more popular with women, according to creator.
That would be hilarious.
Oh my
I'm using
God.
this article instead of the Sankaku Complex article because the Sankaku Complex article had a bunch of GIFs of girls getting railed. So,
oh, they like that kind of stuff.
They would.
by the way, this is so weird. You guys recall last podcast? Some of the different things we talked about. I think some of it might have happened off podcast in the. I'm seeing about one frame every second. You guys are probably seeing one frame every second at 1 pixel p, because I've got all the anime tabs open. Anyway, not getting distracted. So you guys remember last podcast we talked about a bunch of stuff, and I think some of this might have happened in a discussion that I had with Random 11 and Greenline after the show ended. But I was in my rewatch of the podcast. I got to podcast 49, and I shit you not, we talked about the Watchmen extended cut, and I brought up the Luftballons thing, and we talked about the GIF versus GIF debate, and it's like over and over again. The shit just kept. I was dumbfounded.
I remember you sending us the voice message about that on our private.
Yeah, because I was driving while I was listening. I'm like, what the fuck? We talked about this too? Oh my God. Like everything we talked about in last podcast, it was like podcast 49 is like the twin sister of that last podcast. So I guess after a certain point, they just start running together and you've already seen them all.
Yeah, you're on repeat.
Apparently, because I can't remember all the times I've told the same exact story over and over again.
Funny story, the character you see right here is the dude who changed his upper body into that of a woman. And then he goes after one of the people who abused him, and she's a lesbian.
Thanks
you're
for the spoilers.
cute. Oh, what the fuck is that? What did I touch that? No!
Well, if you had to do some revenge on a lesbian, the best way to do it would be. Anyway,
that was
right, so
I think that was last episode. It was or like the last episode or the episode before last, and I thought that was so funny.
Okay, well, I'll tell you this. Does it surprise you that just the idea that the show would be more popular with women?
No, it doesn't surprise me.
I don't have any reservations on the topic.
So I haven't watched the show
like what's that? 50 Shades of Grey? Like that was was all women, right?
Like I was surprised at first, to be honest with you, but then I thought about it for even like a second, and I was like, wait, no, that shouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I may or may not have tried to find a clip of Stefan Molyneux breaking down 50 Shades of Grey to throw in right now, but surprisingly hard since he got yeeted off of YouTube. Yeah, so I'll say this. I heard Rakeda talking about the fact that he's watching Redo of Healer with his audience or whatever, and he was saying that some of the girls in the audience that join him, like the content creators that join him for like the part where they actually get to verbalize the stuff when they're doing the watch club thing, they're brutal.
Just to correct you, he's watching it with Yellow Flash.
Right. So isn't it a Discord thing or whatever they're doing?
No.
What
Yellow
version
Flash,
are they watching?
Yellow Flash has a show every Saturday, which he privates right afterwards, so it doesn't show up on his page.
Oh, okay.
But Rakeda goes there, Star Wars Girl goes there, Raging Golden Eagle goes there, and they're all watching the show.
To invite me. Okay, yeah. So anyway, thank you for correcting it. But the point is, I think it's Star Wars Girl then, if that's who it is.
Yes.
They'll be at the part where like I haven't watched the show, but something to do with the fireplace equipment, and she's like,
that was an
stick the fireplace poker up, or Anyway, so yeah, they're just saying like Star Wars Girl is apparently much more eager to see these girls get destroyed than the rest of them. Anyway.
Yeah, because they're not. They are just absolutely. You fucking hate these people. But
it sounds like
what they did to him.
Yeah. So it says here that according to the creator of Redo of the Healer, the anime series has been more popular with women than men in spite or because of its themes and content. Light novel author Rui Tsukio mentioned recently on Twitter that they were surprised to learn that a greater percentage of women were watching Redo of Healer compared to other anime titles. Tsukio allegedly received this information from the metrics of a streaming service that is showing the series. The news will come as a surprise to some, as Redo of Healer has been criticized for its use of sexual assault as a plot device and its treatment towards female characters. These things contributed to the show being canceled in Germany. I would have said banned, but yes. There's their tweet. The manga and light novel versions of the series have also been refused by English publishers. Quote, for overseas, this is another tweet. I've received several inquiries about buying the English version of Redo of Healer, but it doesn't exist. We tried to publish the English version, but it was refused by an overseas publisher. The situation may change if many requests reach overseas labels. The series has had 3 different versions due to the nature of its content, which is considerably explicit for a primetime anime series. One version has much of the sexual content censored for television broadcast. Another has only the most explicit scenes and content censored for online streaming. That's the version that High Dive is streaming, apparently. And finally, a complete recovery version, which is fully uncensored. The fully uncensored version is only available on the Japanese premium channel ATX, although some fans hopefully speculate that Sentai Filmworks will release the uncensored version on Blu-ray disc. Look, if Sentai doesn't release it, I will never buy another thing from them again. Assuming that the character doesn't rape lollies by the end of the show.
That's the oh god, you're not gonna like this show. It's I think it's consensual, but it's like kind of like coerced consensual.
Okay, so to be clear, what I'm saying is the only thing that would allow me to understand Sentai not releasing it is if the character rapes lollies by the end of the show.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I want to say something about this, actually. I was thinking about this the other day, about Pepe le Pew. We haven't talked about the fact that they are axing Pepe le Pew from Looney Tunes and like from, I think there's like a, there's like a Space Jam scene in the new movie where they're like, Pepe, you let me sit you down here and learn you something about consent or whatever, right?
No, it'd be hilarious if they had the roosters like, boy, I say, boy, you can't talk women like that.
I thought they were just not having him in Space Jam at all.
No, I've heard, and this could be a rumor, but I've heard that they actually have a scene dedicated to teaching him the error of his ways. It's basically like that old, what was that, Axe commercial, Old Spice or whatever, where the guy like looks at the girl and the other guy's like, dude, not cool, or whatever that toxic masculinity commercial was all about. So I will say this though, I really dislike the cancel culture. Look, I don't give a shit about Pepe le Pew personally. I don't have any like emotional attachment to this character. I never thought Looney Tunes was funny. There were a couple of them that I liked. There are a couple of them that I liked because I kind of liked the opera stuff and how they introduced kids to opera, which they carried over into Hey Arnold with that one. What was the one they saw? They did a good one with Actually, they did a couple with Hey Arnold. They did the Romeo and Juliet one, and then they had the other one. I forget the name of it. It doesn't matter. But the thing about Pepe le Pew that I was thinking about, just from the perspective of a parent, is I actually kind of like having these flawed characters in cartoons my kids might see, because it offers me a safe way to explain to my kids behavior that's clearly not okay. Right. Because I can point to the fact that the cat character that walked under the paint or whatever and got the tail to look like a skunk is struggling the entire time. Right? I can use that as a way to say this behavior is not appropriate, and look at how much this character hates it, or whatever, And I don't like it's unacceptable for women to be harassed, therefore take it out of fiction, or whatever, because I can't, if you don't give somebody a visual of the thing that you say, don't do that. Yeah. Then you have to articulate it in a way that a kid can't understand.
They're going to go out in the world thinking the world is all sunshine and rainbows.
That happened with Tropic Thunder, right? Everyone was complaining that they used the word retard and Robert Downey Jr. was in blackface. And it's like, they weren't glorifying blackface. Like, the whole point was his character was like an idiot and thought it was okay to do blackface.
Well, my favorite argument on that regard is when they came after PewDiePie for making Nazi jokes because it glorified Nazis, and it's like, right, we glorify Nazis by making fun of them. That's great logic, you know?
Yeah. And with if what you said is true, that in the new Space Jam movie, he actually is in the movie. They didn't just outright cancel him. And
I heard they completely cut him out of it.
That's what I heard. But if
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was
incorrect,
reading a green text on 4chan or something.
No, the article I read, that was the scene they cut. Was the scene where they were going to.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Just quickly, having people talk to him and tell him like, "Hey, dude, you're a skunk. That's a cat. Like, stop it." As long as they didn't do it super cringy, which I mean, low chances, but I could see them doing it where it wasn't cringe, and I'd be okay with them doing that because everyone knows, like, yeah, like that's probably not a good thing to be doing, right? Just chasing this one girl that clearly is not interested. And I think that's way better than canceling the character outright.
Well, while we're on this topic, can I ask you for your opinions on this? Yikes.
Everybody who grew up in the 90s had a crush on Lolly Bunny.
I feel like this fueled the furry pandemic, so I hate that.
Well, look, I don't know that I would agree that something like this specifically, I don't know what causes furries, all right? I don't know what causes it. I wouldn't necessarily say that this is what causes it, though it very well may be. I don't think that making them ugly or whatever argument you're going to make is going to fix it.
I would not make that argument. I just don't like furries.
No, I agree. But so what I'm trying to say though is that let's take the furry aspect out of it, and let's talk. Use it in another context. Mass Effect Andromeda or any of these other things. But let's gear it towards the kid, like what Space Jam's target audience was versus Mass Effect's target audience, right? So I want to ask you, very similar to the discussion we just had with Pepe Le Pew, I feel like having the character that is the big, strong guy, right? The Popeye, or Popeye's probably a bad example. Although Popeye's a decent example in the sense that it teaches kids eating spinach, right? But that's probably a bad example for the overall argument. But let's say, I'll say that some of them are probably too far. Some are probably too far when it comes to things such as, what's the girl from Jessica Rabbit? Is that her?
Huh?
Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Roger Rabbit's
Jessica.
thought.
Yes.
Is it Jessica? Oh, her last name's Rabbit because that's Roger Rabbit's last name. Okay. See, all of a sudden I'm like, was she a rabbit? Like, anyway. But yeah, I think that's probably a little bit a touch too far.
Yeah,
and yeah, maybe
about bestiality.
Yeah, well, not so much that. I'm trying to come up with an example. Okay, let me put it this way. God, I can only right now. I'm only going to be able to come up with instances where it went a little too far. Harley Quinn. I tried to show. So I work at my job. I work with another guy who's like in his mid to late 50s or whatever, and we just talk all day because there's nothing else to do. And the topic of Harley Quinn came up, and I just brought it up. I think we were talking about Mark Hamill, and I was talking about how he voices Joker in the cartoon, and then somehow it got into Harley Quinn, and I pulled up a clip, and I was just like, honestly, I'll be real. That show got real sexual when Harley Quinn got introduced, and I brought up a clip, and I could not fucking believe how sexual it was. when Joker's like creating these elaborate plans to defeat Batman, and Harley comes out with the full face makeup and everything, but she's in like a negligee, and she's like sitting on his desk, and she's like knocking the one strap down over her shoulder, and like basically trying to seduce him, right? And she's like, what's the matter, sugar? Don't you want to rev your Harley and all that kind of shit? So perhaps these are terrible examples that may have gone a little too far. But my question is, do you think kids need to be sheltered from the concept of romance or sexuality in that regard? Like, do you think a character that's quote unquote sexualized is harmful to kids?
No, because most kids wouldn't really know what they're watching.
Yeah,
Stuff like that is really just for adults.
I mean, if they're over 5 years old, I think,
So you could say that there's the double entendre aspect of the idea, but I would say that I like how Deflex wants this. Deflex, they desexualized her. Yeah, so I would say that I think that there is some value in quote unquote sexualizing characters, in the sense that it creates a orientation for kids going into puberty, that having something that is, I'm trying to think of the PG way to say this, that is stimulating not so much the sexual stimulation, but stimulating this quote unquote stimuli related to it, that is not necessarily a real person, I actually think might be healthy towards kids working their way through puberty. You get what I mean? And what I mean, like, so like, it's kind of like when you see like old like 90s shows or whatever, and you've got like the kids' room, and there's a bunch of like swimsuit model pinups everywhere, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. It's like when you acknowledge the sexual form of the opposite sex, and you do it in a way that is not overt and gross, like it's not like you've got an actual Playboy pinup in some 12-year-old's room kind of thing. I think that there's probably some value in that, to orienting kids towards their adult I don't know. I think there is something that helps kids through puberty, so to speak, in terms of it gives a direction without making it like some adult, trying to help them through it and having it get like a weird relationship with the teacher kind of thing. You get what I mean? I don't know. I don't know really what I'm trying to say here. I guess I haven't figured out the words to articulate it properly yet. But I think that just like the kind of the discussion we previously had with regarding Pepe le Pew, I do think that there's probably an argument to be made that desexualizing the characters is actually going to have negative effects in a generation past where we're at now, when those kids grow up and their sexual attraction is thick thighs Godzilla, right? Or whatever we do. Anyway.
As much as I hate furries, I still disagree with the change. Like, it's unnecessary. And it seems like they're going out of their way to kind of make a distinction between the old version and the new version.
Mm-hmm. So on the left here, even though, again, not a furry, not into this, when I look at this character, I see, she's supposed to be sexy, alluring, whatever. When I look at the one on the right, she reminds me of, you guys remember in Tiny Toons? There was, I think it was the
Babs.
squirrel. Slappy Squirrel?
Oh, that was in Animaniacs.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Slappy Squirrel, the old...
the older one that was kind of like...
yeah. She had like a weird flower hat.
That's the vibe I get from this character's face.
Yeah.
I'm getting sexy bedroom eyes on the left, and then aloof know-it-all on the right.
So
I'm getting a Karen on the right.
Well, I think it's kind of funny that you also brought up Pepe as well, because if you've watched the new Looney Tunes, that they released maybe the last 3 or 4 years. Lola is in that show.
Oh,
and,
really?
Yeah, and she is super not sexualized. Frankly, the demo's like super kid, so okay, fine, whatever.
Sure.
But her character is obsessed with bugs, like stalker obsessed with bugs.
Okay, so
That's weird.
You're telling me that the showrunners thought so. Now, granted, I have not seen Space Jam since it was in theaters.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, which was like '96, right?
Right.
I took my entire class to see it for my birthday.
MVP right there.
Yeah. So, when I say my entire class, I mean like the 12 guys that were in the class or whatever that were friends, stay over and see a movie and spend the night kind of birthday or whatever.
Oh, cool.
Anyway, so I haven't seen it in a long time, but if I recall correctly, when Lola Bunny comes out, because like I don't remember, I know she was shoehorned into the plot over the fact that they were trying to give Bugs like a love interest that wasn't Elmer Fudd or whatever. She comes out, and I don't I recall a bunch of the characters doing like the like they were all like really interested in her, but her entire character thing was she's basically the Fujiko, right?
Yeah,
you can't get this. Yeah, like her character arc, or her character type rather, was that she knows she's above them. She's way out of their league. Was the idea,
and she gets mad at them when they do that, and she's like, "Don't ever call me doll" or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So by desexualizing her and making her obsessed with bugs, that literally takes her from I am better than you, and you don't even she's like the freaking e-thought, right, level of she's got the pay pigs and shit, to now she is the simp, right? That's basically what you're telling me, that's the direction, that's the role model young ladies need.
Yeah.
What's up?
They completely reversed her character.
Wow.
And she's worse than Pepe, because Pepe just chases the cat. She in the show psychologically manipulates people around her to try and get bugs in her life, like full out wacko stalker level.
Wow.
So
okay.
I think it's kind of funny
If
that
it was
they
Bugs
focused
doing
on
that to
Pepe.
her, that show would be canceled in like 3 episodes.
Okay, I don't want to ruin it because I still plan on releasing this video at some point. But when Duo and Dan and I went to see the Yuri on Ice 6-hour marathon in the theaters, Duo made an incredibly good point where he said if Yuri in Yuri on Ice was a girl, it would have been canceled. Because the Victor character is such a creepy, rapey guy that you wouldn't tolerate it if the love interest guy was.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, so I want you guys to look at Lola on the right side of the screen real quick. Okay, keep your eye on her. Here it comes. I'm dead serious, guys. That's who it is.
Yep.
It's the right? Slaffy Squirrel. It's the same freaking face.
The other weird thing is that the this piece of art, this promotional art, I don't know how accurate it will be in representing the character from the movie, because from my understanding, the characters in the movie are more CG. Like this is more like 2D art.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm actually kind of interested in learning what they're going to do, because the actual process for how they did the original movie was probably such a huge pain in the ass that they would never do that again. So I don't know. Honestly, I'll be real with you. I don't think many artists these days have the artistic ability to to do what they did back then and have the characters feel like they're actually grounded in the shot, you know. Plus, they're going to use a lot of moving cameras and stuff.
How old is Who Framed Roger Rabbit? When was that movie made?
It's even older by a long shot, like at least another 10 years.
And Back in Action, I think it was with Fraser.
Oh god,
that one was 2D, and that one was newer. I think that was like 2000-ish.
Yeah.
So they were still doing
1988 live. That movie is older than I am.
Yeah. When was Back in Action?
I'm assuming because it came out
That was
June 22nd.
That was a freaking milestone. And
yeah, I'm not really. I mean, I'm not really a fan of the movie, but yeah, for what they did with it was pretty ambitious.
Back in Action was 2003, and in that one it was still 2D animation.
Yeah. So one of the things I like, again, I have not seen the movie in ages, but one of the things I remember them doing, I think they animated their reflections on the basketball court. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen it. Anyway,
I don't remember.
All right, let's get off of this and move on. Unless you guys have anything else. Actually, I should probably address.
I'd like to add something while you address chat, like the overall stupidity of cancel culture. The culture that exists that I feel like they need to the 20-somethings and less than 20-somethings think that something is offensive when they haven't even considered like anything about it. Like what makes it to them? What makes it? What was in the minds of the creators when they were making the set? Well, like you mentioned with Lola Bunny, it was like they didn't consider that she was unattainable. Like it was like she was above.
Isn't it weird? I feel like every step that they make is the step right onto the rake. You know, that slaps them in the face. Like everything I see with cancel culture, every rewrite. To give you the perfect example, Captain Marvel. That movie, which I still have not seen, but can recall from other people making the same point. Apparently, the movie starts with her, some guy on a motorcycle, like pulls up next to her and says, "Hey, you should smile more." And then the next shot is her riding away in his clothes on his bike, literally telling you, "Hey, the hero of this story is kind of a bitch," you know. Yeah. Like
there was a deleted scene where he pulls back her newspaper, and then because he pulled back he pushed down her newspaper with his finger so that he could see her better.
Get a peek at her face or whatever. To flirt with her. Yeah. I've heard about that. So I definitely like. I've talked about this before that the woke culture has written them. They've created a world for themselves where they've made a bunch of rules that make entertainment unentertaining, right? And I've discussed this before about how what they have done is they've demonized straight white men to a degree where if you're not a straight white man, you're oppressed, and therefore you can't have any flaws, right? Because if you're trans, can't have any flaws. You can't have anything that makes you look bad if you're trans. So all the characters are Mary Sue's. None of them are interesting. And then the only characters that you can make have flaws, go through character arcs, and be interesting are the straight white men. And they haven't figured out that all of their stories are garbage because they are basically fan fictioning them, you know, to make their characters untouchable, perfect. And I find it, one of the things about us watching One Punch Man that I found so hilarious is that in a lot of ways, One Punch Man, the concept, not the show, but the concept of it is very much one of these types of things. And yet it's written so perfectly because freaking Saitama's got tons of flaws. And they play off of him being flawed to make it hilarious, you know, and to make the show work in general. You know, anyway, I'll move on from here, but I do want to address in the chat. Real quick. D-Flex once said, Arion from Discotheque upcoming release, any good? I'm going to buy it. I don't know if it's any good, but I can't wait to see it. Danny says, I do not get the overhype on Discotheque Echo release. It is not a title that redefined anime. So I think that the hype behind it is that they were trying to do something very ambitious with it because the masters were lost. But then they were found. And that's great and everything. But now the hype behind it is kind of like, well, okay, still going to buy it.
I'm going to buy it.
Has anybody seen the final season of Fairy Tail? If so, does it have a decent ending or does it leave with a cliffhanger?
Next comment.
Kind of. It's how do I explain this?
Okay, I got you.
It leaves.
Reese answered it.
Oh, okay.
You can answer it too, but I'm just saying I've got the comment up there because Reese did answer it.
Okay, yeah, no, I kind of agree with Reese. It's closure. I wouldn't call decent closure. I guess it's not all that great. The last arc was messy. I didn't really enjoy it all that much, but there is a sequel manga that I'm currently reading that is honestly pretty decent. I'm gonna wonder if they animate it or not, but I'm not sure.
By the way, I saw some. Occasionally, for this podcast, I have to look at things on the internet with safe search turned off to get thumbnail-worthy things. And I saw, what's the girl's name that Lance has all the figures from?
Ursa.
Saw some non-canon artwork, and I'm kind of understanding the love of the character.
Which one? You got. Do you have it on file?
I don't have it on file. I'm just saying that.
I'm sure Lance would like to see it in his waifu channel.
Well, if it crosses my path again, I'll make sure to post it in the NSFW Discord channel. Anyway, finally, someone discussing the real problems in this world. Reese answering from here. Heck yeah, thank you. Why she have no booba? See, I'm more concerned with the slappy squirrel mouth and face. I will not be able to watch it without hearing that voice. Yeah, Jessica Rabbit. What do you think of Darkwing Duck Prison Break? I can't actually click on that the way that I've got StreamYard set up, but I'll check it out later when I get a chance. Oh, speaking of that character, new Warner Brothers logo. Really?
No, it's just a shield,
what?
like a streamlined shield.
Huh. I ain't mad about Lola Bunny change. I kind of saw her that way anyway. AC ain't a good sex ed instructor. Apparently not. Thank you for answering for me. You always see the one reason I'm not bent out of shape over you answering is me. It's because you always say things I probably would have said. Actually, that's not true at all. Never mind, because you said plenty of things tonight specifically.
So I just want to point out that video that Fox Pixar Media posted is a 3.5 hour long video of claymation Darkwing Duck characters, I assume set to the plot of Prison Break.
Wow.
But that's pretty
ambitious.
Dedication.
I will watch that on my own time for fun. Not a whole 3 hours of it, probably like 20 minutes of it, and then once the joke gets old, click away. But I liked Prison Break a lot more than I thought I would. And Darkwing Duck was cool when I was a kid. I haven't seen it probably in more years than I saw Space Jam. They simmed Lola Bunny. No. Okay. Who else would watch Darkwing Duck Prison Break? Well, like I said, I'll check it out. She's an inspiration to all thoughts. In one of the early WrestleMania, Rowdy Piper painted half his body and face black, so the peacock, meaning CBS or whatever, is that NBC? NBC. So the peacock removed it. So it's like saying when Mel Gibson half his face blue, do they mean Braveheart is doomed? Well, I mean, I think that the black is different than the blue in the eyes of the people who are doing the removing. Mel Gibson will get doomed for other things that he has said and done by them. How about the last act? Yes. By the way, I didn't cover this last podcast. It's getting a Blu-ray. Actually, I think it's getting a 4K Blu-ray. Can't wait. Cannot wait. Love that movie. Probably one of the greatest, most underrated Schwarzenegger movies ever made. The reason you're bringing it up is because of the cartoon cat character in The Precinct that is randomly there and funny as shit. Yes, perfect. I didn't bring it up. I'm glad you did.
Is that the movie where the line is "Who is your daddy and what does he do"?
Is that from that movie? It might be. That's the one where the kid gets sucked into the movie with Schwarzenegger and he's living in the movie world, and then they go to the Blockbuster and it's a poster for the Terminator and it's Stallone as the Terminator instead of him, and he's like, what are you talking about? Haven't you realized you're living in a movie? Look at all the women out here. They're all perfect 10s, or like all the women are super hot.
Maybe I'm thinking of the one where he buys the action figure.
Oh, that's
Jingle All the Way.
Yeah, Jingle All the Way. With
Yeah. Turbo Man.
Let's see. I asked two of my friends who are black, and do not find half black is not right. Yes. See, again, that's the thing. This is what I was talking about earlier. I don't know if you were here for this about how the Chinese Communist Party has this thing where in China they censor Winnie the Pooh because it looks kind of like Xi Jinping, but it got to the point where they got so much pressure from the Chinese Communist Party that now they censor it preemptively, right? So this is kind of what's going on here, is that people are so afraid of Black Lives Matter and these different activist groups that they are preemptively censoring things that aren't even racist, right, in order to quell the beast, because they treat black people like children, and I find it disgusting that they do that.
Yeah, well, we're going to see a case of full body blackness in our watch
club. Yes. I thought his name was Black Luster.
It is Black.
Yeah.
Black
So
Luster
what is it? Super Alloy Black something or other?
Yeah,
Dark
That's
Shine?
his full name.
Super Alloy
Okay.
Black Luster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supposedly it's just a tan.
Yeah, I'll look up the Urza character. Well, if I find it again, I'll just say you got to really be into femdom.
It's a Z, not an S, just by the way, so you can find the right
called
one.
out. Okay. All right, so let's power through these. All right, so Assault Lily Fruits short film. Okay, anyway, so the reason I'm bringing this up, earlier we talked about this show, and then we talked about this show, and I wasn't sure they weren't the same show. They aren't the same show. There you go.
All right.
It kind of looks like Under the Dog 2.
Interesting.
Oh.
I'll watch them. I'll watch them both. Kebi's Sailor Uniform manga by Hero gets TV anime adaptation. That's it. The manga is called Kebi's Sailor Uniform. I'm sure it's fantastic. A show about a sailor uniform.
Is this a Killer Kill spinoff?
Original anime, do it yourself. The anime is literally titled DIY. I'm not even kidding. Look, DIY is what they're calling it. Oh, that clicked on the tweet. So I gotta say, first glance, I'm like, yeah, I watch this stuff. The characters have really weird proportions, though. I'm not digging how skinny their legs. They remind me of an Nendroid that you accidentally stretched back up. I don't know. Original TV anime. Okay, so Back Arrow has a new. Well, okay. There's a thing. There you go. Back Arrow. Don't know anything about it. I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. So as I've said before, probably in podcast 49. No, not really. I also do this. This drove my wife nuts and I know I've told the story before. When I first started dating my wife, she was playing WoW, and she made me play it, and I asked to be the species that people are the least, which is Goblin. And the reason why is because they've got, well, actually, I don't know the reason why, but I liked playing Goblin because he got this sick, like, reggae accent, which seemed very uncharacteristic.
That's racist.
Yeah,
that'd be.
But
was it the trolls that had the reggae accent?
Well, maybe it was the troll then. I don't know. Whatever it was. But my wife quickly got bored of the fact that I refused to actually do any quests. I just wanted to kill little spider creatures and stuff for hours and hours, and I wasn't leveling up very fast. But that's how I rolled back then. And I'm so glad I don't have a WoW addiction like she did for a long time that she finally kicked. So she professed herself pupil to the wise man. Yep, this is quite a logo. Quite. Great job. No sarcasm. All right, Striker struggles in Cestus. Every single time. In Cestus. I'm actually okay. So granted that even he looks good here versus how he actually is going to look in the show. I really dig these character designs a lot.
No, scroll back up. He looks like a woman in that first shot. I thought there were boobs at first.
He does not look good in the actual show. But the actual designs for these, I want to see this guy. I want to see these different characters show up. I think this is going to be cool.
The background characters look okay. The main character, even in that poster, does not look good at all.
Okay, granted.
It looks like he doesn't fit.
He doesn't. But what I'm saying is that what I was trying to say is that the comment I was going to make is this guy looks like a boss. I want to see this anime. But then I was going to say, well, he looks good, and this character at least is drawn. So what I was getting at is that these are clearly drawn, and if this character looks like this, but then in the show looks like ass, then perhaps I won't get my wish and have this guy look anything decent, or any of the other characters here. Anyway, moving on. Anime Blue Period releases a teaser visual with a blue background. So is this actually going to be about Picasso's Blue Period? Because I didn't expect the guy to actually be painting. Actually, maybe I did, because I think there was like paint in the previous thing. Wow, you're going to put that like 5 times. It's beautiful to see a young man struggling. His inner scream is ungraceful and cool. And Blue Period is hot, says this person. All right. Anyway, so here's the synopsis. Yatora is a perfect high school student with good grades and lots of friends. It's an effortless performance and ultimately a dull one. But he wanders into the art room one day, that's the gateway drug to loneliness, and a lone painting captures his eye, awakening him to a kind of beauty he never knew. Compelled and consumed, he dives in head first, and he's about to learn how savage and unforgiving art can be. Wow, this is going to touch a little too close to home for me to watch. All right, Nishio Ishin's Pretty Boy Detective Club anime reveals new promo. This pretty boy is so pretty that he's into cross-dressing. Or it's actually a girl. Don't know.
Bitch got a penis. Bitch got a penis.
FDD&M is supposed to be here for this one. Quintessential Quintuplets anime will continue.
Cool.
Followed by this other thing that I think was also for him. But yes, girls are hockey idols in Pride of Orange TV anime visual. So behind the scenes, FDM said, he said, what did he say? They're finally making an anime about my country's national sport. And I legitimately drew a blank on what that would be. So I said, apologizing? And he said, yes.
We got hockey, basketball. We created basketball, okay, and hockey, and apologizing. They're all ours.
Wow, these girls sure do have different colored hairs. Oh, what? That's not it. What is this like? Okay. Wait, is this what? No, this is like freaking. What is this called? Not Skip Beat. God damn it. Love Live. Bang Dream.
Looks kind of like it, but all idol shows look similar these days.
You're not kidding. All right, continuing. powering through these. Oh yes, Record of Ragnarok anime releases brand new trailer. I saw this and I was like, yes, yes.
this shit's going on the thumbnail.
Fuck yes.
I thought about that, like when you had like I thought about that retroactively when you were making your the thumbnail, and I was like, he's got his hand out. Wait a minute, what was that? Michelangelo's David.
I thought about it. No, Michelangelo's the Sistine Chapel creation of Adam or whatever it's called. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I thought about it. Yeah, David is the statue. I thought about it. I thought about it too. Actually, is it Michelangelo? I think it's Leonardo da Vinci. Sistine Chapel. Leonardo da Vinci. Anyway, I thought about it too, but I stretched that picture as far as I could to get him slightly bent over and reaching out for the pickle. I couldn't have turned it into this, and I'm glad I didn't try because here it is now. Also, I was completely right. He does have brass knuckles on. I just like the idea that this is a story with Loki and Ragnarok and like all these different like Norse things. Also Aphrodite for some reason. But who's really itching to punch God in the face? Fucking Adam. Like, I just love this. I wonder if Nietzsche's gonna show up just to give God a piece of his mind.
Oh, you weren't here for the Hellas Watch Club, were you?
No, I wasn't, unfortunately.
Because I don't want to spoil anything, but you just said something that was kind of hit close to that one. Just a little bit.
TV anime The Vampire Dies in No Time teaser. So I'm looking forward to this. I love the character design for this. Feels like a really old school throwbacky kind of thing.
Looks like Count Chocula in a way.
It does. It reminds me of, what was that one we watched? Master of Musketon?
Yeah.
Yeah, Count Chocula, Master of Musketon.
That poster looks like what's that Square Enix game that's in it was released on the 3DS. It's in Kingdom Hearts. The characters are in Kingdom Hearts.
Final Fits.
The main character wears rollerblades. Anyway, that if anyone knows what I'm talking about, that poster.
Are you talking about Jet Set Radio Future?
No. I'll look it up. Give me 1 minute. But, like,
it kind of reminds me of Black
Blood
Brothers or whatever it's called.
The World Ends With You? I could have sworn. Oh, maybe not. I don't know.
Yes, The World Ends With You.
Oh, I said that earlier, and you're like,
you're saying like the art style, like the shading?
Yeah. I didn't hear you say The World Ends With You.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It has the thick, dark shaded lines.
And the purples and the same kind of color.
Yeah, I see it. The font kind of reminds me of it too, a little bit. The color scheme of the guy's hair, the yellow. We talked about the Ilya Kushinov was doing the animation for the ending for the anime adaptation. Anyway, so I'm looking forward to this.
When does it air? Is this a summer one? Or
October 2021.
Oh, fall. Okay.
Speaking of vampires, how about the Visual K version? So it's called Visual Prison. Don't know why it says Oz here. So it's vampires with the Visual K theme.
CG is trash.
Is it CG?
I mean, that picture looks CG.
This one?
Yeah.
Really? I don't think so.
Does to my
I think
eyes.
there's kind of a thick outline that's making them pop a little bit more than they probably will in the show. But oh man, now I kind of see it. I think you might be right. Something about it feels off. I don't know. I'll have to watch the thing. I was supposed to check all these out. Instead, you know what I did today? Like a real good person who puts on a good show for you. I watched a documentary about Image Comics on YouTube movies. Literally what I did was I checked how far. I typed in like a search term to find out how high the Die Hard video I just released was ranking. I watched it, all 2 minutes of it, and then I had to click literally anything else so that I could click away after it started playing, and YouTube would think that they were the reason I stopped watching instead of my own content. and it happened to be an Image Comics documentary that was an hour and a half long, and it was so compelling I watched the whole thing. So anyway, the case study of Vanitas sinks its fangs in a TV anime. So we got a lot of vampire shows coming out this season, or this year, I guess. This one looks the least good of the ones that I've pulled up. It's like no question which one's the best one, obviously.
You need to add both Hellsing series to the list for the Watch Club.
Oh, yeah, for the Watch Club.
Hellsing and Hellsing Ultimate.
Hell yeah. Okay. All right, cool. So the Duke of Death and his mate. Yes. So remember how Japan makes things that we will still like to watch.
That's cute.
So also remember when I was talking about like kids learning about sex through kind of sexy characters and not through real people that they know. Also, note the hover hands. Note this virgin's hover hands.
It's because it's all CG and they can't handle
she's gonna meet
putting the models together.
It might actually be CG. I kind of get that vibe from this image here. Yeah. Anyway, most of these are just here because I want to use them in the thumbnail. This one. Anohana, the flower we saw that day, TV anime gets aged up. Key visual for 10th anniversary project. So I'm realizing now this probably isn't a sequel anime. It is just, hey, we're aged up.
Yeah.
I did not realize what you meant by aged up. I thought you were going somewhere else with that.
What?
When you said aged up, I thought you meant like more risky. I didn't.
Oh, okay, like adult.
Yeah.
Like NSFW. Gotcha.
Yeah. Not fully, but like
that's kind of a weird interpretation.
I didn't think. Oh, they just aged.
Well,
characters.
I'm just gonna say I haven't watched this series, but the fact that the girl standing there didn't age up at all tells me she's dead.
Well, you weren't here for that watch club.
I wasn't. Not by choice. I wanted to be here.
Were you talking about the white dress girl?
Yeah.
Yes, she is dead.
Well,
spoilers. Jesus.
Like that's like in the first episode. That's kind of like the point of this.
These are important spoilers, even if they're in the first episode.
All right, I will warn next time I say spoilers. I'm sorry.
I don't like this title. I don't like the way they phrased it here. Science fell in love, so I tried to prove it. I like the concept. Also, definitely throwing that in the Why? I don't understand. Anyway, yeah. So they try to scientifically prove that they've fallen in love or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
And don't toy with me, Miss Nagatoro. I almost read that with N-I. Whoops.
she is kind of tan. So
that's no excuse. Anyway, so apparently the trailer's been viewed over 1 million times.
I'll watch the show.
So I can't wait till
16 freaking shows I'm watching this season.
Yeah, I can't wait till they try to cancel this, and it's already like Crunchyroll's like cha-ching, cha-ching to the bank with me. A crocodile who lived for 100 days teaser trailer introduces theme song. Okay, who cares? But they're doing an anime of the crocodile who dies after 100 days. I think is what it was called.
That's a wonderful kid show. How long is it?
It's a web comic. Probably gonna be 100 episodes. I don't know.
Get the kids really invested.
SSSS.DYNAZENON reveals a new promo finally. Check that shit out. That looks great. Except for this bit right here, I'm not feeling that. I mean, I'm cool with it, but I'm just saying, like, it kind of detracts from the coolness happening.
Do you think they could make another live action one and still be cool?
Another live action Gridman?
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the original Gridman, but it wasn't cool. I mean, it was nostalgic and like all the things you want it to be. Ultraman's not cool either.
Like, you didn't like them going into the internet and fighting bad guys?
No. Although I did watch the Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad version.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Which was even worse.
No.
With the American kid who's like trying to get the girl's number, like digging it out of the trash can.
The Disney Channel character.
Yeah.
That was the best.
Yeah, so I don't think it was cool back then. I think they could make a new thing that would be equally as cringe.
I think you were just too old, maybe. It was cooler for the younger
Well,
kids.
yes, considering I watched it last year. Attack on Titan anime adds episode 76 this coming winter.
What?
So effectively, the final season is getting a final season part 2 season.
Which is no real surprise considering there's like 5.5 episodes, like 5.5 volumes of content that they'll still need to cover.
Yeah. So so which studio is no longer doing
Mappa.
this season? Who's Mappa?
Yep.
Well, if a studio had to take over, it's not a bad
It looks fantastic. It still looks fantastic. They did.
No.
Mappa did this show and the second half of Jujutsu Kaisen at the same. Like Jujutsu Kaisen is
they
also
ruined
Mappa.
Jujutsu Kaisen as well?
Jesus
Christ.
They did those shows simultaneously, and Jujutsu Kaisen looks fucking amazing. This show is also pretty darn good. But there's like
we have very different tastes.
There wasn't a whole lot of action to animate in this season, so they didn't really have much animation flexing to do.
They made all the Titan CG except for like some like 2-second sizzle reels.
This part right
and it looks terrible.
You know what I do to my kids when I can't get
and
them
some
to
of the
go to bed?
people are CG. Sorry, AC, but they even made some of the people CG, which is just lazy. I don't like it.
When I can't get my kids to go to bed, eventually what happens, I'm just getting so pissed. I'm like, all right, I'm winding it up. You better get in bed. It's winding up. Like, I'm gonna smack them. I do that to my kids like probably once a week. It's funny because it's like I'm threatening to beat them, but they get so excited. It's like, oh, I better get in bed.
Did you do it this time?
Did you ever see Liar Liar with Jim Carrey?
I know of it. I may have seen it, but I don't have any recollection from it. Like
there's a point where he does the claw.
Yeah, I remember.
Which like
my mom did that to me when I was a kid.
My dad used to do it to me, but like I don't think he ever saw the Jim Carrey movie, so I think it was just a thing that was that people did. But like Jim Carrey took it to 11, and he like. He mimes like his hand being taken over by another entity and like going after his kid and it's the claw.
I'd be interested.
I think I do remember that actually.
I would be interested in seeing Jim Carrey do a live action Parasite the Maxim just for that.
That would be weird. So Dragon Quest,
it would be fun.
The Adventure of Dai hypes continuing anime. So two things. Number one, I'm not feeling the Akira Toriyama character designs coming through in this very well. Why is Dr. Robotnik about to hit that kid with the sword?
Are you kidding? That's Broly's dad right there.
Paragus?
100%.
So he's a child killer? No wonder Broly turned out fucked up.
But one thing I kind of like about this concept though, I've said this before. Sorry to repeat myself on every podcast. Dino Daiboken was one of the first anime I ever pirated. And this is the reboot of that series. And one of the things that I've always just freaking loved about Enix, back before they were Square Enix, is that they had, you never really saw it in most of the games, but in the guidebooks, oh my god, the detail for every piece of armor that they would actually draw it and stuff. And there were a couple games like Torniko The Last Hope where when you put on the armor, it actually looked different, and it was so freaking cool. So I really like the idea of the character in this Dragon Quest anime getting like opening a chest, getting a new item, having it miraculously fit, and being like having the appearance change over time. Just like when you're in Zelda and you get like the new gauntlets and stuff. And that was one of the cool things about Ocarina of Time back in the day, is that like you would level up your gear, so to speak, and you would physically look different in game, even though it's a very minuscule level of where that could go to. It's such a cool idea, which is, I guess, also what they did in World of Warcraft and all that, but whatever. Anyway, I'm going to move on. I don't know why I bother to say little things here. Oh, harem TV anime Megami-ryou. Megami-ryou no Ryoubo-kun gets first not safe for work trailer. Remember when I talked about kids going through puberty? This is the thing we don't do. Anyway, so there you go. Also, why? Creepy. Continuing it. Three-way relationship TV anime series Girlfriend reveals first trailer in July broadcast. Now, when I think alpha male, God damn it, it's only pictures up here.
That's what I think.
When I think guy that girls would date with other women because he's such a catch. I don't know. This will be interesting to see. Can't wait to watch. What do they call that dating style? Polyamorous or whatever. Whatever. The joke didn't come through. I'm sorry. I'm ditching it. Which studio starts a stop motion studio with Pui Pui Molcar director? No comment on the sexualization of this weirdo. But yeah, they're doing stop motion
instead of Attack on Titan season 4.
No, they did VV the Fluoride Eye instead of Attack on Titan.
Yeah, at least they talked about that actually. Somewhere in here, whatever. No, they don't, I guess. Instead of freaking Attack on Titan Junior High, wouldn't that be funny if that's what they did? Junior High season 2 instead of working on season 4.
Take it away from production IG, which I still think is funny that the child company of production IG did Attack on Titan, and the parent company production IG did Junior High. I still think that's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
You know, like the child did the adult version and the parent did the child version.
Yeah.
Those are a little bit like, you might want to break that sentence up on kind of sound.
Yeah, snip that out of context. I got you. I'm hip to it. Yeah, I like how the child did the parent and the parent did the child. Let's see.
Where were we?
I think I'm doing the chats real quick.
I'll look up there as a character. Yeah.
Shocked that we have to sit through the next half of Spider. Why am I a completionist? Damn it, yeah. Was hoping it ends at 12 episodes. Well, you know why it's not? Because you're watching it. I'm sorry to hear that you taste. Oh God.
There's something I do want to say about Spider, and I'm gonna put it on me, or as soon as I put it on me, if you want to mute, and I'll put it back on AC screen share when I'm done.
Okay. I got it. So he's warning you that there's a spoiler. So while it's on Reese, plug your ears if you don't want to hear a spoiler. Go for it.
Yeah. So the reason why it's so good, and AC, I don't really want to spoil it, but it starts out like the entire class gets isekai'd, and we follow Kumoko the spider, and then about partway through the first half, we start seeing like breadcrumbs of information are being dropped, and then at one point we learned that all the stuff with Kumoko the spider from when she woke up and all the stuff when we're following the class at this academy, it's 15 years apart. You know, like she woke up as she, like all these other kids, they grew up from babies. So she's like in her first like month of living, and she's starting to get overpowered, and like that time differential, and then realizing that she's also kind of she turns into something that's being referenced in the when we're following the humans around, and like, and I'm pretty sure we actually see her later on, because in, like, I want to say it was episode 8 or something, they had in the Japanese credits, there was, like, instead of the voice actor's name, it was question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Just so they didn't want to spoil that that's her.
Oh.
And I think that's fantastic. That's a different take.
Real quick, I want to sidetrack for a second and say that after we get through this anime news here, which is just these next 3, I think we should do the Watch Club because it's getting pretty late. And then we'll either come back at the end or we'll just push stuff, and I'll be more selective next podcast, because I'm getting rid of the Joker and diaper guy for the Chiba elections. I'm tired of almost reading that, and I don't actually care about it anyway. So I want to say though, when you were talking about that story, I mentally checked out after the part where you didn't finish it with they all get isekai, she gets turned into a spider, and then midway through you find out that the other insects that she's been eating are her classmates. That's where I thought you were going to go with that.
That would be hilarious.
All right. Okay, so Christopher Barker says, so yeah, I looked up the Urza femdom. Multiple results. One of them has to be ACs. Not surprising at all. Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that. I don't know. To be clear, I didn't look up Urza. Is her name Urza Scarlet?
Yes.
I didn't look up Urza Scarlet femdom to find the image that I happened to see. Just to be clear, it was, I don't even remember what specifically it was that I was looking up, but the other thing I looked up happened to be something that was tangentially related to it in a sidebar that I happened to see. I'm like, oh, is that the fairy tale character that Lance is always going on about? I'm like, oh, well, I guess I can see it. Anyway. Random Malone says, I swear that Spider-Man is just a copy of So I Was Reincarnated as a Slime. And Isekai is tiring for Danny.
No.
And I swear to these anime titles. Yeah, uninspiring. Okay, so let's get through these, and then we'll do the Watch Club so we can we don't drain ourselves too much. FDD&M, if you can hear me, you're gonna miss your chance. Serial Experiments Lane Writer says next project with anime team is 80% funded and in production. The acclaimed writer behind surreal and loved anime projects. Yeah, really? Are you for real? Serial Experiments Lane, Texanalize, and Digimon Tamers. FDD&M, where the fuck are you?
He hasn't seen our messages, so I don't know. I hate to think that. I hate to say something.
Was he trekking to the ice continent or something? Like. Okay, so anyway, yeah. Oh, okay. Behind surreal and loved anime. So these are the surreal, and this is the loved. Even though Tamers was not a good one, in my opinion.
It wasn't very good, but it had a really good opening.
Definitely better than season 4, where they were trains or whatever happened. I don't remember that one. Where they became the Digimon. That's 4, right? Tamers is the one with the
third. With the cards.
Yeah, where the kid draws his own OC Digimon character, and then it turns into a real Digimon, which was cringe and fanficky.
Okay.
And then
the
good opening was 4 then.
Yeah, and then what's his name?
Evolution one or whatever.
Stephen J. Bloom voiced that Digimon. Anyway, all right, so. Here's what they had to say. Production has started up on Desupera. Is it gonna what? Okay. The next anime project from team behind Lane. The project has been in development for 18 years. And production had been postponed due to the coronavirus. Right. We've been working on this thing for 18 years, and if it wasn't for COVID, we'd have been started already. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to report on the progress of Desupera. Due to the pandemic, the project was suspended for a year and a few months. I've been away from Twitter for another reason, though. Okay. The production funding scheme is 80% completed. The core staff also did a lot of work up until a year ago. Yeah, man, they've been working on it for 18 years. I hope they got some work done. Fuck damn it, I always click on
Are half the staff at least still alive or something?
He's like, yes, I promise to pay you as soon as we're done. Hired 80-year-old people. Yeah. Just keep it going. Yeah. It's just been restarted, so some kind of announcement won't be made until 2022. I understand it's a long way off, but we, AB Fly, and others been working on this project for over 18 years now. We're still trying to do it, so please be patient with us. Well, I mean, after a certain point, bro, I don't think it's... I mean, at a certain point, you can't even make Half-Life 3 because it'll never live up to the hype, so probably shouldn't have said anything. Konaka says that the project is 80% funded as of now, and that the core staff has been working tirelessly on Desupera up until the production was suspended due to COVID-19. While this seems like the project may see the light of day soon, Konaka explains that because production has just been started back up, it may be a while until it is released, giving the time frame of 2022 for a formal announcement for the anime project. Desupera was originally conceived under the team from Serial Experiments Lane, with the series being written by Konaka, character designs by Yoshitoshi Abe, and direction from Ryotaro Nakamura. Production was suspended when Nakamura became ill, eventually passing in 2013 from pancreatic cancer. Abe confirmed in 2014 that the project would continue with the new director. The story of Desupera is set in 1922, just before the end of the Taisho era and a year before the Great Kanto earthquake. Okay, well, weird. That's the thing. Wow. Development for 18 years. It's either going to be a masterpiece or a piece of shit.
80%, 18 years. What's 18 divided by 4? That's 8.
4.5?
4.5. So add another 4.5 years. And so that's carry the 5. So maybe 2025.
If that picture is anything to go off of, it's not going to be good.
Well, that picture is from Serial Experiments Lane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they don't have anything to go off of. These are just like, well, it's the guy from Lane, so let's put Lane on it. Yeah.
Well, people have been putting like spoilers
ANN had the one
of King Kong versus Godzilla on YouTube, and yes, Mechagodzilla is in fact in the movie, and the clips are him kicking Godzilla's ass.
That's cool.
Well, there we go. All right, so I said after the anime news, but I'm going to try to get through the manga news too because it's just going to be reading the headline and moving on. Mute King, the Dancing Hero TV anime goes full disco in fall 2021. Full cringe is more like it. That's what it looks like to me. Is this a character from Beautiful Joe or what? Also, full CG anime. Is this the year for that? I dig the freaking 80s triangle logo with the fucking disco ball.
Oh my god.
Chat, I don't know how much it would cost, but if you fund it, I will cosplay this character at the next anime expo. And I will be as not obnoxious as shit. He's on rollerblades. Oh god!
Are you gonna get a fully LED chest plate and everything?
Yeah. Well, as far I mean,
that'll be part of the
depending on how many super chats we get, it'll either be I'll color it with crayon, or it'll we'll go the whole 9 yards.
We get 50 cents for not going far, but we will try.
Yeah. I will, because I can cover the beard in the red, I will just shave the mustache, Abe Lincoln style. It'll work. Okay, so here we go. Some interesting stuff here. I found this. It seems Gurren Lagann copyright was updated in 2021 from Gainax, Kazuki Nakashima, Aniplex, Konami, TV Tokyo, and Dentsu. 2. So the copyright's been updated to this now. Kazuki Nakashima, Hiroyuki Yamaishi, Gurren Lagann project, right? Prime Video is already using it. Are they referring to the copyright? So it seems like Trigger, Studio Trigger, and Hiroyuki Imaishi may have been able to buy the rights out from the previous rights owners, perhaps.
So now that Aniplex doesn't own it anymore, should I wait
No,
for a better Blu-ray release?
From Gainax, not Aniplex.
It says here, Aniplex. Look over. From
Aniplex will probably still have it. Huh?
Reese. The copyright was updated from Gainax and Aniplex Konami TV Tokyo to just their names, right? Kazuki Nakashima, Hiroyuki Imaishi.
I still don't see Aniplex dropping it though.
Yeah, so the question is it a licensing thing, or did they license it exclusively because they were part of the copyright and all that? Who knows?
All I want to know is, are they going to be releasing a better Blu-ray that's not going to cost $10,000?
You know what?
It costs like $150.
When the Boogie Woogie box comes out, I'm sure you'll have another chance. You know, how many years has it been?
Since what? The Boogie Woogie box?
No, how many years has it been since Gurren Lagann came out? That's got to be like 2006, right?
Oh yeah,
2006. So when 2026 comes out, there you go, 20-year Boogie Woogie Gurren Lagann box. All right, I'm gonna power through these real quick, so we don't have to waste a lot of time on
them. Can we get through the release news, because there's probably not that much as well.
We can take a quick look at the right stuff.
Well, there's only one thing on right stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Koei Kano's Tokimeki Tonight manga gets new series featuring the protagonist Ronze in her 40s. Giggity. I don't know what to say. All right. Okay, game over, as New Game Manga's 13th volume will be its last.
FDM, where are you?
Just going to write New Game on my handy dandy. Where did my pencil go? This is my son every time we're doing schoolwork. They don't have a pencil. We have a box of pencils that are unsharpened that we just sharpen every time we lose one. And I'm so tired of that box getting smaller and smaller. Okay, New Game. Although I'm pretty sure I only own the first part of New Game, so that would be a problem.
So
also, High Score Girl on disc when? Go ahead, Greenland.
Oh, I say we make the thumbnail looking for FDDM, like he's in the center.
Mario's missing box art with FDDM's face.
Oh, yeah.
You've got to be sitting in Steve's chair, holding your handy dandy notebook.
Oh God!
With a magnifying glass. And
so is it true that he suicided himself? The actor who played Steve in Blue's Clues.
Say again?
Is it true that Steve, the actor who played Steve in Blue's Clues, suicided himself?
I think so. Yeah.
No.
I thought it was.
Unless it's recently, no.
I heard that he got into a whole bunch of drugs and stuff.
Unless it happened in the last year or year and a half, no. He went bald and then he went off the show because he didn't want to be bald on TV.
No. Oh yeah. That was years ago that he went bald. You're right. I've heard that too. So Dan, remember how comics are always like, oh, the comics industry is doing great because the manga industry is doing well. Right?
He's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
Deadpool Samurai manga, Marvel's most read series in recent history.
A, it's manga, and B, it's Deadpool.
Yep. Yeah. Well, it's not even. It's written by. It's Japanese entirely.
Yeah. So it's not.
It's written in Japanese. Roki.
So it's not spearheaded by woke comic writers.
Precisely.
And Deadpool is probably the anti-woke character.
I
mean, he did get pegged in the second movie.
No, that was in the first movie.
It was in the first movie, yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah. Before he became Deadpool.
Huh.
There is a slightly worse scene in the second movie.
Oh yes, the second movie is the one with freaking Juggernaut.
Yeah, and the third movie is going to be full woke by everything that.
Yeah, more than likely.
Yeah, didn't he fire all the directors and stuff so you could have a full woman writing team or something?
Yeah.
Yep.
Great job. Pokemon Go developer Niantic has a Pikmin AR game in the works. I never played Pikmin. It was for GameCube, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. So I definitely won't play it on mobile. I'll save this for next podcast. Maybe it's not even worth reading about localization. Well, that's worth seeing, I guess. So there you go.
Thanks.
But not the reading. Okay, I'm going to hold that off, and then I'm going to power through a couple of these just so that they aren't. I'm literally anything that I have to say more than just reading the title, I'm going to skip for next podcast. Sentai announces Cardfight Vanguard Overdress anime acquisition. Boom. Denpa Books announces They Were 11 manga license with new complete edition. Okay, I mean this in the most endearing, loving way possible. Shit, I can't scroll down because it didn't load. My delivery has been ruined. For fuck's sake. Okay, I'm going to hold off on. Wait, here we go. God damn it. Speeding through is supposed to be... Maybe I just click on this. I mean this in the most loving way possible. Look at this piece of shit. Damn it, load faster.
Yep, like...
Look at this piece of... For fuck's sake. Look at this piece of shit. I'm sure it's great. But this art is trash. It's the kind of old trash where it's got that endearing quality. But
it says 11 in the title, so it's got to be good.
There you go. They were 11. You're correct. Okay, hey, look at this. We were talking about Disneyfying anime. Disney manga Stitch and the Samurai releases March 26th in English. Yeah, so Stitch and the Samurai. Don't know why I highlighted that here when it was already in the title. Good job, me. Written by Hiroto Wada, or written by artist Hiroto Wada. That's an interesting thing. Maybe they mean written and drawn. I don't know. Anyway, there you go. Moving on. Seven Seas offers new. I am going to skip that for next podcast. Here we go. Nothing new. Nothing new at all.
No. Number 3. That one.
Sword Art Online Alicization War of Underworld box set Blu-ray. Okay. So here is the finale Monogatari box set for the visual novels, I guess.
Light novels.
Light novels, thank you. Not visual novels. So there you go. Almost Range Murata style artwork, but definitely not. There it is. Haven't watched Monogatari other than Kizu. Don't recognize any of these characters. Is this Snail Girl? What's going on here? I don't know. Don't answer that. We don't need to see it. We're moving on. We're moving on fast. Okay. We can save this for next podcast because I feel like it deserves a little bit more. Okay. And then this will be the last one because we aren't going to look at anything in MISC news because that will just take too much. Those would require reading. Okay. Japan now has official working Pokemon mailbox you can mail letters from. Pokemon Mail Van 2. Reese, you read this or no?
I did not read it. I thought it looked stupid and something to laugh at. And
okay. Well, I'm glad when I say, hey, if we're going to go live tonight in the next few hours, I need some help. Please read these articles and tell me if they're good or not.
Yeah,
and you guys said, yeah, here's the headline and a picture of a stupid, derpy slowpoke. Talk about it.
And then I would say skip all these for next podcast.
Okay.
This one. Yeah, this one. Hold on. Go back. We can cover this one.
What about it? Did you read it?
Distractions on the road are bad. Let's make things even more distracting on the road.
Well, it's called S-Ride. So I think you're getting sexed up inside of it. So they're like censoring the audience because it would be more, I don't know. I don't want to call it S-Ride. Thank you for reading it. Giving me all the answers.
I did that for you.
Okay, so last podcast I tried to show you guys this, and I'm just trying to get it out of here now so that we don't have to cover it again. So we talked about you could make your own figure. FDM, you were supposed to be here for this. Thanks for letting me down. From Vroid Studio, right? And then you can design your own character, and then you get a figure printed, right? And you can add like the detail and everything. It's so cool, very neat. And it looks like trash.
Tiny.
It doesn't actually look as bad as ours. Oh no, trash. Yep. Oh, there's so many photos. Damn, trash. Okay. Saving that. I'll save all these. Okay. Let us discuss One Punch Man. This podcast really got away from me. So, by the way, let's talk about the backdrop. It's from the game King was playing.
Comments first.
Oh yes, thank you. Thank you for that. So we don't screw up the timestamps. Okay, here we go. Starting here. Well, that'll be about 3 times the production length of Redline, so it better be amazing. Regarding the Serial Experiments Lane thing. Honestly, the triangle logo and the bad CG makes me think of those shitty animations they transition the screens with at bowling alleys. You're not wrong. This is about the disco anime. They need to make a second season called the New Game Plus. Oh, there you go. So Spain refuses to air Dragon Ball on one of their TV stations because gender discrimination and sexist stereotypes. Okay, well, sucks to be Spain, I guess. Didn't know they were that woke. All right, we're all caught up, I believe, with the chat. Thank you, guys. We are now going to enter into our One Punch Man discussion, a.k.a. Random 11 v. Dan Party on whether or not Season 2 was or was not trash. So I just got to say, I very much enjoyed my rewatch of Season 1. I didn't like the dub at first, but it grew on me very quickly. And with the exception of how they drew Genos, I actually really liked Season 2. That was the only gripe I had, was I didn't like how they drew the metal, like with a...
anything metal or shiny, I
looked like ass.
I hated, like, everything that was metal or like a liquid of something, like a puddle. It had that weird shiny chrome gradient to it. It just looked terrible.
Everything looked terrible. Okay, everything.
You look
everything. Spider-Man looks awesome. In Season 1, okay, you have like one of the best anime seasons ever. The art is awesome. The character designs are awesome. The animation is fluid. They animate fucking everything. There's like very minimal, like just a freeze frame and panning that like a lot of anime do to save budget. Like I get it's necessary, but like Season 1 didn't do that a lot. The music was amazing. The opening was amazing. The ending was somewhat okay.
I liked the ending. There was like a very nice, like soft poppy contrast to it.
Yeah,
I skipped the ending every single time.
You're a fucking loser.
But then again, I skipped the ending to the first season too.
No, I'm talking about the first season here.
Yeah, we're talking about the first season.
Yeah.
What was the thing? It's like
I like the first season's both songs for the first season. Second season, both songs I did not like.
I like the opening for the second season better than the first season.
You're insane.
You are insane. What the hell is wrong with you?
The second season is so trash, okay? The opening is shit.
It sounds awful and it looks like crap.
The OST is crap. They ruined basically every song in the whole show. They made it like... They tried to make it more amped, but it came across like a crappier version of the original song.
So let's just say, look, the hero song, the opening for One Punch Man Season 1 by Jam Project it's friggin' phenomenal. Right? Amazing song. Gets you really in the mood for the show. I love the lyrics where they sing about how they kind of like incorporate just being a hero for fun. Love it. Great opening. Season 2 didn't amp me up by the opening, but in terms of just like the story, I've got to say that show hooked me on some of the dumbest things ever. I'm gonna do this just that I'm bigger on frame. Wait, no, not that one. That one. So when skipping way into the story here, when he goes to the tournament as Chiranko, I legitimately stopped caring about anything else in the series. Oh, the freaking centipede guy is destroying it and Metal Bat's fine. I don't care. Get back to the tournament. I want to see what's happening in the tournament. That was my experience watching the show because the writing was so funny to me that I didn't care about the action anymore. I didn't want to see it. The only character that I wanted to see fight was Saitama. Back in season 1, Genos was like really interesting to watch, the way that they animated him moving and stuff. Really loved that. Again, didn't like Genos looked like a whole different character in season 2. I did not like him the same way. I mean, I still liked the character, but they didn't give me any additional things to keep adding to how much I liked him. All the other characters though, fucking loved it. Unbelievable. I think that Dan, you're totally right. I think season 2 is freaking great. I actually thought it was going to be jarring watching all of season 1 and then jumping right into season 2 versus having watched them apart a couple of years. I thought that would have been like I would have forgiven it more. Really expected the animation to be jarring. For the most part, it wasn't. I was actually really shocked about that. I thought King was a fantastic character in the first part that they didn't do enough with by the end, but I was okay with it because I think he was my favorite character in season 2. His voice, magnificent, perfect. I think that's the voice of the My Love Story main character. I don't know.
I don't think so.
You watched the dub?
Yeah.
Did you like the "My body is ready" line and the "I gotta drop a deuce"? Those were terrible. They weren't in the original. The dub was. No.
So I watched One Punch Man season 1 subbed. When I first watched, I watched it on Daisuki.net back when that was a thing. It's one of the only anime in recent memory that I watched without owning. That wasn't part of the First Impression series. You'll recall I tweeted out I accidentally bought One Punch Man season 1 limited edition twice. And I said, this is what I get for breaking my rules. I pre-ordered it on Right Stuff twice, so they sent me 2 of the same thing. So anyway, I really liked it a lot when I first saw it. In Japanese, and then like I said, it was jarring to me. In fact, I put out a tweet today about how when they dubbed it, and I already brought this up on the podcast, Pink Piccolo is voiced by Piccolo. Naked Titan is voiced by Aaron Yeager with the Titan effect on his voice. Hated that. I don't know why. First, that both of those things happened in the first episode. I don't know why I was so turned off to that at first. But afterward, I kind of thought about it, and I thought, this was released by Viz. Mm-hmm. I don't know who dubbed it. I don't think Okratron. Yeah, exactly. The fact that they were able to get the Aaron effect, regardless of the fact that they actually got Bryce Papenbrook to voice him. See, I'll just say, I hated it because I didn't think it was appropriate for that to be the Aaron character or voice sort of thing. But the fact that when I was grabbing the screenshot and I noticed that they were like covering up his junk with the cloud, I'm like, yeah, he is a naked Titan. Anyway, I was floored by the effort they went. This kind of goes back to our discussion about Dragon Ball Super with having Copy Vegeta voiced by Brian Drummond or whatever his name is. Mm-hmm. I was like legitimately totally on board with that. Loved that after I had, given it some time to simmer with me. Genos' voice in the English dub was really weird, but grew on me very fast. Let's see, who are the other characters that were...
If you see his voice actor, you'll be even more surprised in what he actually sounds like.
Oh, dude, when I had some weird experiences with the show because my wife and I are watching. We were watching it last night. We were getting through the part where Garo, who by the way also loved that character, loved his design, loved how they animated him, loved his fighting style. I loved his backstory. I thought that it was a real try-hard, easy, obvious backstory that they handled really well. And I thought that when because it seemed so obvious, I thought there's no way that they're going to sell me on this character. But they did. I actually very much enjoyed it. I thought the dub. I give the voice actor a lot of the props for that. I thought he really brought that character to life in ways I didn't think he would be able to. But the thing is that when I'm listening to it with my wife, I'm like, is that fucking Gene Starwind? And my wife and I are like, holy, like mind's exploding. That's Gene Starwind. I look it up. It's not. And then I find out, I look up Gene Starwind. Do you know who voiced Gene Starwind? Off the top of your head. You'll never guess.
I want to say no. I want to say I know who it is, but I'm.
So this is the experience. This is the experience I had. I looked it up like this with my wife last night. And it was so funny. Gene Starwind, voiced by Bob Buckholes.
Buchholz.
Buckholes. That's what I'm going to call him from now on. Bob Buckholes. By the way, did you know that the voice of Gene Starwind is missing an eye?
Really?
Yeah. He's got like something going on where he's like only got one eye. Yeah.
What other shit has he done?
Oh, he played Paz in Second Gig and Stand-Alone Complex.
Yeah.
I remember liking that character for some reason. Who else did he play?
So anyway, it's funny though because he has another name that he goes by in. Let's see if I can pull it up real quick.
Robert Wicks.
Yeah, Robert Wicks, right? Which was even funnier because I'm looking up. I'm trying to convince myself that this is actually the guy from. That this is actually Garo. It's not. It's clearly not. But I look it up. Better known as Robert Wicks. So I Google search this. I'm reenacting what happened with my wife. And what comes up, Robert J. Wicks is a clinical psychologist and writer about the intersection of spirituality and psychology. And I was like, wow! I found out it's not the same guy, obviously. I'm like, if that doesn't explain Gene Starwind, and I'm like, oh wait, no. Anyway.
Check the private chat on StreamYard.
Oh, I'm supposed to go through this.
You'll be surprised who voices King. That's his only role he's ever done.
My mouse is like floating all over the place. Wow. What? No.
Yes. He's got a nice name, by the way.
Rich Brown. Okay.
I didn't even see his name. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
everyone
man.
who laughed at that is going to hell, by the way.
No, I'm thinking of in the Office Diversity Day when he goes the guy the corporate that the guy that corporate sends in to do the diversity training is named Mr. Brown, and Michael thinks it's a test. He's like, okay, first test, I will not call you that. Well, you should call me that. It's my name, right? Like, anyway. It's not a test. It's my name, right? Anyway, yeah. So
it's a shame he hasn't done any more roles. I would definitely like to hear him.
He sounded just like the guy from My Love Story to me. Well, but then again, it's a Bang Zoom, like you said, it's Bang Zoom, so they must have their own actors who are a little bit
like
dude.
Like Bryce Papenbrook is a Bang Zoom.
Is he?
Yeah.
So how come he came to to Funimation for Attack on Titan then.
Because Funimation opened the net to every single every single dubbing studio because they knew this was going to be a mega hit, and they wanted to nail that character.
Well, they fucking did. Sorry for anybody who doesn't like his attempt to do that show, because I fucking dig it. I love it. I love him as I love everybody in that. I could give a shit about Mikasa. I don't think she stands out, but Armin and Aaron are like some of the most perfect casting I think I've ever heard. Anyway, I really liked King's character. I kind of secretly sort of wanted him to turn out to actually be like a good hero, though. Yeah, like I wanted it to turn out that he's strong without knowing it, kind of thing, or something like that. But it would kind of destroy the character arc, I think. But yeah, let me see. I'm gonna pull up the other characters. I'm gonna go through Anime Planet though, because that's the one I know. So, favorite episodes, favorite specials. Oh, the specials in season 2 sucked.
Okay, those are the only ones I haven't watched.
Oh, they're not good. The specials in season 1 I liked more than season 1. And granted you can't have them without establishing everything from season 1, but oh my gosh, my favorite part of the entire watch club was probably the fact that you've got like the stereotypical like ninja gets defeated in battle, so he like meditates underneath a waterfall and he relives the move he made incorrectly that caused him to get beaten. So he's like replaying it over and over in his mind, how he should have countered, and then how they still defeat him. And he's having this existential crisis, and it's literally the move that he's meditating over is how he got punched in the nuts. Oh God, I laughed that entire 12 minutes over just the concept of that, and the fact that they played it straight the whole time. Oh my God, was that funny to me. I'm so immature, but God, was that hilarious. Oh, jeez. I cried. It was so funny.
I thought that episode was a little bit weaker of the OVAs.
Oh, really?
Because he didn't come back and help the guy. And I guess that's the joke, that like Saitama comes in and saves him from the bear. But like they set it up that like Speed of Sound Sonic's like helping the guy, like he's like they're working together on their characters, and then he just like
he
dips.
gives him the like advice so that he'll be able to pull the trigger or whatever. And
he's like, I know what he means. It's not working. But it did set up a good joke with the pig seeing Saitama and getting mad at him because he looked like the trees.
Yeah. Then he was like carving him. Yeah. Oh gosh.
So there was setups and jokes that I liked in it, but I thought overall it wasn't as good. Same with the last one where they do the mystery, like who killed Zombie Man. I thought that one was a little weak, but I liked the very like last joke they do in it, where Tornado's drunk.
Okay, you're talking about the first one. You're talking about the first, because they do that again in the second season special. And it's like throw it out. Don't even watch it. It's not good.
I haven't watched any of the second season specials.
Yeah. So I liked that one at the very beginning, how they played to the strength of using the fact that they had the kid character, and they've got like that almost sounds like the Case Closed theme, which I thought was really funny, because I felt like they could have gone way harder close to it, without getting in trouble, because the way copyright works in Japan.
I just thought it was a little
permission should have, yeah.
I just thought it was a little weak because they had to go through like every character, like what were you doing, like, so it was a little boring for me.
Also, the zombie character like wasn't even in season 1 at all.
He was for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, he was at the S-Class meeting.
I had this conversation with Dan. Yeah, he was in the very end of it.
Yeah. But the joke with the drinking and like, oh, I'm done drinking, and then Saitama comes up like, you're a little kid, you shouldn't even be drinking, and then in spite she starts drinking more to like fight him. That part was funny.
I really like that character, Tornado.
Yeah.
What's her name? Tatsumaki or something? Yeah. So that was the one thing about the dub that I really didn't like, is that I knew her as Tatsumaki because that's what they call her in the Japanese version. And they never use that name. And I'm like, is that the Japanese word for tornado? Are they just translating it as tornado? Because I kind of didn't like that.
It is.
But
yeah.
that's a really lame, stupid thing. Obviously, they're going to translate it. It's just my own thing for knowing her as that name. Because
they also translate
people
Blizzard, though, right?
Fubuki?
Her
Fubuki.
sister.
Yeah, that is weird.
Blizzard.
Yeah. Well, I think
the
they call her
sister.
both. Yeah, they call her Fubuki and Blizzard.
Blizzard.
But they don't call the other one Tornado and Tatsumaki or whatever.
Did they call her Fubuki? I didn't think they did.
I think they did. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Anyway, they should be consistent with both, I suppose. But,
yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So, my further arguments on why I may have overspoke and said that season 2 is trash. It's not trash. It's just not as good.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't agree, but I can see where you would. I would say that there are things in season 2 that season 1 did so much better that you would have to make that statement.
Okay, season 1, every episode has a moment where Saitama kicks the shit out of someone, and an energy moment. Yeah. And the only episode that doesn't have it is episode 10, and it begins with Tornado killing Godzilla with a meteor. So I forgive that episode. Okay? Every other episode has Saitama one punching an enemy.
Yeah. My favorite bit in season 1 is the mosquito when she's laughing and he just one frame, next frame she's just blood across the whole building.
Yeah.
That was so great. I think that's season 2, right? Or episode 2?
Season 1.
Yeah,
season 1, episode 2.
Second episode of season 1. That was when Genos was introduced.
I don't know about you guys, but have you guys read the manga?
I have the manga.
I have not.
I'm not. I have all the English releases, but I have up to 21, I think. But I've only read 19.
So I assume most of you say no to that. So I also assume that most of you have not read the webcomic.
No,
but
I've not touched
I'm aware of
I
it and everything. I've seen a couple comparison shots from the original drawings to the.
Yeah,
the manga's fucking gorgeous.
I've read both. One, I just want to make one point real quick about piracy. I do not like that companies have gone after all these pirate sites and taken them all down. It has made finding the webcomic super annoying for me.
Yeah,
because it's not licensed anywhere.
Yeah,
it's something he just puts up on his website.
You want to be able to see it.
The only way to get translations is fan trans. So anyway, yeah, I said that. Anyway, so if you read the webcomic and then follow it by the manga does almost a 1-for-1 panel recreation of the webcomic, just drawn
really
crazy quality.
Yeah.
There's slight changes, and he adds a little bit for season 1.
There's entire arcs that are added in.
For season 2, there's arc added in.
You know who Garo voiced? The Kibutsuji, the Demon Slayer guy, the Michael Jackson character.
Oh, Michael Jackson, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. And Genos is voiced by what's his face? The main character of that series.
Tanjiro, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So I pulled up some tweets real quick just to so that I might as well. That one of them was supposed to come up. I was supposed to show this during the Demon Slayer discussion real quick. I didn't.
I think you did.
Idiot. I didn't show this one during Demon Slayer. This was.
I'm pretty sure you did share this one.
Maybe I did. I don't think I did. This. They're both wearing pink and everything. Anyway, so regarding One Punch Man now, that was a direct thing for Old Man. Yeah. So real quick, in this special, they were, he calls for New, and then he grabs New out of the air. He calls for Ro, and then Saitama pulls Ki out of the air confidently, like he did it right, but he didn't. But they didn't actually sub the fact that that's not Ro. And then one stroke nut. I thought.
I got more of a laugh out of this when I first saw it.
Not a single like on these.
that poor wall.
Yeah. Also, am I the only one who sees this?
No, I see it too. But I don't want to know what's underneath his shirt to make that actual canon.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, there's
What
another shot where
episode
you
is that
see this is from the special. Actually, this isn't from the special. This is from the original OVA. That's like it tells the story of how he got his suit. That's what it was. Yeah. So basically, in the story, it's like a short. It's an OAD, right? It came with one of the volumes of the manga.
It came with volume 10 in Japan.
Yeah. So this is the only part that hasn't been dubbed for U.S. audiences. Yeah. But basically, his tailor who keeps fixing his tracksuit is getting shaken down by the mob. So Saitama decides that, well, since I'm trying to be a hero, I might as well go and take on the mob so that my tailor can still make my costumes and all that stuff. Without getting harassed and all that. Turns out that the mob is based in his apartment complex. So he starts knocking on doors, and then this guy who looks like Stanley Kubrick comes out. He ends up like beating up and dragging behind him all of the mobsters, and he takes them to the landlady who he's behind on rent for in order to get her. Like, hey, turn these guys into the police station, get the reward money, and then pay that towards my rent or whatever. And she's like, you idiots, these are my source of income, because they're all of her tenants, right? Anyway, so that was what that was.
Now that you say that, I remember watching it, but it was a long time ago, and because it wasn't on the DVDs, I didn't rewatch it. But yeah,
I just happened to really like the composition for this scene. How they did it. I'm kind of a sucker for Saitama showing up to save the day. Like in a normal show, I wouldn't want to see this. Like I think that if this happened this much in My Hero Academia, I wouldn't like the show. A character just shows up and saves the day. But because when freaking All Might does in season 1, he's like coughing up blood while he's fighting the Nomu, it's a completely different experience, But when Saitama does it, I'm just like, damn, I love this. Like, it's so funny to me.
That scene wasn't so much him just randomly showing up, though.
But
the destruction was because he was standing there.
That's true. And then One Punch prevails because I was trying to throw a nod to Case Closed so I could put it in a freaking hashtag and potentially direct more traffic to us. Same energy. I loved this bit in the show. Right. Oh, and then freaking I would
that
be remiss.
Music is also like the best soundtrack song in the whole series. Is
I don't really.
With
his fight against I can't recall the OST. Only the opening. That's the only thing I can really think of. I'd be remiss if I didn't address the fact that Weeabürger fired back with this like way too quickly. Like it was a thing that already existed. So there you go. There's that. That's cursed, and you had to see it now. And then I tweeted this today. I went through. I looked them up to get all of them in here. It was very difficult to fit within the character limit. After Tank Top Master, Tank Top Vegetarian, Tank Top Black Hole, Tank Top Tiger, Tank Top Rockabilly, Tank Top Girl, Tank Top Racer, Tank Top Hatter, Tank Top Al Dente, Tank Top Jungle, Tank Top Swimmer, Tank Top Mask, and Tank Top Doctor. He's naturally Tank Top Cyborg, right? But they still call him Demon Cyborg. Okay, it's not.
I saw that tweet and I was gonna like reply. It's like, you made one of those up, didn't you? And I actually looked it up. And like,
I went through the hero database on the One Punch Man Wikia to get all those.
Yeah, that's
there
right.
was a joke that Tank Top Master says in season 2, I think, where he tells someone, I can't remember who it was, that they should wear a tank top and join.
Yeah. He says something like, "Someday you want to be a hero. How can you?" And he says something like, "How can you call yourself a hero when you don't wear a tank top?" or something like that. Yeah.
Was that the Moon Rider or something?
It might have
so.
been.
Maybe
because Moomin Rider attacked Garo.
No.
Like,
Sorry to trigger you, Reeves.
Speaking of Moomin Rider, holy shit! That fight with the Sea King, Moomin Rider is awesome.
Justice Crash.
Even though he sucks, he's still like one of the best characters in that series.
You know what?
He knows he sucks, but he still does it.
He's great. I think I like him more in season 2, where they really took it to greater lengths. Also, I want to note, I don't have a screenshot of it. Well, I have a screenshot of it. I don't have it posted as a tweet. That there is a character from episode 1 of My Hero Academia in the show. And
I remember that. I think I remember that.
I would have to. I mean, I could grab it. I could grab My Hero Academia comparison shot. I just have to unplug my.
I want to say, are you sure it's My Hero Academia? Or because if I remember right, I want to say Shinichi from Parasite the Maxim is in One Punch Man.
No, that's not that character. It's the sludge character that All Might keeps in the bottle.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a character that looks exactly like that in One Punch Man season 2. And I was like, I knew it. They're canon. They're the same show, the same universe.
Mm-hmm. But I remember, but the thing about the Parasite the Maxim, I remember that being reading about that and that being a thing. That like the main character like walks by on a crosswalk or something.
What did you guys think? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Because they're both Madhouse productions.
Yeah. What did you guys think of, like, so season 1, the animation was really good, I thought. But there are 2 scenes that are like, One of them was when Moomin Rider and the electric guy and Max Spike or whatever were cleaning up.
Lightning Max?
Yeah, Lightning Max and someone else. Anyway, they were cleaning up after the alien ship arrived, and like the animation quality, like, I don't know, that day was like all the good guys were on lunch break. I don't know, but that one was less noticeable. But the big one that was like, what? Because it stays on frame for like a good 3 seconds. Was when the sea folk first arrive. There's like a scene of this woman in like a bikini, and she's like drawn differently than the rest of the series, and she stays on screen for like good 3 seconds screaming.
That's part of the joke.
Part of the joke? You think part of the joke is that she's drawn differently than everyone else?
Yeah, she's drawn really sexily.
But I mean, not even just because there's sexy characters in One Punch Man. There's that lady in season 2, the whip lady.
Yeah, the whip bro.
But like even like the line art was different on this bikini lady.
Yeah, that's
the
joke.
I was introduced to that character, the whip girl, through some very revealing cosplay at Anime Expo. Yeah, it was like, so why is, like, Dan, you were with me, actually. You pointed out that it was a One Punch Man character. I was like, so why is this dominatrix coming to the show? Like, because she was fully dressed with, like, you know, the leather and everything, like, fully. It was as long as very in character.
As long as she was nice and fit, I mean, that's a plus.
Well, she was Japanese.
I also
I
talking
think I
about
remember that. she looked like exactly like the character from like.
Except I think she had black hair instead of blonde hair.
Mm.
So when she showed up in the show, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about her. She doesn't. I didn't quite recognize her at first because of the blonde hair and the big old heart or whatever on the head.
In the manga, I don't think. Just to take it back, I don't think that bikini person was drawn like super differently. So if she was drawn differently in the anime for a joke, like okay, but I'm just saying that the joke wasn't in the manga, so I didn't get the joke, and I just thought it was odd. Sorry, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, speaking of dub voices, did you notice that Keith Silverstein voiced the Sea King?
Who's that?
No clue who that is.
I know who the Sea King is, but who's Keith Silverstein?
He voices Hisoka.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
He also voices Lupin in the Erd movies.
Mm-hmm.
But he sounds exactly like Hisoka.
So they're making a statement.
He does.
Yeah, he does. Real quick.
He doesn't use a different voice. Yeah, go ahead.
They're making a statement here. Oh, here's how he was drawn by Madhouse. Here's how he's drawn by JC staff. Mm-hmm. I think that I would not have fallen in love with the character if he looked like he does in the Madhouse one, with how he is in the show where he's playing video games and stuff. I really like this version of King a lot.
I think that's a bad comparison.
A bad Madhouse comparison?
No, yeah, like he was in the Madhouse show for like 5 seconds. And they were very
Lackluster's voice in the Madhouse one was as black gets, and I was like, "Whoa, they didn't read the source material, did they?"
Well, he was still like that in the second.
Yeah, he was in the second one too, but they felt like it was toned down slightly compared to where it was.
So I don't know where that part is, in the thing. I only reread the manga up to the end of season 2. And I didn't. I have read further, but I haven't read it in a long time.
What part?
The part where they're saying that he was a white guy, a white bodybuilder, and the only reason he's black is because he puts the tanning oil on him all the time. He's like the dark sheen.
Okay, so here's where you're getting confused, because we cover this on the podcast. It's not. First of all, he's not white. He's a Asian guy, right? I think he's a Japanese guy. But
they say,
yeah, I got you. The fact that he's not black, right?
White
so that was because he started out as not a black guy. The hypothesis is that he's got, because he does even in season 2, or at least in the specials, doesn't he like start flexing to get the attention?
Yeah,
he starts flexing to get the attention of the guys who are all freaking out. So so I don't think it ever outright states that in the manga. I think that was the explanation that people came up with to refute the cancel culture, gonna go after everything thing about the character. I think that's what it was.
Okay, because I remember you guys talking about it, and I remember there being like outrage about it. The fact that was happening, and at the time I remember I'm like, I don't remember this being a thing, at least in the webcomic, and I know I stopped reading the manga at a certain point because the manga goes off that whole tournament arc, the whole like eating the monster cells thing. That's all manga original, not in the webcomic.
Yeah, that was great. How Speeda sounds Sonic cooks it first.
Yeah, and at the very end of the episode, I don't know if you've seen, but it flashes a subtitle for like 2 seconds, like, and then he had the runs.
Yeah.
When
it's like he had the runs for the next several hours or something like that.
It was like several hours later he had the runs. Yeah, because he cooked it instead of eating it raw.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure if they added that part as a manga thing.
I think I remember reading. I think I do remember reading that in the manga.
But so far, it wasn't in the webcomic. But anyway.
So here is Super Alloy Darkshine. Not sure where Blackluster comes from. Here's the voice actor.
That was the dub name.
Oh, so they didn't call him Blackluster because it was racist or whatever?
No, well, they call him Blackluster in the dub.
Do they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure they did, I mean.
I kind of liked this guy, actually. Spring mustache. Kind of liked him a little bit. Some of the characters...
In the first anime season, season had very little filler, but that scene where he fights in the back alley, the lettuce monster or whatever, that was also filler.
Kombu, yeah.
Yeah, that was not in the original, and I think so. A lot of filler gets like crapped on, and I think the tournament arc, like just in general in anime, I think the tournament arc is a little bit of an annoying, just in terms of like what you were talking about earlier, how like you want to be focused on Saitama and they keep going to these monsters that you don't give a shit about. But in season 1, the filler they add, that scene, that was amazing, where like it builds up this like mystique about City Z or City Z.
Because the point was to show that Saitama lives in a hellhole that nobody else wants to live in because of the presence of the monsters or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think they handled the filler that was added in season 1, the very little bit of filler that they added, I think was really good. A lot of the scenes with Moomin Rider were also filler.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And,
but yeah, it seems to me like
that character before season 2 happened. So
it seems to me like the creator came up with ideas as he went along, and this happens, I think, a lot with manga, is that the creator is coming up with ideas as they go along, and then when you get the anime adaptation, they start parceling out. Like, for instance, this character here shows up in an evacuation scene in season 1, and he doesn't show up again until season 2 as an actual character doing something. But it was cool that they didn't just make up somebody for the evacuation scene. They drew characters. Him, the guy with like he looks like he's got tire treads, like he's roadkill or whatever. And then another character that they put these guys in the show is kind of like we didn't forget about them. You know, they're not front and center manga readers, but we didn't forget about them. Here they are. Or like how in Alita they bring in the Martian thing like into the movie, which is something that I'm pretty sure that the creator didn't have any intention of when he wrote the first issue. So it's kind of a neat thing how they can how you can sometimes make filler. Or I think the best example I can think of is Tokyo Ghoul, how they shift around. The fact that they bring Jason in right away, even though in the actual like manga adaptation, or at least I'm basing this off the fact that people tell me that the first live action movie is based on the manga. Jason's not like in there at all, right? And how they kind of move around the stuff with Skiyama and all that. Really, I thought improved that show tremendously, even though people say the manga's still better, which probably is because it doesn't have season 2 drowning it out. But yeah, I think it's a really cool thing when you can use filler to create a character moment to broaden the world building, which I think what they did there, and it all led up to the jokes about Saitama living in City Z, which is like what would you call it? The Compton of monster cities, right? Like, yeah, and all that. Also, I just want to address real quick, since you brought up Danny, regarding the holdup for the Maddox Kickstarter. I think what's going on there, I don't know. I can't say for sure, but I did get a notice from Robert J. Woodhead that that Megazone 2.3 is going into shipping right now, so they're actually shipping it out. So I think what's going on is that he's waiting until that either starts shipping and people start getting theirs, or or like it finishes shipping before they start Maddox, so that they can focus entirely on the Kickstarter and promoting and all that, and not like, you know, having to do shipping and manage the next Kickstarter, and also B, so that it's not like people are going to argue that they are starting a Kickstarter to cover the expenses from the previous Kickstarter, such as that manga that did Kodomonoji Con did, and all those other ones they tried to release. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, I'm gonna pull up some of my screenshots, and then that way I can get kind of a refresher on some of the stuff, because I watched season 1 before the last podcast, but we didn't end up talking about it, which is fine. That was intentional. Let's see. What did you guys think of the video? Go ahead, real quick. I've got the. I'll remember because of the screenshot. Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna just say another thing that I didn't like in season 2 was that they used CG for the centipede, which is one of many artistic design choices that I did not like. But yeah, no,
you're talking about the big purple centipede, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I gotta say, it was obvious that it was CG, but I thought it was remarkably well integrated compared to what it could have looked like. So I didn't have a problem with it. I was actually really pleased with it. I kind of was almost mesmerized by how
that's like saying I like my somewhat okay steak. At least it's not boot leather.
Well, fair point. But I'm just saying, like, I thought that it was, as somebody who does CG and has done projects with cell shading and stuff, I thought that they captured a look that was sufficient enough that it was interesting. And the reason why you could tell it was CG was because they had like they had an expression doing the arms in that wave pattern, right? Where the arms would, like, of all the centipede arms would be like, you know, like this or whatever. And I thought that, like, that was obviously CG, but I felt like it really worked for what they had to do, and probably, I mean, it saved a lot of time, obviously, to use CG, and it looked enough good that I was like, I kind of appreciated that because they used CG, they took it to a level where it was like it looked decent rather than just, you know, half-assing it or whatever.
When you're comparing it to other anime, sure. When you're comparing it to One Punch Man season one, which they went extra like that, the season 1 is should just be called extra. Like, everything about it is extra, and then you go to season 2, and it's like everything about it is not extra. Some of it's subpar, and then you got this CG thing going on in the background, flailing around.
I feel like one of the reasons why season 2 didn't bother me is because I saw the Blu-ray rip, and I assume that it looked different than the broadcast version. Number one, I assume you probably for a rewatch probably have seen the Blu-ray rip and are not comparing all this stuff with your memory of the broadcast, which I am also assuming that you saw. But some of the stuff, when I was looking up and I was seeing some stuff on Google Images, I saw some stuff regarding Saitama and how they drew him that I don't recall seeing in the Blu-ray rip. So I'm going to pull up something real quick. It may have happened, but...
So for season 2, I did go back and rewatch the broadcast version, not the Blu-ray version. So, I mean, I'll grant you
that's unfortunate.
A small charity that they might have fixed it in the Blu-ray rip, but seeing CG is like going back to like the 70s and watching those movies and pointing out all the scenes that use blue screen. Like, you can see them.
Yeah.
Your eye just picks up on them. And that's the way it works for me with CG. Like, if I see CG, my brain like focuses in on it. I notice it because it's like awkward, and then it just completely takes me out of the entire.
So let me
thing.
Let me drop this in here. This was something I noticed when the show was airing. I kept seeing like stuff about it where they had this like shading effect on Saitama. I don't recall this coming up and being a big deal in the version of it I watched. It didn't draw my attention so much as it does when I look at it here. It looks bad.
Yeah, in the first episode, I noticed it a lot, especially because the first episode focuses on Genos when he's got that crappy effect on his metal.
Fucking hate it. Yeah, I agree. I hate it.
But I also noticed it on Saitama and a couple other characters. But after the first episode, that kind of crap kind of went away.
I'd have to look up the broadcast. I'd have to look up the broadcast for the CG for the Centipede, because I will say right now, I legitimately think that we are comparing apples and oranges right now. I would bet you it looked so sufficiently good for CG animation that I honestly think that you're comparing it to the wrong thing in your head. I'm going to see if I can find it on YouTube.
After I rewatched it, like when I was watching it originally when it was airing, I watched it, and also I was coming from the viewpoint of reading the manga and the webcomic and knowing what happens after the tournament arc and wanting to get to that point. I wanted Saitama to get to the point where he's fighting Garo, but they never got there. And so they wasted my time with this stupid tournament arc and fighting these monsters.
You've reminded me of perhaps my favorite bit in season 2, which is when he accidentally runs into Garo.
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta go, guys. So,
Dan, do you have anything you want to throw in real quick before you leave?
I mean, I thought overall the show was amazing, both seasons. I really don't understand the hate for season 2. I thought it was pretty good.
I already said I'll
funny.
take back my hate.
Yeah.
It's just not as good.
And
I think we've nailed it with the broadcast
I say they're
version
both
of what you
really
watched.
good, to be honest. I didn't have a problem. See, a lot of the animation stuff, like, I don't notice. I just don't have an eye for that. So it was. I thought animation in season 2 was pretty good, so I didn't have a problem with any of it. Yeah. So on that note, I got to take off, guys. Have a good one. I'll see you guys next time.
See you, Dan.
Cool, man. Talk to you later, dude.
Bye.
Take it easy. So they called him Centauro, Elder Centipede. Yeah. What was his name?
Centauro.
Right?
Yeah, Centauro. I remember when they were like they had Centakohai, Senpai.
Yeah.
And it was like, wait, what was the next one? Centipede? I was like, wait, no, that's not right. That was one of the heroes in My Hero Academia. What was it? Oh, Centauro. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so when I originally watched it, I was disappointed and I didn't like it. So when the Blu-rays came out, I was like, fuck it, I'm not buying that. I don't like it. After rewatching it, I will go and buy those Blu-rays because I think it's good enough that I should own the Blu-ray. And I'm actually going to go buy all the fucking manga too. But I'm going to get to manga in a minute. But anyway, so I will buy the Blu-ray and watch again. There are a couple scenes when he jumps out of the window after punching the bird from King's apartment. That is animated like shit. And if they reanimated that, that would be amazing. I don't think they did. And if they fixed the centipede, that would also be good. But I imagine the centipede is still noticeable.
Let me see. Well, I found a link to a Blu-ray. I want to find out if I can find a comparison. Before I forget, I just want to say I did love the part when Saitama runs into Garo on the street going into that store. And he's like, "What, are you trying to mug me?" Right? And then he gets hit. I think Garo hits Saitama on the shoulder, and the energy from the attack blasts all the way through to the ground and leaves a crater or whatever underneath Saitama. And Saitama's completely unscathed. I freaking loved that bit. Whenever somebody tries to beat up Saitama, in fact, one of my favorite bits, because and again, this would literally never work in another show. It would just not work. You could not pull this off without what they did with One Punch Man, where they do the tournament. They have Suryu, like have his like pompous whatever shit, and then have like the demon monster characters show up and give people the demon spore thingies or whatever, the food that they convert them into monsters, and then have him just get obliterated. And then fucking Saitama shows up, and he defeats the one guy, and then he's like, Suryu's telling him like, no, you'll die. I won't let you die. He's holding onto his foot and everything. You can't do it. And then fucking the goddamn skull of the guy's like, it's gonna take every S hero we have. And then you just see the skull of the guy he's worrying about just falls right in front of him. I'm like, that would never work in another show. I laughed my fucking ass off when that happened because it's so obvious. Like Saitama legitimately, yes, he is the One Punch Man. Like the name is supposed to be a joke, but it's like it's legitimately a rule. And I love in the first season when he fights the guy with the big one eye at the very end. We called the last podcast consecutive normal punches. Oh,
look
nice of you,
dragon.
Gate and lay.
Fucking late and gay. No, you're not getting gate and lay. You're late and gay.
You are prison rape train gay right now. That's how late you are.
So where are we at?
You are the son.
We're doing our watch club.
It's already graduated. That's where we're at. That's how late you are.
Dude, I went through puberty in this podcast.
So, let's see. I forgot where
were we? What was the holdup?
Consecutive punches.
The holdup?
Oh,
yes. What
well, it was essentially Magic Night, and at the end of it, my one friend was like, hey, like he's moving into a house and stuff, so he's like, hey, you should help me with the weights. And I didn't even remember about the podcast.
Oh, you got swole. I see how it is.
No. So I agreed to it, and that took way longer. In addition to the fact that I accepted that without fully knowing or remembering that, oh yeah, there's a podcast tonight. Because the last I checked, it was like there might not even be a podcast tonight. So I'm like, okay, whatever. It's probably fun.
Well,
nope.
I would just like to point out that my reasoning for doing a podcast on a Sunday night was because the last time we did this, we had like 10 peak concurrent viewers.
We made
like
bank. We made like $2 in AdSense.
Oh, it's not about the AdSense. It's about the fact that I was like having ulcers over the fact that we were going to get dipped out of the partner program, and literally that one podcast got us like 30 hours worth of watch time more than we needed to catch up and be like so. And I will say that although we do have 5 concurrent viewers right now, we did have 10 concurrent viewers for most of the night. So it seems like Sunday night is where it's bumping to do the show.
I remember we had 11 at one point.
Yeah, we got random 11.
We had a number of people coming through from Twitch too.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm very pleased that we did this. Also, all of the anger and hatred towards FDD&M has been completely exaggerated. Obviously, you don't have any obligation to be here.
That doesn't change the fact that he's late and gay.
That doesn't change the fact that you're prison rape train gay. But. So about consecutive normal punches. So we named the last podcast consecutive normal punches because I thought it was so funny that he's literally warming. He's like he doesn't want to get disappointed by the fact that every guy that he fights he defeats in one hit. So he's like testing the strength of the guy. With the consecutive normal punches.
I think Stonicky didn't want to kill either. He didn't find him a big enough threat.
Well, then he goes, all right, here it comes. One serious punch, and then it's over.
Yeah, serious. What was it? Killer series, serious move, serious punch, or something?
Yeah. Like that. See, that battle was also enhanced by the manga from the webcomic. Mm-hmm. In the manga and in the anime, it shows, well, first of all, he gets sent to the moon, which was fucking hilarious.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That didn't happen in the webcomic.
That was awesome.
The whole bit of him miming that he can't breathe.
You know what? your discussion about the music, I do recall the musical track from when he's flying through the air and touches down on the moon. And you're right. Season 2 did have trash music.
That was the opening theme song during that.
Oh, was it? It might have been. Actually, I was picturing a My Hero Academia song there instead. Actually,
I only remember a single track from the whole thing, which is that one they overused every time something triumphant happens. It sounds like a mishmash of something I've heard in like plenty other anime, but it completely fit when they put it in everything. So
something that was sorely lacking from season 2 was
One Punch Man.
Was the okay? Was the
not just this where they drew him in this deformed style
super simplified.
In the OG style.
Yeah, I felt like that was missing a little bit from season 2.
Honestly, they didn't do a whole lot in the first season to begin with, but I know what you're saying.
But I just kind of wanted to see a little bit more of it because this was such a great bit. Mm-hmm. Although I've always been upset that they don't spell OK in comic books, OKAY, death to grammar Jews. So there's that. And then I've got...
it feels weird having him just say OK instead of not having a text bubble.
Did he... Oh, yeah. You're saying that because they added this for the image... Because that's not actually there in the show. He just says, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, him just verbally saying it. I'm like, something feels off.
And then there was that one guy. Oh, yeah. I was joking with my wife. Well, can I like open this in Brave? I think I can actually. This is a great way to do this. I'm a genius. Open in Brave. I was joking with my wife. Oh, here's a totally lame shirt I can make, and I can offer it in 5XL.
Yeah.
Is it Devil or Dev?
I when that happened, I was
Dev.
like,
Dev
"Whoa,
God.
We're seeing him fight for the first time."
The kid?
No, the fat guy.
Damn thing.
Because the kid technically was like getting set up to fight in the first.
I feel like the fat guy came out of nowhere. Was he in the show before?
He was in the first season. He was in the Council of Chungus's, and they never did anything with him.
He's one of the S-class heroes.
Okay, well, I mean, I kind of remember him. Was he like around a computer?
No, he was in the room, just sitting there.
Just at the table when they were talking about the prophecy.
So
that's why I was actually like looking forward to the scene, even though technically just ate it.
Yeah, I liked when the way that they introduced Garo, where coming off of season 1, where they have the invasion, right? And I had completely forgot that there was a prophecy at all, right? And then in season 2, it's like they go back to the prophecy. And then in my head, I'm thinking, I thought Saitama took care of that. And they're like, no, that couldn't have been it. It's got to be something worse because the prophecy says so, right?
Yeah, because it ended so quickly.
Right, and then
he's like, I didn't know they called me a god class or whatever.
Yeah. So they're showing it to the. It wasn't to monsters. It was just to like villains or something or whatever.
Yeah, all the criminals that they rounded up. Hey, help us out.
I guess.
Your records or something.
Yeah, so they're showing it to them, and then that bit when Garo makes that like statement, like the biggest tryhard guy, like I didn't know you guys are calling me a god class.
That seems like the most self-absorbed, cocky thing to say.
Yeah.
Like the
and
guy
then he obliterates every single person in that room. That was so great. And in fact, Random Logan, to your point about the animation, one thing I will say
was his point about the animation?
Not being as good in season 2.
Oh no, it's not 17. It's 17 out of 10 animation. It's only 9 out of 10.
No.
Well, yeah, for sure.
No, season 2 was like maybe a 6. Season 1 was
Dude, JC's staff did a completely fine job on that.
Well, again, we learned that Random 11 watched the broadcast for both watches of season 2.
But I don't think they fixed it that much. But
I had no problem My wife didn't have any problems with it.
Dude, that one with Genos when he was against the cockroach, someone literally the day that we were like, I don't know, that we did One Punch Man or something, random Sakuga posted a season 2 GIF. I'm like, oh, I thought this had terrible animation apparently.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is that there is a distinct lack of Sakuga in season 2 compared to season 1.
But season 1, if you're me, you kind of don't care because the stupid stuff's the highlight.
Sure. Well, I agree with that. But to Random 11's point, every single episode in season 1, somebody gets one punched, except for episode 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I agree. There's Sakuga in each episode because of that, right? Not necessarily because the one punch was the Sakuga. It's great. It's a great bit, but it's other parts of the show that have like great, like stunning animation and everything. I don't remember. Definitely, Genos has tons of Sakuga in season 1.
Dude, Genos. I feel like there's a lack of Genos in season 2. Well, more like a lack of Genos and Saitama interacting as much as they did in season 1.
Yeah. I thought that season 2 had a lot going for it, but it was honestly most of what I thought season 2 had going for it was Garo. I thought that Garo was such an interesting character that the fact that they were following him instead of Saitama, I didn't mind. You know, in the bit when he fights all those guys, when the kid is in the shed or whatever, and he's like completely outnumbered and he's got like the arrows in him and stuff. I was like, it was one of those things where like the Stan Lee quote where he says, "Who would win between the Thing and Spider-Man? I'll tell you who would win. Whoever the writer wants to win." You know, and it's like, it's so obviously that, but goddamn, I was so pleased with how it all unfolded and how he took everybody out and everything. Oh, I loved it. I loved every second of it. I loved it when he fought Tank Top
Tiger.
Not Tiger, the other one.
No.
The Master Tank Top or
just
Tank Top. Master,
Tank Top Master.
Yeah,
when he fought him and he was like getting punched square in the face, but then like his like Wolfang fist or whatever it was called would swing back and like redirect the attack twice as powerful. Oh man, it was so good. Garo seemed like he looked like he stepped out of Hunter x Hunter to me, and I was totally okay with it. Like totally okay with it. And
one thing about that fight with the Garo against the 8, the one character in the green tracksuit, they called him in the dub. They called him Megane or whatever.
Yeah, Megane.
Yeah, it's supposed to be pronounced Megane, which is glasses. They should just call them glasses in the dub.
Yeah.
And I love how Saitama got officially known as Caped Baldy, right?
I missed that part when I was rewatching it. Did they send him the letter that says he is officially Caped Baldy?
Well, as soon as Genos said that I'm known as, what is it, Demon Android or something, then Saitama's like, damn it, well, blah, blah, I'm Caped Baldy or something like that. I can't remember specifically.
From what I remember from the manga, I think he does officially get that title. Like, and
that's the thing.
But he gets it from the Hero Association.
Well, yeah.
But in the anime, he just kind of says, "Well, I guess I'm this."
No.
Well, he says, "I guess that would make me a Caped Baldy" when they were discussing. Oh, it's about your traits. But later,
from the Hero Association with their names in it.
They didn't show them getting the notices. They're just showing the aftermath that they already got the notices. They're like, damn it, I'm Caped Baldy. Fuck those guys.
Yeah, it was something like that.
So
okay, maybe.
My wife is asking 2 things. She said, I like Garo as a character so much. I'm glad Saitama didn't one punch him, so we can see more of him. Though I did want to see them have a better interaction than the one they had when he was with King. I disagreed. That was my favorite part.
I loved King.
When he wakes up in the trash because Saitama like brushes him off to go into that store to buy a wig. I thought that was the best part of that.
And then he kicked through the wall because he was going to attack King.
Yeah, he has two interactions, right?
She's talking about that one. Yeah. No, but the part when he goes into the wig store was probably my favorite gag in the whole show, or in the whole season. And then she goes on to say, "Do you?" Well, this is I just addressed because she doesn't know. She didn't see my Twitter.
He won't.
I brought this up already, and in fact, I want to address. She's the one who made the observation that sponsored that tweet, not me. So she's the one who made the joke first.
He won't leave Saitama.
That is funny though.
That'd be hilarious though.
Yeah, I think it would be a funny gag for them to put it in there. That they at least acknowledge that he is wearing an
honorable member.
Honorable tank top.
No, I
already a tank top cyborg. Oh, okay. I want to show two.
No, I was just. It's on you. Sorry, you can finish whatever you're saying.
I was reacting to. My mouse is being a bitch tonight. I was reacting to the image that I pulled out. I'm going to open up another.
To answer Danny's question, I don't have pickups yet. I should get one tomorrow.
Same.
I should get 8 tomorrow.
It was kind of corrected in season 2, but one of the problems I had with season 1 is like
I thought that was a hero for when at the beginning.
I forgot about that guy. One of the problems I had was the fact that like Saitama is just kicking all this ass, and he's like ranked as a C class hero, and it's like, did nobody like look around to see what this guy did?
That's the whole joke. That's what makes the whole thing with King the best.
I know.
I get that it's the joke, but I'm a stickler for like.
Yeah,
they did.
No, but like that's what you're meant to feel, right? That's the whole point. Like the author wants you to feel that way, and it's like you feel for him. You're like, why can't they just acknowledge him? This guy broke every record in the assessment test. He just didn't fill out the stupid form. You acknowledge that he broke all these records,
but I didn't find it all too funny.
Saitama just cucks himself out of credit as well, and the thing is that they can't give him credit too much because as soon as they acknowledge him as the greatest hero of all time, they'll literally be nonstop calling him to deal with every single problem, and then there will be no conflict.
So quick question. I seem to recall, was it King? I think there was a character that we learned has been profiting off of Saitama saving everyone. It was King, right?
Unintentionally.
But it's funny because like they kept accusing Saitama of doing exactly what King eventually ended up being the one doing. He was getting all the credit for the work done by other heroes. Right? They were accusing Saitama because he was a nobody, showing up and defeating these monsters and taking all the credit. And literally that exact thing was happening with King, who is ranked so far above him. Oh, I thought that was so good.
Yeah, that reveal was amazing.
He didn't even take the hero exam. He just got a letter of notification. Oh, hey, you're an S-class hero.
And the King engine, like the
just his heart.
just being his heartbeat was hilarious.
That action figure was so fucking stupid, though.
Well, it's funny because like he was in a pose like he was actually doing some sort of attack or whatever, with like effects around it, but like nobody's ever seen him actually fight. Yeah. Okay. Also, I want to acknowledge that this guy apparently became a monster while he was in his fursuit. Right.
I guess.
The Monster Association spokesman guy.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I've got one or two more.
I know I should have made all of my private messages tweets of sending you guys pictures of like my laptop, like from the 6th OVA from season 2, like Geno's swearing at Saitama all the time.
Oh, from the OVA.
I thought that was
I didn't really like that OVA.
I thought it was hilarious.
Where he's like, it was kind of like set up for that one bit about like, do I really have a face you can draw in 20 seconds or whatever?
Yeah. And he can't answer.
All right, so here's the character. Tell me this isn't the character from My Hero.
I don't know. He looks like Mara from Persona.
I mean, he's a slime character. So
he looks like the slime character from.
Yeah.
Brad, do you want me to send you Mara?
I'm sure that. How many ways are there to draw eyeballs in a sludge?
No. You'll see when I send it.
Okay, send it to me.
When will you send it? Tomorrow?
I'll send a copy image address, and I'll send it in private chat, and we'll get demonetized.
All right.
So the other thing I want to quickly point out while you're bringing that image up.
What the fuck?
If you guys,
am I wrong though? He looks like the top of that.
What the fuck?
This is essentially a Pokemon you can catch in Persona. Think of it that way.
Oh my god.
Oh, I remember this guy. Yeah.
He's in all the Shin Megami Tensei games pretty much as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I thought you were referring to the other slime guy. I didn't think you were referring to him. There's a lower class sludge monsters in Persona.
How many black bars do we need to throw on top of this before it can go with a thumbnail?
0, because it's in Persona, which is clearly an E-rated game.
Well, find us some gameplay on YouTube that has this thing in it.
All right, so you guys have anything more you want to discuss about One Punch Man?
I mean, I'd like to, I don't know, speed run my whole entirety, Chungus. So, start things off. I thought the One Punch Man, One Punch gimmick was the thing that was going to be the whole, this will get repetitive. It wasn't that as much as it was, what is it? Everyone around him building up this anticipation of, hey, punk, we're totally going to, like, kick your ass. And then he does the whole defeat them in one punch thing, and then everyone's baffled.
It's not there.
Yeah, that's the loop that is what actually got tiresome, not necessarily the one punch itself. That was more like this is the mechanic, but it was more the reaction surrounding it. It got kind of stale. And let's see, for season 1, I think the original problem I had was the first, like, I think it's 3 to 4 episodes are just kind of like do whatever, and then it's like, you know what, let's be official and go to the Hero Association, which is when things start to get better for me because it gives continuity. And he's building towards something. He's like, I want to become an official hero and ascend the ranks. It gets him closer to his goal of I want to be a hero type deal. So
that's not really his goal, but
okay, well, the sub goal, I guess you could say, is getting the recognition and being the actual hero, because otherwise I don't really see.
Well, he doesn't even care about that. If you remember,
I know he doesn't, but the viewer does, because as soon as he's like the top of the world, it's over.
But like the episode where he beats the Sea King, right? He even has that speech afterwards where he's like, "I don't care if you guys like me, I'm just doing this for."
No, that was after the meteor.
Okay, it doesn't matter. No, it happens. It happens in the Sea King one too, differently, where they accuse him of like the only reason he was able to defeat him is because the other heroes had softened him up, and then he intentionally plays into their accusation so the other heroes get credit.
Yeah, but Reese is right. So the thing I was talking about was right after the meteor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as a viewer, the only real end goal I can see in sight is that he's established to a point where everyone can mutually respect him, I guess. And yeah, so
his strength. Yeah.
See, I don't see that. The main goal for him, the way I see it, is just for him to not be bored. He is so strong and so bored, and monotony has left him just zoned out through life. He just wants to find some purpose to do.
I don't disagree, but I don't see any progress towards that. I mean, I guess there's some, but I don't know. Like I feel like for me as the viewer, that feels like my goal, the one that I described. Mm-hmm. So in regards to that, I was liking where it was going as soon as he started getting into the Hero Association, but it started a bit too late because, you know, by the time the engine gets running, the King engine, then then it ends, and I'm like, oh, okay. But the season 2's.
You know who did not show up in season 2 in a meaningful way was Metal Knight.
He didn't show up in a meaningful way ever. No.
Metal Knight. Yeah,
he feels like
he's in there, but we leave off of season 1 with this little exchange.
Yeah, the whole Metal Knight, don't trust him, he's bad.
Yeah, and then it doesn't actually go anywhere.
Yeah.
Part of that is also because of there's the filler that gets added in the manga, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Also, I want to address that Metal Knight is voiced by Jameson Price, who I will always love hearing.
That's the guy that plays Sakurai in or is it Sakura? I can't remember, in Persona 5, and he's I think he's Deotard in Code Geass.
Oh. I know he played.
I always mix him up with Richard Epcar for some reason.
Yeah, I know he played the.
He is Deotard in Code Geass and Sakurai and.
Yep. What happened to AC? Where'd he go? Oh, where's he going? Did he leave?
I'm going to take a leak. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
So, what'd you think of season 2 after you?
Well, I'll round off season 1 real quick. So. As soon as the big, this is kind of an issue for season 2 as well. But when they got to the big, building up to that giant invasion and everything, the plot got in the way of the stupid stuff is the best way to put it. Because the thing is, the end result. He's going to defeat it in one punch. It was a good way to display what the other characters are capable of. But, it's like that guy, there was no point in building him up because, you're just going to kill him in one punch, which leads into the Garo thing. It's like, sure, by conventional means, he's like a well-built up villain and everything, but it's like, God, I know he's going to get beaten in one punch. So when they stretch him out throughout the whole season, it's like, you're just kind of wasting my time. You're not, but it feels almost that way because you're going to beat him in one punch. I haven't actually completed season 2. I think I only have 3 or so episodes left. The last thing I left off on was him casually punching Garo into the side of that vendor or something. And he's just like, oh, everyone's trying to attack us now. Or even street thugs are trying to attack us. Now I hear there's that hero hunter guy or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Have you heard
is
about
that where he defeats him? Because that would be hilarious.
No. And spoilers, he doesn't fight him in the season.
Okay. Well, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Because I like the way they treated Speedasound Sonic. Because it's he doesn't kill him, but he just kind of is always beating him down and pissing him off. Now with Garo, if he's the truest threat, he must be stopped. Then it's well, he's inevitably going to get yeeted into oblivion. But, if he becomes a Sonic, then I'm not opposed to him. Then his build-up is not in vain, I'll say. Mm-hmm. Now, regards to the other parts of Season 2, I absolutely loved the King thing. Because at first I thought, is this just a guy who looks like King and he's getting mixed up with the real King? But I'm like, oh no, this is the real King. That's amazing. But the thing I liked about season 2 when I was starting is we don't have to get through all these formalities or anything. They're already in the Heroes Association. They can already get to it. Everyone's already established. So I like that. So we were able to see, oh, this is King. This is the stupid stuff King does. And then, I like how it's oh, I'm going to pose as this guy in the martial arts tournament, And then they kind of just streamlined the whole, one punch, everyone get to the end. Now, I'll say specifically the one episode where Saitama left after having his wig fall off. And when everyone was just oh, we're demons, eat this flesh and join our ranks. that felt like it was taking away from what I liked about the show. The plot was getting too thick away from the stupid stuff.
That was filler.
Okay. It was added into the anime.
The whole tournament arc and the whole monster cell thing was all filler that was added into the manga and then thusly also into the anime, but it wasn't in the original webcomic.
Well,
they go.
I'm not really gonna fault JC staff for adapting the material.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's not on the anime's fault. It's on the mangaka's fault, I guess.
The Eye Shield 21 bastard.
I love how you guys are talking about this filler, and it's like the part I loved the most. That stupid tournament where he.
Well, no. I like the tournament itself when Saitama's competing in it, but I don't like when it gets to that specific episode where Saitama gets out of there, and then the demons come down. They're like, eat our demon flesh and stuff, and then whatever, they just dick around. It's like, everything's hopeless, and I'm like, just get to the one punch already.
I think it had some good ideas, but the execution was not there.
The problem is the ideas are good, but that's for a serious show, and we know One Punch Man is the type of show that's a serious show, but they put Saitama in the middle of it.
Yeah, so it's granted it is a parody. One of the things that I really liked about it as a parody is the fact that we didn't sit through the tuning exams where where a bunch of people didn't make it through or whatever, and had to train harder for next time. It's like we just kept getting.
We're instantly at the top level.
Exactly. He's like, "Oh wow, you failed at doing the written exam, so you're only rank C, but that's still pretty good, right?" And it's like, I'm rank S or whatever,
I thought it was so funny when he pulled out the document and Genos was his kiss ass self. He's like, of course, S as well. I would have expected nothing less or something. And yours is in bigger font.
It's in bigger font too. You must be right higher.
That was so good, that part. Now once again, back to the plot gets in the way thing. It feels like they're getting so deep into this plot of everything's going on at once. Everyone's taking everything so seriously, and Saitama can only be stupid in so many places at once. So I almost feel like in that sense it gets overbearing, unless they resolved that in a couple episodes. But they had that going on with the hero hunter guy, so it was just, I don't know, it felt almost too plotty where it was going at the point that I left off. Now, I'm going to tail back where me and Brad kind of agree, is that the OVAs, we almost kind of just better because you don't have the plot continuity. It's just kind of here's a situation and here's what happens. I specifically, what?
That's the joke.
I guess. I like the stuff surrounding the punch, not the punch itself. Because you see in that one OVA, is it the same one where what's the name of the old guy again?
Bang.
Yeah, Bang. Bang is stalking them or whatever because he wants them to come to his dojo or whatever. And I think at the one part you just see the aftermath of after Saitama destroyed this broccoli demon or something, cabbage head demon. And it's we have a lot of cabbage for supper. That's the type of thing that I love.
Kombu.
Yeah, whatever it is, that's the type of thing I love. It's just so stupid, but it utilizes the punch still without being the same gimmick of, hey, little bald man, you're not so tough. Oh, you just yeeted me. Oh.
The dry humor also is... Did he just...
He got yeeted.
The dry humor in the anime is also amazing, where they have that scene where Saitama is sitting at the table with Genos, and Genos is like giving him his whole life story, and he's just like, I don't want to hear this.
In 20
Genos
words or
is
less,
just like,
and then it comes back when he's talking to like Sonic or
I
whoever.
love
he's like,
how-
he stood in 20 words. Describe yourself in 20 words or less.
Yeah.
That's how he
master's a
likes
busy
it.
man.
and then they bring it back in the OVA where he has the mobster guy, and he's like, tell me what happened, and Genos like gives him his whole life story again.
I love how the soundtrack in that for when he's introduced in the series, like that piano, it's like it just keeps going and then it finishes around and then like it's on repeat. It's on repeat. It's just like keeps going and then it keeps going.
They use that soundtrack.
See that we've lost the cuck account.
I deleted it. Yeah.
Yeah. They use that soundtrack in the OVA with the Blizzard character when she's talking to the C-class bottom tier hero at the very end, and that piano is playing like do 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 do, and it's like it because of the context of having that play during Genos's like long like story time. It gives that scene a little bit of a weird tension to it that I don't think really worked, but
yeah, and you have to give credit to Zach Aguilar or whatever, whoever it is. Like when he was doing that, you could tell that he was like trying to speed up his voice. Like you could like as the speech went on, he was speaking faster and faster.
Yeah,
like incrementally.
Which, by the way, I thought Genos sounded weird when I first ever watched this because I expected him to sound more like Zach Aguilar's, whatever his name is, regular voice. Oddly enough, because he was like really toning it down, and it gave him this like, I want to say mushiness. And it's weird though, because in season 2, he sounds better.
I think the opposite actually.
Well, better, but as in closer to what I had originally thought. He sounds more like a normal human. I don't know how to describe it.
A normal human?
I don't know, man. But
I've got some screenshots. I just opened them all. So these will prompt some other discussions. Maybe not this particular one, but there we go. Frog guy. Frog guy. Jesus.
That's a frog.
Crab guy. This was a potential podcast title before we settled on consecutive normal punches. When I first saw the show, season 1, this was my favorite bit in the whole show. When the mole guy is digging away to try to escape, and he's just there. Loved
My
that.
brother complained about a timing, a sequencing issue with the mole thing. Like, he was actually like really upset with the sequencing thing of the mole. I don't remember what the sequencing issue was, but I find it funny that that was like your favorite part.
When you
that
say
reminds me-
sequencing,
it was
you
like
referring to like an artifacting problem or a
no,
timing
he said it
issue, or
was
do you
something
mean-
like he stares at the mole and then it goes back and forth in a certain. I don't know what he said. I'd have to compare the manga or something.
Okay.
Before, have you seen the Dead Punch thing?
What's that?
It's like an they used the audio from the Deadpool trailers and used the visuals from One Punch Man.
No.
And go back to the Mole Man thing. The face, for Saitama's face on the ground. But what he says, like, I found you, it's like in that trailer, it's like, have you seen this man? And it's like, it's that face. It's like the funniest thing.
I gotta say that despite, like, they encounter a bunch of baddies and there's no tension because Saitama, he's swole and stuff. The thing that saves it in a lot of cases is that Saitama is like really upset over something really minuscule and dumb. It's like, the groceries are on sale and I missed it, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to acknowledge Random 11 that the bike is hand drawn, and I'm seeing that would have probably been something they would have done CG for the JC staff version of the show.
God, Moomin Rider is
I probably
just,
wouldn't have
like,
minded that either because it's like 2 seconds of frames.
True, yeah, but just in general, him riding the bike, he didn't really ride his bike in season 2.
Not that I can think of.
Because he was in the hospital. Yeah. I mean, what?
He did get beat up.
Also, this was another bit that I really, really loved in season 1. When he punches him, sorry,
and it stops the rain, yeah.
And then he punches him so hard that it blows the rain away.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved that. Like that was how I knew I was watching a quality show. Okay, boy, how many of these did I take? Oh my gosh!
You showed us the whole image sequence.
Okay.
See, there's the fat guy.
Pig guy's
right.
there. Yeah. Zombie man's there.
The dog. When Garo fights the dog and loses.
Yeah.
That was great.
That was so good.
In our chats, I remember making the comment about tornado. I made the comment about Blast because I hadn't looked this up in years, but I remember there being a fan theory that Blast is actually Saitama because Saitama saved the guy who started the Hero Association's grandson, the bald-chinned kid. But that's not true. There is an actual character called Blast. But I would think it would be hilarious, like if he eventually runs
both
into
King and Saitama.
No. If he would run into the nut chin kid, and be like, oh hey, you're that kid from the Crab Master. It's like, and the nut chin kid, like his grandpa said, if you find that guy again, call me. You'll put him in, and like he rips Dad, Grandpa, I found him, and then like the next day, Saitama just walked in and said, "Okay, guys, Blast is here," and it's just Saitama sitting there looking stupid.
So here's where that's never gonna work, because Saitama can never remember anything. That's part of his character quirk,
right?
So he won't remember the kid being the
other.
Maybe he'll remember. Nobody's gonna forget Ball Chin. Maybe you're right.
He's never gonna forget the Nut Chinian.
The other problem with that is that theory is basically inhabited by King already. So to do a second character where it's like,
it won't hit as hard.
Of the S characters is actually Saitama would be like kind of like how in Dragon Ball Z they had the Golden Warrior and what was it? Yeah, Great Saiyaman. How he was like both. And then in the tournament, they're like, "Oh my God, he was both of those people!" Like, it would be like that level of like. Okay.
I feel like if once Saitama does break into S class, King will retire.
That'll be a my mask.
King has a potential of actually getting stronger.
I'm hoping that's what happens. King just actually fills his role later.
Like that's what the goal that Saitama kind of gives him. Like. Retire or get strong, right? So,
by the way,
I just want to acknowledge, just because it's here. This is from season 1, but in season 2, when the guerrilla warfare guy comes across the actual gorilla, I love that bit
and then Zombie Man says, "I have to follow this guy."
I have to follow
Did
this
that go
guy
anywhere?
No, but it was so funny. A new target directive. It's like, why Zombie Guy doesn't even need to be in the season at all.
That whole bit of him following the gorilla guy that stops there. That's the last time you see them, right?
That's the last. It's funny. Like, are they making a season 3? Like,
I hope so.
Oh man, it'd be funny if they pass it off. It'd be funny if they pass it off to like Studio Ghibli or like something completely.
I was hoping
as long as it's not
Bones would
Mappa.
get it.
I mean, that's likely with Mob Psycho being both of them.
Yeah, I think Bones would be like a shoo-in for it but they have their hands full with My Hero Academia and stuff.
So when you guys brought up the what was his name, Watchdog Man, being Garo.
If Bones did get it, maybe they'll throw some My Hero characters in the background. Yeah. Okay, maybe not.
Wait,
well, I mean, Bones
animates
doesn't
Mob?
own the IP, I don't think.
Okay, so real quick, I loved this bit in the OVA when Genos says it couldn't have been Saitama because hold on, no, a character who can't die. Maybe it was Saitama. Don't worry, I will defend you at your trial. That was good. All right, that's my last thing. Oh my gosh, Mouse, why you gotta fail?
So, the Watchdog Man thing, when he beat Garo, when you do that, it kind of makes it feel like they're prolonging things even worse. Because if he's able to lose, then what's the threat? They're just building.
Well,
up
he's
this
not.
whole...
He's not the first. That's not the first time he lost, though. He lets Metalbat go, right? When little Sister Chan Zenko shows up.
I like seeing Metalbat more fleshed out, I guess you could say.
Reese, remember when I sent you the not finished version of the first impressions for Heaven's Feel Part 2?
Something about it.
And I kept referring to Zoken as Zenko.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got to find a way to incorporate that. Metalbat's little sister is actually Zoken's face, or whatever I end up doing with that. Anyway.
So the whole point of him losing is that every time he loses, he's gaining experience and knowledge on how to fight. So when he loses,
reminded me of Golden Boy.
When he loses, Golden Boy from what?
Golden Boy.
From the thing where like he's like study, and he would like continue to improve.
Oh, okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyway,
But
continue.
So, I think it was in the battle with Bang, where he uses like the four paw style against Bang. So when he lost against the dog, he gained the knowledge of how to fight like the dog.
It's like a reverse Mega Man. When he loses, he gains the power.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, no, I liked it. And it's one of the things that's funny about it is that there's a lot of things about the show that another show just could not do, but for some reason they just get away with it. Like the energy that they build up. Oh, that was you, Reese, sending us the dead punch thing. The energy that they build up in the show lets them get away with really silly premises, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's what's so funny about it is that like literally any other show you just couldn't do this, but because it's One Punch Man, they're just getting away with it. They're getting away with the character who is supposed to like be threatening to the main character, and the main character literally just slaps him through a wall, and doesn't even realize that he's the character that he's supposed to be training at the tournament for, right? like I wanted to do this martial arts thing, just see if there's anything to it, because apparently this hero killer guy is real good at martial arts, and it's like you've already beat him like twice now, like kind of thing. It's like, oh, I love it. I love it so much.
Like if Saitama was just even just a little bit more competent and pays attention.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is kind of funny because he's got like the ultimate power and like fails. Imagine it's like you've got All Might, right? He's the symbol of peace. Like it's about more than just being strong with him, right? He means something to be the that character, the hero, all right? And then now just give the superhuman strength to somebody who's like give that to Aoyama or whoever, give it to somebody else who is completely like Mineta having super strength. You know what I mean? Like you just give that to literally any other incompetent character, and it's freaking Saitama. It's a completely different thing,
I would say instead of Mineta, the charge guy, because he like when he uses too much of his electricity, he goes stupid.
Yeah. Anyway, So I do want to address because I didn't yet. Where is this mouse? Okay. Okay, there we go. At least the trackpad's working. My wife said, I just wanted him to have another better one regarding, no, not that one. Regarding Garo, I did want to see Garo and Saitama have a better interaction than the one they had where he was with King. Yes, and I said, like, I thought that was great. I didn't need to see anything better. Yes, I do. I do also want to see more, but I'm like season 3. Like, where are you? And also with that said, I really enjoyed Mob Psycho 100, season 1 and 2. I think I like One Punch Man more. Reagan is great in Mob Psycho. One Punch Man has like half the cast is great. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know why everybody abandoned it when Mob Psycho season 2 came out, and they just shit all over One Punch Man. Granted, it was the broadcast animation probably and all that, but
also the creator took a hiatus from writing One Punch Man.
Okay. You know, see,
like
I
2 years.
always thought, like, I never really looked into it. I had thought that his webcomics were finished. Like, he had done them over, like, you know, several years, and they were just up on his website or whatever, and they were done. And that I didn't realize that he's, like, still working on them.
Yeah, I don't know about Mob Psycho. I don't think he did a webcomic for Mob Psycho. I think
Mob Psycho, he did the art. He didn't like get some guy to redo a good version of it.
Yeah,
he
that's just the
did
manga. And I think Viz, like, through Shonen Jump, just put his manga directly into the Shonen Jump. Whereas with One Punch Man, it started as the webcomic, and once he started working on Mob Psycho, he stopped drawing the webcomic.
Well, you have to.
Yeah.
And an artist can only devote time to one thing at a time, you know?
And he's also not getting paid for that webcomic either, right?
Unless you're a certain scientific Raildex guy who can apparently do 3 sub-series at once.
Yeah, but the point is that an artist doesn't have any more hours in their day as anybody else. So if you spend, you know, if it requires a good chunk of your time to get the thing out that people like, if you're already operating at 100% of your free time doing that, you can't divide 100% of your free time into 50% here and 50% here and still produce the same level. You know, you've got to choose one thing or the other, and that's what like really sucks about how the industry works in Japan, where you've got, you know, I mean, granted, some of them do have assistants and whatnot. Like the Golgo 13 guy has like an entire team. You know, like, okay, this guy's my gun drawer. We just let him do the guns because he's real good at doing them well, and all that kind of stuff. So granted, there is some of that. But for somebody like One, it's like he's the powerhouse. He's doing everything.
Is he one man?
One man, you might say, yes. Yeah, so I can get that, but I do feel like it was a sort of a travesty that this show got put on the back burner for people, because season 2 was freaking good, and perhaps because of the Blu-rays, you know, maybe because I'm pretty sure that I watched the broadcast dub or the broadcast like quality for season 1. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because I would have watched it on Blu-ray if I had bought it yet, but it hadn't come out yet. So I watched the broadcast for season 1, and I don't recall it being any different or negligibly different for Blu-ray, right? So Studio Madhouse, far higher quality coming out the gate.
Yeah, from all their contracting like all these directors that don't typically work there and stuff.
Yeah. And apparently
they churned out a product that really got the show hype.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that season 1's budget must have been crazy, and the director came out and said like no, or the showrunner or whatever came out and said no, it wasn't crazy. We had a normal budget, but it's just everyone loved the show, so we called in a bunch of favors and got like top quality artists to work on the project. And do like, you know, scenes here, scenes there, which is why the animation was so amazing. And then Madhouse had so many projects that when season 2 came up, they were like, "Well, we can't work on it, right? We got too much shit to do."
Same thing about the artists. Yeah. You can't divide yourself anymore. Yeah.
And that's why they gave it to.
I forget. So what specifically did they do instead of One Punch Man season 2? Was it
Overlord and stuff?
Yeah.
For real? Isn't that show like a ton of CG? A ton of bad CG everybody hates.
Well, the skeletons are.
Yeah,
In the third season, the armies were like terrible.
The thing about Madhouse is, Madhouse contracted all of the artists for One Punch Man, so they aren't Madhouse artists. So when Madhouse moves on to do something else, it's not like they're working on something else. It's like
Madhouse isn't usually this good.
They moved heaven and earth and brought together the A team to do One Punch Man, and now the A team is split up and they don't exist anymore. To bring them all back together again, they'd all have to be free. And
I definitely recognized that one Sakuga artist that always does like the blocks. I recognized that at the end of season 1 when he fought the one-eyed guy. How have I not brought up one of my favorite bits in that when he's going through the ship and the tentacle guy starts speaking to him telepathically or through the loudspeaker, and he's like, definitely. I'm just trying to find my way out of here. Oh, okay. Then you want to go left. And he's like, left, huh?
I'll go the other way then.
He's like, I'll go right. He's like, no. You definitely don't want to do that. Right? He like walked right into the room he's in. Oh my gosh.
That scene, I think they used like a direct frame of the maze. Like, you know how the ship's that huge maze? I think that's directly lifted from the manga.
Yeah, and they had somebody else, not Yusuke Murata, draw that 2-spread maze, like the ship schematics.
Yeah.
That was not Yusuke. They have him listed in credited on that page in the manga. It is magnificent.
You're saying it was like really well drawn, the schematic?
Well, it's just that whole
so
maze
detailed.
is like, if you start looking at that maze, it's like crazy detailed maze. The funny thing is I suggest if anyone wants to go read the manga, read the chapters released on Shonen Jump's website. Like, buy their $2 a month thing and go read the chapter versions. Don't buy or read the volumes.
What?
Why?
Because
Murata's
art in the chapters is fucking insane. Like, you were talking about Sakuga. This guy's is like fucking Sakuga the manga. And
the when manga you're going is phenomenal. I get what you're saying.
When you're going through page by page, what he did with the fucking art, he basically half animated some of these scenes. Like,
actually, someone gift when Metal Knight is like landing, and it's basically an animation.
He fully colored that bit. And in the volumes, it's not fully colored. They grayed it out for some stupid fucking reason. And in a lot of the pages, like, he does these, like, I mean, I've only experienced them digitally, so 2-page spreads digitally. And every time you click next, it's like a new frame that's like just a couple inches, further down and down and down. In the manga, in the volume manga, it's like 2 panels. That's it. You get like one panel where he's up top, and then another panel where he's at the bottom, and you lose the whole. In the scene where that maze happens, he does it again, where he does like a frame of the top, and then slowly over like 6 pages, he zooms into Saitama. In the manga, that happens over 2 panels.
Oh wow!
Or in the volume, I should say. In the volume thing, it happens over 2 panels.
How did they?
So they're actually cutting stuff out of the volume?
Yeah, in the volume, they're simplifying stuff versus the chapters.
So here's the schematic you're talking about from the manga.
In the scene where Saitama fights Genos, like where they're sparring, that happens too. Where there's like this, he did this crazy.
No, not that one. That
yeah, in the bottom corner there.
Yeah. So there's that one.
That's not the page. Hang.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go grab my copy of the book.
They do a full
I got
zoom.
these two here.
Oh yeah, that one right there, baby.
Yeah.
This is from the show, right?
Yeah.
Now,
It's
did
got, like-
anyone expect iShield 21's artist of all people to be this like god tier guy to come in?
This wasn't Murata who did the.
I'm not talking about the maze. I'm talking about the manga in general.
Oh,
Because
yeah, okay.
like you look at that art and you're like, damn son.
Yeah. That's the other thing. Like, so we got one who's like working on Mob Psycho and doesn't have time to do the web comic anymore, and then we got Murata, who's like this fucking genius artist working on One Punch Man the manga and in Shonen Jump, and he's working on like I think he releases it every month, but like some of his releases are like 4 pages long, like for the month. That's all you get is 4 pages. What? Yeah, and so to build up the whole like the volumes and stuff, like each chapter is like chapter 35.1, chapter 35.2.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. But that also means that the anime, like if they want to, even though he's adding in his own original arcs into the manga, separate from the webcomic, the anime is going to have to like give him enough time to build up enough room for season 3. Now I think he already has enough room for season 3, but like if they're not going to be able to go the same speed as like a weekly Shonen Jump
That's
where
One
they're
Piece.
doing full where they're doing full issues every 3 times a month. He's like, I'm not joking, some of his releases are 4 pages and that's it for the month.
That sounds insane. If it sounds like you're almost getting ripped off if you hear it that way.
Well, I mean, you don't pay for it.
It really makes me think about Kentaro Miura's amount of what he gave us and how much he's put out.
He gives a 1 page a year.
So there's these collected volumes or something of One Punch Man that I've been eyeballing before. Let me put this.
I own like volume 1, 2, and 4. Don't ask. No.
So this isn't specifically it, but they do this thing where it wraps around the spine. Like this would be like,
yeah.
They did this thing. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
They only
It's
do it on a couple of them, but
yeah.
Oh, so like an omnibus?
No,
sort
not
of. Yeah, so like, but this is the thing: is that it's like, it's going around, like a spine or whatever, right? I don't know. I haven't seen it.
But it's broken up by the salt. Like, see that one there with Tatsumaki and all the different forms, or like all the like.
This one?
Yeah, like that's not. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're not all gorgeous like this, but
I expected her to be more of a character, and she was more of a. I don't know. You just see her, and then that's it.
They kind of They have like characters that come in for a quick joke, and then they throw them away, so to speak. Like they still exist, but they just kind of are a burden to keep around because it's like, well, yeah, you probably see Tornado at this point. Throw like squishing a giant octopus into nothing.
Yeah, some of the volumes have like extra art, like you were showing there on the front and in the interior, like the first page. So I still think like buying the volumes is worth it, especially because you can't really buy the weekly chapters or the monthly chapters, unless you go to Japan and you want to buy the physical book of Shonen Jump and translate it yourself. So like obviously, eventually I will buy all of the manga.
I was really sad to find
if you're reading it, I'd go online and get the chapters.
I was sad to find that there was like those you get 5 in like a small box or whatever after I already bought like a couple. I'm like, damn it. Well, now I'll have these redundant copies.
I don't think
what?
Did they do that?
Of One Punch Man.
Did they do that? Are you sure?
Yeah, there's like a small box set that you can get like 4 or 5 of them at once. Something like that.
This is a travesty. Let me save these and upload them into StreamYard.
It must have made it way easier for them to make storyboards and stuff. They just grab that.
Yeah, it's an animatic. That's exactly what these are. They're just a freaking. God damn it, this mouse. Hold on, I got
one of the issues. There's like a note from Murata, where he's like, I was just at the animation studio helping them and learning to animate or something, and it's like, yeah, you're totally helping them, just giving them all your storyboards,
figuring out how to do it.
Yeah.
Come on, why is my mouse garbage?
Because you don't buy a new one.
Is the little, I just bumped mine, the USB thing not
it's Bluetooth. That's why.
Oh.
Yeah, the USB thing's not in, so that's why it's not working.
Well, I don't have enough USB for it, so give me a break.
Well, maybe you should buy a PC that deliberately has like 15 USB.
Holy crap. You were not kidding about the Metal Knight thing.
Yeah, the
I'm
Metal
saving
Knight
these so I can dump them into the stream and you guys will be able to see them.
And the fact that they didn't color it in the volume is a travesty. Why would you black and white that?
That means that they would have had to have a different type of paper just for those couple of pages, which...
Still,
do it.
Pay
it. It's
Dude,
fucking
they can get a high Q page in there. They can get a color page in there.
Is this not a GIF?
They might as well have just taken that and thrown it into the anime for that shot. The color version.
Yeah.
Honestly, it would have looked a little
like
odd.
2 extra frames.
But it still would have looked really good.
This is unbelievable. Like, in heaven, I hope Kentaro Miura's Berserk is animated this way. Holy freaking crap. These are unbelievable.
And then the hilarious thing is, like, if you ever look up a side-by-side between the webcomic
and the anime
and just the manga, like the webcomic's got like a face and just like lines everywhere because like they're fighting and like he just drew lines and like a face here and there. And then you cut to the manga and like the panels mostly all line up, but it's just like, you know, the zoom in and enhance thing. It's like from like the trope from like shows. It's just
you basically
the manga
did that.
is insane. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah,
maybe
really
he
does.
should make the anime or the anime podcast logo.
Well, maybe.
He could at the very least redraw my avatar.
Okay, I'm gonna start uploading these soon. There's so many of them.
So what else, do you have anything else to add to One Punch Man?
I do. Visually, not verbally. I'm just trying to make sure I don't miss any of these freaking incredible ones. Okay, that one.
I thought season 1 had really good animation, but I feel like a lot of the qualities were lost on me because I'm not like cooming over it.
One more note on like the stuff that I didn't like about season 2 was just the line work. Like I found the line work in season 2 had like where the line would go and then it would just like disappear for a second and then it would come back. It was
I clearly did not notice that.
I thought King and Garo were the only characters that really felt solid. I felt like Saitama just kind of came and went with how he looked. And Genos looked fucking horrible the whole thing. Speed of Sound Sonic looked really bad too. Let's see. Okay. All right, I'm going to start loading these in now. I got to close them. That's cringe. Okay.
What'd you guys think of the the guy that stole the suit and was fighting Speed of Sound Sonic at the beginning, like when he first shows up and he's like throwing the rocks, and then he gets nailed in the back of the head with the
The knife, yeah.
The knife, the kunai.
I called that Mecha Bernie Sanders.
Sure.
That's what I called him because he didn't want to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, thank my mom that my head is so thick."
Yeah.
Oh, that's the guy that I pointed out. This guy looks like a Akira Toriyama design on the face.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait, why can I not upload any of these?
Copyright.
Is it because these are videos? Yeah, they have to upload them as images. That's why. Okay. That's what I meant.
What, did you make an image sequence of it?
Let me see if I can. Please let me select all of them. No, of course not. I gotta do it one time. That sucks. Okay. Reese, if you want to start playing them as they come in, just so that people don't have to waste as much time. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Shit.
What am I
Not the
doing?
porn. Not the porn.
No, I just uploaded an image of Genos. Don't. Not the safe N word. Here we go. The GIF. I need to show here. Okay, I'm loading them into the brand page.
Mm-hmm.
So you can start playing them as they come in because it's gonna. Otherwise,
okay.
You know what I mean?
Oh, that looks like ass.
Yep, it's in like 144p for me.
Oh, that's what? Damn. Well, hopefully they aren't all that bad.
At least the acidity of it is gonna help reduce the content claim.
That's true. We won't get hit by that.
I don't think it would get a content claim though because it's from the manga.
Well, don't you remember how they were content ID manga panels before?
Yeah.
All right, let's try round 2.
That one. Please don't be ass. Please don't be ass. Please don't be ass. Please don't be ass.
Yeah, even the chroming looks beautiful.
And that whole scene, like all the way from Metal Knight showing up to Genos blowing up the meteor to Saitama jumping up and
is in color, yeah.
Yeah, it's all in color and it's all like super
fully
like,
animated pretty much.
Yeah, he panels like fucking every other scene.
Round 3.
Yeah. And again, just the whole fight is like that. Him getting slammed up against the wall, him jumping behind Genos with the.
I got the wall bit right here. Yeah, you're right. It's like you could pretty much do this with the entirety of the manga. I cannot believe they're taking stuff out for the collected volumes or whatever.
Round 4.
I mean, they probably don't want to print a weird number because they like to stick to like 210 or whatever pages per volume. I don't know.
If my art was going to look like this, I would absolutely take a couple extra pages.
When I first saw those GIFs before, I was thinking like, what? How do they do that in the mangas? They're just like literally, I don't know, 20 pages straight of just like inch.
Yeah, how they do it in the manga is they pick two that they like.
Round 5.
Oh, well, I already showed that one. Oh no, I'm in the wrong spot. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Okay, last one. Let's do this one. This is a comparison of the first one that that's too big. I can't do it. Whatever. Look it up yourself. Well, I'm glad that you guys are here because I learned a lot of things about the show, or more specifically the series, that I did not know, and I'm blown away by this artwork. And it's not that I don't like collecting manga, or don't like manga in general, but I just don't usually have time or space, for it. But this is something I would definitely consider if I ever saw like a complete collection somewhere. Like for sale, and it was a decent enough price, I'd probably jump on it because this looks fucking amazing. But like you said, how about this? If they ever release the chapter versions of stuff, like hardbound, maybe like if they released it with the flipbooky style animations we were just looking at, I'd probably jump on that right away. So.
If they did that, 100% I'd jump on it. The problem is knowing which version you're buying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, would they be upfront in saying, "Oh, this is actually the one that wasn't in the"?
Yeah, I'm saying if they were to advertise it that way, like this is what you are getting,
they'd pull a Dragon Ball Z, be like, "Oh, HD 16:9, the best way to watch it," and then like I don't know, 7 years later, in the original 4:3, the way it was meant to be watched.
No, for sure. Yeah. All right. Well, good.
I was just gonna say, if you look up, like, just Google some of the panels from the volume and just cry, knowing the lacking of the volume version.
Now, is the Japanese version
I saw one of them because I was looking at the spines, and I saw one of them where Saitama's face is like in the spine, like they couldn't even print it, properly to not have his face just be like wedged right in the spine of the image. So that's unfortunate.
Is the Japanese printing of the volumes also cut down like that, or is it like the chapter version?
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying, because he's talking about the Shonen Jump where you can view it on the right.
Yeah, the printed Shonen Jump monthly comic, the one that has like a bunch of different manga in it, those versions might contain the chapters, but they only release those in Japan in Japanese. In North America, they don't release Shonen Jump physical anymore. So I don't think you could buy them. But in Japan, I would assume they got the same volume releases we got.
Okay.
So the same cut down volume releases.
Well, at least we're symmetrically cucked instead of just Viz being the big baddies.
Well, for the 3 viewers who are still watching, assuming it's not us, thank you for sticking it out this far. Random 11, Greenline 743. I appreciate you guys hanging out, chatting with us. This has been a fun night. I definitely need to figure out how to get through some of the articles that we skipped going on like 4 weeks now, but probably highlights are going to make that happen. And I've got a couple of days off coming up, so I would probably figure out a way to make that happen so we can power through them for the next podcast. Which we will be watching episodes 1 through 13 of JoJo Golden Wind.
Oh, yeah.
Part 5, is that correct?
Yes.
Right on. So, regarding the Snyder cut, I'm going to try to get on watching that. Oh, you weren't here for this, FDDNM.
I saw the chat where that looks like ass.
We had a new idea. We were thinking about doing it as just a standalone shoot the shit stream where we let people just jump in. Like literally in the description of the stream will be the link to join the call. Anybody?
When are we doing this?
I was thinking maybe Wednesday.
What time?
It's a good question. I'm just gonna have to see how things go. I'm gonna talk to my wife about it. But we'll touch base, sort of behind the scenes. But that would be an interesting idea to just sort of hang out and just sort of talk about this thing, because I feel like it's kind of in people's mind right now because it's kind of relevant. So everybody who wants to be there can join. I don't know how many people we can have on the StreamYard at the same time, but we'll
10 maximum.
So I think we'll probably be able to do it. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, other than that, next podcast will probably be Monday. What would that be? Let's see.
The 5th?
Wow, it's the 4th. Sunday's the 4th. That's Easter. Monday will be the 5th. Yeah, thank you. You just said that. Great job. Great job, me, with my brain being slower. Happy Easter, and I guess I'll see you guys then. Take it easy, everyone.
Alrighty, bye.